expected that the hostages taken by Hamas that are still alive will be released. My colleague Lorna Dunkley is joining me to take you through the next few hours.
Thanks, Mel. There is a growing sense, really, of anticipation and indeed optimism in Israel that the next few hours will see all 48 remaining hostages released from more than 2 years of captivity in Gaza and, of course, then returned to their families. We have reporters across the region. We are covering the hostage release as well as the release of nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees.
We're also across the imminent arrival of US President Donald Trump in Israel, where he's expected to meet hostage families and make a speech in the Israeli parliament. He then heads to the International Peace Summit in Egypt.
And of course, the other news this afternoon is that those aid trucks are now arriving into Gaza. There have been some chaotic scenes as Palestinians scrambled to reach the supplies. Well, joining us now here in the studio, Simon Eccleshall, the head of programmes for Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders here in Australia. Simon, thanks very much for coming in. First of all, have you got people into Gaza now?
Yes, we have a steady flow of humanitarian aid workers positioned at the border crossings, ready to move in. And indeed, this is very welcome news, a moment of relief for starved and grieving Palestinians, but also, as we've just heard this morning, relief for the families of hostages and for Palestinians who've been held in detention.
Is it possible to gauge, Simon, how the situation on the borders and in Gaza has changed over the last couple of days since the ceasefire came in? What are your staff telling you?
Well, the staff are witnessing a lot of people moving, people returning to areas that very recently were the sites of intense conflict, particularly in the north around Gaza City, where MSF had to suspend its activities just a few weeks ago. So we are seeing a notable decrease in conflict. We're seeing aid moving, which is fantastic. Number of trucks coming in over the weekend, expected to increase to about 400 trucks a day this week, and hopefully more beyond that.
So have you been able to move back into Gaza City now, and what does the work look like for your staff there at the moment?
We haven't yet moved back into Gaza City. That is imminent, and what we expect to see there is what we've seen throughout Gaza, which is functional hospitals in a state of collapse. We expect now that there's hundreds of thousands of people moving back to the north that we will be allowed to restart our activities. Perhaps we might need to look at a field hospital or some other temporary structures to be able to bring that life-saving medical assistance to people as they're on the move.
We're all talking, though, these things take an awful lot of time, don't they? I mean, we're seeing these pictures and you can understand these Palestinians jumping on the trucks and getting food that they haven't had access to for so long. How do you ensure that your teams are safe and that help is getting to the right people?
It's a really good question, and one that we've been struggling with for months. As you're aware, there was a blockade on aid coming into Gaza, and then the Israelis and the Americans put in place a non-UN, non-principled humanitarian foundation to distribute food aid. We are hoping now that the UN will resume its coordination role, and international organisations like MSF will be able to return to planned, well thought through and well delivered relief distributions. Medical aid, but critically food, water, shelter items for the next couple of weeks as the temperatures drop and as the prospect of rain over the winter comes to people who are at the moment without shelter.
Just explain to us how the aid needs have changed over the last couple of years. Obviously, before the war, we were seeing 500 to 600 trucks of aid going into Gaza. What is the need like now, and how have things changed for your staff on the ground there?
Yeah, you can't compare the level of need that we see today with what existed prior to this recent war in Gaza. Gaza, by many means, had a very good health, education system, strong infrastructure, and was able to provide for the needs of its people with those trucks coming in every day. What we've seen now is a blank canvas in terms of infrastructure. The north, parts of the centre and the south have been levelled by the fighting. We see none of the 35 plus hospitals in the Gaza Strip fully functional. So what we're going to need to be doing in the coming weeks and months is putting in place measures to stabilise the support, to be able to give people immediate life-saving relief. But as you mentioned, the recovery, the longer-term reconstruction and development that's going to be needed to bring things back to to where it was before this conflict is going to take years, and it's going to be very hard indeed to deal with the long-term trauma.
Simon, what sort of supplies are there on the border waiting to go in? Again, looking at these pictures, complete destruction. I mean, are there thousands and thousands and thousands of tents?
Tents are amongst one of the priority issues, one of the priority items to come in. I think if you drew up a list of priorities, people would say food is foremost, because there is starvation in Gaza. There has been famine. Nutritional supplies for those people who need medical treatment in order to be able to start receiving food in a normal way again. Water is critical, and to get water in Gaza, you need fuel to run water purification. Essentially, you're looking at everything in short supply and everything being needed.
Is there power in Gaza?
There is intermittent power in Gaza, and again, talking back to fuel runs generators, which keeps hospitals running, which keeps electricity and life-supporting services. So it's really hard in this current situation to prioritise, but definitely food, water, shelter, medical supplies are top on everybody's list, and thankfully we're seeing some progress over the weekend in moving those critically needed items in.
How do your doctors work through, such difficult conditions? You've been working in hospitals which have been bombed. You're setting up field hospitals. How does that all sort of come together, and how do you sort of adapt to those conditions?
Adaptation is the key there. We go where the people need our services, and at the moment that will mean relocating some of the support services we've been providing in the south around Rafah, near the Egypt border, to where people want to be. They want to return to their homes, even if it is a pile of rubble. That's where they will return to, and that's where MSF and other organisations will re-establish medical services, schools, bakeries, water and sanitation infrastructure. That's going to be the struggle, to be able to meet the needs of people where they want to be, and the indications are that most people want to be back in their homes, wherever they are and whatever state they're in.
We've got pictures on screen, Simon, as you can see there, coming to us from Tel Aviv. It is Hostages Square. People up early in the morning there in Israel to wait. The deadline is looming for Hamas. You can see they've set out a huge number of chairs. There's big screens there, Israeli flags, obviously, and the world's media watching as well. There is a palpable sense of optimism.
Yes.
Are your people feeling that optimism too?
Yes, speaking to our staff, there is a great sense of relief and optimism, but there's also fear. They're fearful that the ceasefire won't hold, that the Hamas and Israeli perpetrators of war crimes will not be brought to account. And so there is also a looming sense of the massive amount of need that's going to have to be met in the coming weeks, be it through medicine, be it through the reconstruction. We know rebuilding homes, rebuilding hospitals will take some time, but rebuilding shattered lives, both in Palestine and also in Israel, will take much, much longer.
One of the things that your people, your staff have been doing is documenting what has gone on, because outside journalists haven't been allowed into Gaza for all this time. Have they felt the weight of responsibility to show what has gone on?
I think bearing witness to the crimes against humanity, to the war crimes that have been witnessed by every MSF staff member and have touched every Palestinian life, is something that people have begrudgingly become a norm to. They've had to do that day in, day out. We are so often reporting about the death of a colleague or an attack on a civilian building like a hospital. So indeed, there'll be a growing sense now of optimism that now presents a window for independent investigators to come in, to pick up that documentation process, to be able to start the lengthy process of holding perpetrators of war crimes to account. And that needs to happen now. Whilst our focus today is joyfully on the return of hostages and of the entry of aid into Gaza, we can't forget the genocide that's taken place. And we need to make sure that states through the United Nations, and indeed even our own government here in Australia, continue to apply pressure so that we're holding people to account for the horrors that we've witnessed in the last 2 years.
Of course, Simon, as you will very well know, the Israeli government denies the allegations of genocide, and there have been mixed feelings amongst people like these in Hostages Square about what has gone on in Gaza over that time. What about the mental health of the people that you have to deal with, your staff, those people that are in there on the front line? How do you help them now?
It's an excellent question. It's something we've been discussing for a long time and preparing for. We've seen over the last 2 years the mental health burden being carried by our staff, and particularly by the Palestinian people in Gaza, growing exponentially. So we're really thinking about, now that immediate life-saving needs could be met during the ceasefire, people's ability to deal with trauma will come into focus. So we'll be needing over the coming weeks and months to really be looking at the medical needs, the longer term and chronic medical needs which haven't been able to be addressed during the fighting, and now the mental health consequences of 2 years of relentless war.
I guess that almost goes to my next question, Simon. I wanted to ask about your own staff. MSF has lost many of your own colleagues over the last couple of years. What's that been like for the organisation and for those who are on the ground there to continue to do their important work whilst grieving their own colleagues?
It's very hard. Every lost life, every preventable death is heartbreaking for MSF staff. We've lost 15 of our staff over the last 2 years, 3 of those just in the last 20 days before the ceasefire. So it's heart-wrenching for staff to be able to see that the political will for ceasefire was gaining, and then the attacks continuing, and particularly the attacks on medical facilities and on medical personnel. Staff will deal with this trauma the best way they can and with our support. And what they've been telling us for the last 2 years is that the best way that they can deal with the trauma they're witnessing is to be helpful, to be useful, to be able to deliver some assistance. And we find that staff who've lost family members, or even international staff who've been in and come out, they want to go back again because their ability to help is what keeps them going. And again, we're going to have to support our staff through this transition, but let's hope it's a positive transition to something sustainably peaceful in Gaza that enables us all to work through this trauma.
Simon, thanks so much for spending some time with us this afternoon to talk through that whole process. Of course, we're not there yet. Thanks for coming in, Simon. And that live shot coming to us from Tel Aviv, and we'll continue to monitor it and keep across developments there. Our correspondents also throughout the region feeding into us should there be any movement over the next few hours of hostages being released from Gaza.
Absolutely. Let's return now to another story coming out of Parliament House today. Back home, the government has made several concessions over its contentious superannuation tax proposal 2 years after it was first announced.
Melissa Clark is presenting Afternoon Briefing this week and is Radio National's political correspondent. She joins us live from Canberra. Mel, hi there. What are the big changes here? Why was the idea originally controversial?
Look, this is a scheme that the government has battled to try and get changes made to for some time now, both before the election and after the election. So in announcing the changes today, we've really seen a major back down from the federal government in making this change. So what it's looking at is the concession on tax rates paid on earnings in superannuation accounts more than $3 million. So the government wanted to change the current concessional tax rate of 15% to 30% for accounts, the earnings on accounts over $3 million. So that 30% is still significantly below the tax you would pay on any other earnings at that point, but because it's in a super account. But nonetheless, it would be more than the 15% it currently is. Now, this faced a lot of opposition from the coalition, who were very concerned about winding back of the tax concession, and also the fact that it applied to unrealised gain. So even if you hadn't sold the asset, you didn't have a liquid asset, maybe you had a farm in your superannuation account, or maybe you had some shares you didn't really want to sell, you would need to sell them to be able to pay that level of tax. And a lot of the super companies said it was going to be very difficult to differentiate if they had to calculate what was a 15% tax on some earnings, but then a 30% tax on other earnings. So there was pushback there. The Greens had called for an indexation so that it wouldn't lead to more and more people being involved in this as their incomes grew over time with inflation. So there was a lot of pushback from the government, and for 2 years they've been saying, no, this is the scheme we've designed, it will work, we've taken it to an election, we've got room returned with a big majority, but still they hadn't been able to find support to get it through Parliament. And today Jim Chalmers announced that he would make significant schemes. So Cabinet has signed off on changing the indexation, so they will index this. So that's meant to alleviate some of the concerns about it scooping in more people over time. They're also going to bring in a new category or a new threshold of earnings on accounts over $10 million. So the 30% that they want to raise it to remains for over $3 million, but it will then have another 40% tax rate for accounts earning more than $10 million. There's a little bit of tinkering around some other elements at the lower end, but the key one is they are no longer insisting on taxing unrealised gains. It will only be for realised gains, and this will mean the government is raising much less revenue from this, but it does address the key concerns that were raised about the scheme to begin with.
Mel, I'm interested to know what you think the politics are here. Who's the government trying to persuade in making these changes?
Look, ultimately the government needs a passage through the Senate. This has been their problem both before the election and even after the election. They've been returned with a big majority in the House of Representatives, but they still don't control the Senate, so they still need support in the Senate. Now, the opposition was never really going to come to the party on this. They don't want to give the government a win on taxation reform. They support the idea of people being able to invest through their super. So what they're really looking for is to be able to convince the Greens to get on board with this. Now, the initial response from the Greens so far hasn't been great. We've seen their Treasury spokesman, Nick McKim, say that this is really letting the wealthiest people in the country, get away with being able to squirrel money into super savings when they really should be in other investment vehicles. They don't think it does enough to help people on low incomes. But there hasn't been anything from the Greens to explicitly rule in or out this new proposal. We've only just heard about it in the last few hours. So the Greens are going to go away and look. But ultimately, the government has come to the conclusion that it wasn't going to be able to convince the Greens to get on board with its plan. It was going to be a showdown. It was clear that if they tried to force the issue in the Senate, the Greens weren't going to move and they were going to fail. So this is the government realising they needed to compromise. And as it turns out, they've made one really big compromise. It was definitely open to them to maybe make one of these changes, maybe just offer indexation and keep the rest the same, but they've made a sweeping number of changes to this policy to make it a significantly different one from what they've been talking about from the last 2 years.
Very diplomatic use of the word compromise. Sorry is such a hard word to say. Is the government admitting its proposal was wrong?
No, not at all. The Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, is saying that the objective is the same. What they've done is they've found a different way to do it, that they wanted to make sure that where people have really large amounts of money in their super balances, because there are very few Australians that have more than $3 million in their super accounts. Most people struggle to get enough to retire on comfortably. He's saying the idea was always to make it fairer, to make sure that there's not huge subsidies for people with large super accounts in the form of these very generous tax concessions, and that this is just a tinkering of the way to go about doing that. However, between or underneath the objective might still be there, it is clear that the means through which the government has been trying to do this has been unsuccessful. They have faced resistance, not just from traditional opponents in the coalition, and not just from the Greens, who, it's pretty normal for Labor and the Greens to have differing views, but many on the crossbench have also raised concerns about this. Many in the super sector have raised concerns about the ability to manage these changes, and some of those questions are still there under this newly arranged scheme as well. So that's probably still a question for the coming days. But this is a concession that this government policy was friendless and they had to do something if they were to have any luck of getting it through the Senate. This is a big shift in the hope that it will be enough to win over the Greens. Effectively, Jim Chalmers said, all the reasonable issues that were put to us have been addressed, so there's no excuse now for anyone of good faith to not vote for this. So this is now the attempt to say to the Greens, we will put this forward, we dare you not to pass it now.
Mel, thanks for that.
Let's return to the Middle East now, and there's a renewed sense of hope among Palestinians as aid trucks roll into Gaza and hundreds of thousands of people begin the long march home. Many Palestinians hope the current ceasefire will mean a permanent end to the war, which has reduced much of the Gaza Strip to rubble and killed more than 67,000 Palestinians.
Journalist and Gaza resident Shrouk Al-Alia is the director of AIN Media, an independent production company co-founded by her husband, who was killed in the war. She says while the number of aid trucks entering the Strip has increased, it actually falls short of the number promised in the agreement.
What's supposed to enter today is 600 aid trucks, but actually it is not the number that entered Gaza. Some of part of these tracks went for NGOs, for international organizations. Those organizations will be in charge of the fair distribution of the food. You know, in the past, let me say in the past 8 months, almost 8 months, the army blocked the safe access of aid trucks into Gaza, and this actually created the famine here, and also created the shortage of medication, the shortage of cooking gas, fuel for running hospitals, and also the shortage of the that sheltering materials as tents, wood, and related stuff. But now today we have seen cooking gas trucks entering Gaza, along with other aid trucks for organizations. This is such a good improvement to see trucks entering safely into the Strip, but the number is not the number that's stated in the agreement. But hopefully, the upcoming days will carry more trucks that are coming, regularly on a daily basis.
Well, Roger Shanahan is a Middle East analyst and former Army officer, and he's still with us here in the studio. Roger, thank you so much for staying with us this afternoon. As you can see in the screens there, we're seeing live pictures from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. We don't know yet exactly when we will start to see these hostages released, but just take us through what is expected to happen when these hostages are released back to their families.
Yeah, there were early indications that perhaps the hostages would be brought or handed over in 3 locations. It now appears that it's going to be one central location. They'll be handed over at the same time to the Red Cross, Red Crescent, and then they'll be transported across to Israel. There's been some vision from Israel about the reception area where they're going to be taken to, and obviously there's going to be a battery of medical checks necessary, and at the same time being reunited with their families. So we don't know the time frame for the broader world getting a look or a talk with those hostages, but I think the immediate thing will be their medical condition and obviously reuniting with their families.
It's quite subdued, the pictures coming from Hostages Square, isn't it? I mean, as I say, it is quite early in the morning there. And when we look back to the other hostages release that we saw over the past year or so, some of them were very chaotic, but Israel has put its foot down in terms of how it's done now, hasn't it?
Yeah, certainly. There was nearly, on the Palestinian side, kind of grotesque form of theatre where they were paraded, surrounded by people in Hamas military uniforms, and it was all about Hamas claiming this, making the hostage handover as a form of victory. I think that had a negative effect on them for the national community more broadly, as well as obviously the Israelis, and I think the message has certainly been given to them that this has got to be much more subdued and businesslike, and I think that's why we'll see a very businesslike handover of the hostages to the Red Cross, Red Crescent.
Just quickly, Roger, we've got about 30 seconds left to answer this question, but I guess if you could summarise for us now, there is still a lot more to come from this, though, isn't there?
Certainly, the 20-point peace plan is very vague, very general in what it wants to achieve. There are multiple phases. The details are really not known about those, and they're far more complex than this. But I don't think that should take away from the fact that what will be achieved, hopefully at the end of today, is Israeli hostages being returned, Palestinian prisoners being returned, and I think that's what we should take away from today, and what happens tomorrow happens.
Thanks, Roger. Stay with us here on the ABC News channel. We'll be back in just a few moments.
She was a star in the making.
Representing Australia, Yelena Docking.
The very first day I hit that tennis ball, it was like the love of my life.
But off court, she was barely surviving.
The abuse from my father was quite extreme. I've come to terms that he doesn't love me. He never did.
Never sought your forgiveness.
Never.
The heartbreak and the hope.
It's that fighter in me. The way that you take power away is by speaking up.
Yelena Dokic in conversation with Lee Sales. Australian Story, tonight at 8.
President Trump, how much wealthier are you now than when you returned to the White House?
Profiting from the presidency.
Their net worth has increased by billions of dollars.
As long as I can profit from it, he can do whatever he wants.
Every president benefits from their policies.
Was driving U.S. foreign policy.
Where are you from? The Australian Broadcasting Corporation, Four Corners.
It's an outrageous conflict of interest.
You are hurting Australia very much right now. But President, quiet.
Four Corners, tonight, ABC and ABC iView.
Around here, everybody knows everything about everyone.
You gotta tell me what's got you so scared. What are you running away from?
I won't tell. I've got bigger secrets to worry about.
What secrets? I know you're hiding something.
Mystery Road Origin, Sunday 8:15, or stream it all now on ABC iView. Take a moment to be inspired.
It's fabulous.
This is so impressive. Their bravery has paid off.
I didn't expect to be moved like that.
Welcome to the Hallway of Dreams.
This is out of this world.
Always free, always inspiring on ABC iView.
Hope and anticipation in Tel Aviv, with Hamas preparing to release Israeli hostages in the coming hours.
Aid deliveries into Gaza scaled up, and hundreds of thousands of Palestinians begin returning to destroyed neighbourhoods.
Donald Trump en route to the Middle East for a summit of world leaders in Egypt.
And here, the Cabinet agrees to changes on super tax concessions.
Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Melissa McKay.
And I'm Lorna Dunkley. Hope and anticipation are both high in the Middle East as a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas holds, and preparations are finalised for the imminent release of dozens of hostages.
Large crowds have gathered in Tel Aviv's Hostages Square to welcome home those held captive. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners held by Israel will also be released under Phase 1 of the peace deal.
Well, 20 hostages are believed to still be alive, and they will make their way home more than 2 years after being abducted by the militant group. The bodies of dozens more hostages will also be handed over.
8 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time is the deadline for the hostage release, but exactly when it happens and what we'll see isn't yet clear. Families of hostages have mixed emotions.
I truly hope that this would allow me and the rest of the family to just go back to life soon enough. You know, we've set our lives aside for 2 years, and finally this will be a moment where we can go back to living, we can finally grieve, we can finally lay Tal to rest and move on.
On one hand, as the excitement of what is going to wait for us in 24 hours from now. There's the anticipation for the end of this chapter of war. Hopefully a new chapter of the State of Israel will begin, but also there's a lot of anxiety because there are still 28 families that do not know if they will be reunited with their loved ones.
Well, hospitals in Israel are ready to receive the hostages, with rooms set aside for each of them and their families. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it's the beginning of a new path to healing.
This is a historic event that is tinged with sadness over the release of murderers and joy over the return of our hostages. This is a historic event that some did not believe would happen, but our fighters believed, many in the nation believed, and I believed.
US President Donald Trump is on his way to Israel, where he'll greet the hostages and address the Israeli parliament. He'll then head to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt for a World Leaders Summit on ending the war. Egypt, along with Qatar and Turkey, have mediated the US-led first phase agreement.
I'm not worried about anything. I think we have a great deal, and it's a great deal for everybody. You know, a great deal is a deal where everybody's happy. In every country, they're dancing in the streets. That's a great deal. It's a unique period in time.
Well, desperately needed aid is finally flowing into Gaza, but trucks delivering supplies are being swarmed by starving Palestinians scrambling to grab the bags of food. Humanitarian groups are preparing for a surge of aid to go into the Strip. With Israeli troops operating within agreed lines, residents in Gaza City are now returning to what remains of their homes.
We fled from the area and we've come back to it. To be honest, we were surprised by the destruction at such an unbelievable scale. The most we can say that this is revenge, because today we've come back and we don't know where to go. There is no solution. I mean, we've come here to another crisis.
I want the safety that I can stay on my land, next to my tent. I want a tent to shelter me and my children, and I want safety. Last time I went to my street, there were this many thieves. We want safety. We want something to give us the safety to live in our area. We want water. We want food. We want drink. We want a tent.
Well, in breaking news, the deadline, as we know, for the hostages to be released was 8 p.m. Eastern our time. Israeli media are being quoted right now on the Reuters news agency saying that the release of hostages held in Gaza is expected to begin at 8 o'clock local time in Israel. That would make it 4 p.m. Eastern Australian time. So that will begin from the Netzarim corridor and it will continue at 10 a.m. Israeli time in Gaza's Khan Yunis. So some more structure in the time frame of how things might unfold this afternoon. Obviously, negotiations with Hamas or talking with Hamas has continued to happen to facilitate this. So that's just 2 hours time. The Israeli media are reporting that the hostage releases should begin.
Well, Stephanie March from the ABC's Foreign Correspondent program has joined us in the studio now. Thanks for your time, Steph. As we've just heard, obviously now we have a bit of a better idea of when we might start to see these hostages released, but just take us through how exactly this will happen. There's a lot of difficulties in actually getting hostages home.
Yeah, it's interesting that news, Lorna. The Netzarim corridor is sort of to the in the northern half of Gaza. Khan Yunis is down in the south, so it's unclear whether that means they'll be releasing them in separate groups or whether there might be a procession or some sort of convoy, I suppose, of the hostages coming down from that sort of north half to the southern half to be released. Obviously, this is what everyone in Israel has been hanging on to and hoping for. We've seen those pictures of people gathering in Tel Aviv in Hostages Square for this moment. So there's going to be, I think, a lot of anticipation that it goes smoothly, but it is really unclear. We've only ever seen before a handful of hostages being released in very carefully orchestrated Hamas-controlled situations in the past where they've made a big deal of being seen with their military weapons, with a big crowd of support, obviously something that, would possibly be seen to be on the nose this time, considering Hamas is supposed to be in the process of disarming. So it'll be very interesting to see as we hear more news about how it's exactly going to play out.
You talked about the Netzarim corridor. How long logistically would it take to get from that to Israel? I'm thinking about the time frame of how that unfolds.
Yeah, well, theoretically, in normal times, not very long. It's sort of, probably 20 kilometres or so, but the roads have been destroyed. We keep seeing the pictures of people travelling up and down, trying to get back to the north to Gaza City. I mean, logistically, how you would do that, get people out of the way safely, if it's the Red Cross doing it or if it's Hamas doing it, get people down there, that's really, really unclear. I think there's a lot to sort of yet to be known about exactly what the logistics are going to be. I was reading Israeli media also reporting that the families of captives have been told to be at an airbase by 7:30 in the morning, local time. So if this is supposed to start at about 8, that sort of all starts to line up.
Because I think what happens is that the Red Crescent, the Red Cross, collect them and then take them to a military base where they're then flown in helicopter to the hospitals. Is that right? That's what happened before. Yeah, okay. So as things unfold, 2 drops, it looks like there will be, of hostages. How soon after that do Palestinian prisoners start getting released? Yeah, so
Israeli media are quoting a spokesperson from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister's office, saying that detainees and prisoners, there's nearly 2,000 of them, will be released once Israel's confirmed that all of its hostages that are set to be released are across the border and safely into Israel. But again, we've seen even in the last few hours negotiations over who's actually going to be on that list, who Hamas wants on that list and who Israel's prepared to release. They're still working that out. Up until about 8 hours ago, names and numbers were still changing. Hamas is very keen to get some high-profile prisoners released. One of them, Marwan Barghouti, who's a Palestinian political leader of the Fatah political party. He's been seen by many as a possible future leader for Palestine. Some refer to him as Palestine's Nelson Mandela. Hamas is very keen to get him on the list. Israel is so far refusing. So again, it's still sort of unclear, even as we're really getting close up to that deadline, exactly who's going to be released and when, from the Israeli side to the Palestinian side.
Some of these prisoners, Steph, we know are people who have been on life sentences in Israel, but others are people who have been detained over the last couple of years. What do we know about some of those detainees?
Yeah, well, there's been thousands and thousands of Palestinians who've been detained for various reasons throughout this war in Gaza. A lot of doctors, medical staff, different people have been detained and held by Israel without charge. I think it's 250 of these detainees are prisoners with convictions, and the remainder are people who have just been held throughout the course of this conflict. There's a family I'm in contact with in Gaza. Their 20-year-old son's been missing for over a year. They're hoping desperately that his name turns up on this list, because if it's not, that likely means that he will be one of the bodies they'll be pulling out of the rubble as they go through Gaza City. So there's a lot of people in the West Bank and Gaza who are holding on very closely to see exactly who's going to be on that list.
What have some of your contacts in Gaza been telling you over the last couple of days, Steph? Obviously, we've seen ceasefires before. Is there a sense this time around that this may hold?
One of the people I talked to in Gaza said that for the first time they genuinely felt hope in the air. This time it does feel different. But as you say, ceasefires have collapsed before, twice during this war, and the fighting resumed just as ferociously. So I don't think anyone is under any illusion that that could be a reality this time. But there's obviously so much at stake this time around. The fact that Donald Trump is flying not only to Israel to maybe meet with hostage families, to address the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, but then he's flying on to Egypt to meet with world leaders to talk about this 20-point plan and how it progresses. There's clearly a great deal of confidence being projected, at least by the US president, who wants to be seen as being the peacemaker in all of this. So I think that would give people some hope that this is different to what they've seen before. But many people in Gaza are not willing to sort of believe it until they see it, so to speak.
In terms of the diplomacy that is going on, I mean, it's going to play out later on today, both in Israel and then in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. But Donald Trump very much wants to see this as a victory tour, doesn't he? I mean, how much discussion do you think there is going on at this summit, or is it about the optics?
It's really unclear. He did say as he was getting on Air Force One to fly out, he said the war is over. He was very clear about that. And I'd love to know more about why he thinks that he can be so definitive and this is more than just a ceasefire. Because that 20-point plan, if you look at it, releasing the hostages, ceasing the fighting, getting the aid trucks in, that's the easy part. The hard part is what's going to happen to Gaza. Is Hamas going to disarm as Israel is demanding? There are already early signs they may not be willing to do that. Who is going to take control of Gaza? Hamas came out yesterday and said they will not accept foreign governance over Gaza, even for a transitional period, which is what the plan projects. So I think it's really uncertain, and whether or not there is something definitive signed in Sharm el-Sheikh today, or whether it's a kicking the can down the road over the next year, we will work towards a plan which has happened in other conflict resolutions across the world.
And Netanyahu's not going, is he?
Apparently not. So again, as this is negotiated without Hamas, the peace plan may be signed without Netanyahu being present.
But I have read reports that the Palestinian president might be there.
Possibly. He was supposed to appear at the UN during the General Assembly, but Israel blocked his visa. That's Mahmoud Abbas. So whether he turns up in Egypt to be a part of this deal, but again, you can even see by virtue of the fact that, Netanyahu's not there, Abbas might be there, but Donald Trump is there. He really is the centre of, at the moment, making this work or not.
Can anything be signed without Netanyahu there?
That's a big question. And I think, as we've seen with Donald Trump, he really does want to be seen to be the centre of this, to be the peacemaker, whether this is, a very genuine step towards peace or whether it's more for the optics. I think only sort of time will tell, so to speak. So we'll see how it plays out throughout the course of the day. But it's hard to see how something could be negotiated in such a short time frame that is a lasting, enduring plan that all sides agree to.
Steph, let's talk about the people, shall we? We can still see pictures from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Some are holding up signs with Donald Trump on them, but others have the pictures of their loved ones, whether alive or dead. I mean, this time for those families, those who've been there in Hostages Square every Saturday, for 2 years, incredibly tense moments.
And there are no guarantees for them either. As we said, there's 48 hostages that are supposed to be released today, 20 alive, 28 the remains of 28 hostages. That's a huge effort to get those people out. And we've seen in the past, tragically, when Hamas has repatriated the remains of deceased hostages, some awful, awful outcomes. The Bibas family, the 2 young children whose bodies were returned along, supposedly with their mother, Shiri. It turned out it wasn't her body, it was someone else's. That family had to wait for many more days to get the return of her remains. So again, there's no guarantee that all those people who've been waiting for 2 years, who are standing there at that vigil as the sun rises over Tel Aviv, waiting for this war to finally be over for them, it may not happen smoothly for them either.
I'm interested to know, Steph, how they're so sure that 20 are alive and 28 are dead.
Well, there's obviously communication channels that happen in the background with Hamas through the Qataris throughout all of this. So presumably they've been keeping them updated. But we have heard, throughout the fighting, Hamas say things like, we have lost contact with some of the hostages. We do not know where they are. So it isn't clear. Presumably at this stage, though, they would have told them now who's on that list of who's alive and who's dead. We did hear yesterday that because the IDF have withdrawn to these predetermined lines in Gaza, but they still hold about half the territory, all of Rafah, Bet Hanun in the north, everything along the border. So if any of those hostages' remains are in that 50% of territory, Hamas can't get to them. So that's something that the IDF and partners are going to have to do. So again, it's sort of really unclear exactly how it's all going to play out.
And it had been reported a couple of days ago that Hamas did not have some of the bodies. I mean, we know there are other groups involved here as well, aren't they? Islamic State?
Islamic Jihad, which are another militant faction in Gaza. And I think that's speaking to the fact that they don't have control over a lot of areas. So it may fall to the IDF, to other... And do they actually even know where the remains are? If they're not sure, at times in the war, they haven't been able to get in contact with living hostages and those holding them, it's really hard to know if they will have been able to keep track of those who've died during the conflict or, whose remains are there needing to come out.
So quite subdued scenes, I think you'll agree, in Hostages Square. Steph, you will have seen the pictures and watched what happened there on Saturday night. I mean, media reports that 400,000 people were in and around Hostages Square. Steve Witkoff was there, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner as well. It was quite a moment, though, when the crowd there booed when Benjamin Netanyahu was mentioned.
Yeah, and I think that's what's fascinating about this is they're treating Donald Trump like the leader. You know, he's the one who's responsible for this, not their own Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And I'd imagine for Benjamin Netanyahu, this is a moment that he can claim success because he's been key in brokering this with Donald Trump as well. But what happens to him domestically and internationally is a big question if this war really does come to an end, either now or in coming days or weeks. Benjamin Netanyahu has to face an election before October of next year. He's in a very fractured coalition. Senior cabinet ministers who control factions that are keeping his coalition alive voted against the war ending in this way. He's on incredibly fragile ground. He's also got warrants out for his arrest by the ICC. So the fact that his own people, as you said, hundreds of thousands of people potentially were booing him in public or booing his name in public, it does raise a lot of questions about what Benjamin Netanyahu's future looks like as a politician inside Israel.
I wonder, Steph, whether we should just go back and reflect on how it came to this. I mean, it was only just over 2 years ago that Hamas launched those horrific attacks.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the question, isn't it? When did this particular war, this particular part of the conflict started on October 7 when Hamas launched those horrific attacks invading Gaza through multiple points, through the air, through the land, through the sea. 1,200 people were killed, 250 people were taken hostage back to Gaza, and the lives of ordinary Gazans were turned upside down and obliterated from that point on. I mean, Gaza has been under the control of Hamas and a blockade since 2006, so there's been a long time of, you know, Gazans having to sort of live with a degree of occupation and oppression, and then to have these last 2 years be such a horror for people on both sides of that occupation line, to finally have this potentially be over, I think is a huge moment, and there's just must be so much hope and angst about whether or not this is the real deal. Is it really coming to an end?
Steph, we've been seeing over the last couple of hours, last couple of days, of the number of Palestinians returning home or returning to where they used to live. But what exactly is it that they are returning to? It's been 2 years of war, particularly those in Gaza City, which has just been the centre of a really intense bombardment.
Yeah, so there are estimates that between 80 and 90% of all buildings in Gaza have been destroyed or partially destroyed. So this is a place that's home to 2 million people, was before the war. It's still close to that. So these are people who've been pushed into a tiny pocket of land in the centre and southern area, living in tents. What we saw in Gaza City in the last few weeks of the war was the IDF really ramped up its bombardment, saying that it was Hamas's final stronghold. And that saw hundreds of thousands of people just in the last few weeks pushed out of Gaza City. They're the people that we're seeing, these pictures we're looking at right now, going back to see if their homes are still there, going back to see if they can find their belongings. There's reports that 500,000 people have gone back in just the last few days. So some of them will be those who were displaced in the last few weeks. Some of them will have been displaced earlier on in the war. But it's also important to remember that, as I said, the IDF still control about half of the Gaza Strip. So the people who live in Rafah, they can't go home without great risk to their own safety because the IDF is still there. The people who live in Bet Hanun, which is up in the north. And then once people, even if they are going home to Gaza City, I mean, what are they going back to? It's rubble. It's almost worse than nothing because that rubble has to be cleared. I was in Syria early in the year in Homs, which has been decimated by a 14-year civil war. On every pile of rubble was a phone number. And it was so people could call to get the rubble removed. Someone's got to pay for that. Someone's got to do it. UNRWA, the UN Relief and Works Agency, suggests that it'll take more than 15 years just to clear the rubble out of Gaza. That's not even thinking about rebuilding. The supply is going to come in on these 500 to 600 aid trucks. The road ahead for people, and then also finding out what's happened to the 10,000 people or so who are still missing. The road ahead for people and what they're going home to is still a massive uncertainty.
Exactly. You mentioned this family that you'd been in touch with who were missing their 20-year-old son and concerned that they might find him in the rubble in Gaza. That's just heartbreaking and a horrific thing for a family to have to find.
Yeah, and it's really awful actually. We did a foreign correspondent program we filmed over the last few months that went to air a couple of weeks ago, just before the fighting stopped. And this family, their son, they'd been moved to the central area sort of early on in the fighting because their home had been destroyed in the north, and he sort of wanted to prove to his dad his manliness, and he tried to go back there crossing IDF territory, and they never heard from him again. Optimistically, they hope that he's among the 1,200 or so or more detainees that Israel will be handing back. We contacted the IDF while we're working on the story, and they said they have no record of him. So it's more likely that this young man will be found somewhere, if at all, in the rubble. But that's the situation for so many families in Gaza, just this absolute unknown. We saw some pictures overnight of twin adult men who thought the other one was dead, and they found each other in the street. I mean, it's remarkable, but I think there's going to be, for all those stories of hope and joy and people finding each other again, there's going to be many more where they don't.
And Steph, we've got some different live shots coming to us now. This is in southern Israel. It's in Reem, the kibbutz of Reem, which is located in the south of the country, close, of course, to the Gaza Strip. The kibbutz was completely evacuated, obviously, after those attacks on October the 7th, but the speculation being that this is where one of the handover points will be.
Yeah, I think that's an airbase. And I think what might happen is that they will come out, the hostages will be brought out to that airbase where they may meet with some of their family members before then being taken to those hospitals we saw pictures of before, where they've actually set up, much more permanent spaces for not only the returnees but also for their families. And you can see there's people lining the streets next to that what looks like an airbase with Israeli flags, and we saw just a minute ago some yellow flags, which is the colour and the symbol of the hostages. That's for more than 700 days now the colour that people in Israel have been associating with getting their loved ones and their fellow Israelis and other foreigners freed. So that's the airbase I was reading where families have been told to turn up to at 7:30 in the morning local time.
It'll all be carefully orchestrated, won't it? The Israeli
on both the Israeli side, I imagine. I don't know about
the
the
military
Gaza side.
and the political aspects of this are so carefully organised and choreographed, aren't they?
Indeed, and I think the fact that Donald Trump is reportedly going to be meeting with hostage families and speaking at the Knesset, there's a great deal of confidence clearly that this is going to go ahead smoothly, because we've seen in the past hostage transfers and handovers be delayed, but usually that's by a matter of hours, and hopefully there are no delays in this case. But yeah, there's a lot riding on this going smoothly, I suppose, for both sides to maintain this ceasefire and this cessation of fighting, and to meet what has been agreed to, which is essentially that all the hostages be released by 8 p.m. Australian time, noon in Australian East Coast time, noon in Israel. It sounds like a long time, 72 hours, but it's not when you think about the logistics of what has to be done.
Yeah, and President Trump's only around for such a short time because he wants to get back to a Charlie Kirk memorial. Because the hostages and their families are in one part of Israel and the Knesset is in another part. I mean, the logistics of that, and then to Sharm el-Sheikh.
Yeah, I know. And I think he lands at like 5:30. He arrives in Tel Aviv at 5:30 Australian East Coast time. He speaks at 7 p.m. at the Knesset.
Right.
And then he's on straight to Sharm el-Sheikh, where he speaks at about 9 p.m. tonight. So it's a massively, packed, tight schedule. So there's obviously a great degree of confidence that it's going to go smoothly. Whether he'd move on to Cairo, to Egypt without the hostages being released, if there is some kind of delay, who knows? But as you say, he wants to return to the US to deliver this medal posthumously to Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated. So there's a lot for the president to do, but I do think this is one occasion where he wants to imprint his role into people's memories, that he was the one who managed to do what Joe Biden, his predecessor, couldn't, what some in the Israeli government still don't want to have happen, which is to bring an end to the fighting and get these hostages back.
6:25, I think, in the morning there in Israel, and those crowds gathering now at Hostages Square very patiently. I suspect the mood will start building once this new information. We should point to our viewers that the information on Israeli media is that the beginning of the exchange might start in the next couple of hours or so, hour and a half. As that information flows through to those that are in Hostages Square, that the anticipation will rise. But they won't probably, Steph, see speeches at this stage. It's just a wait and anticipate.
I'd imagine so. I mean, again, in previous hostage handovers, which have been much smaller, you've seen live pictures coming out of Gaza from the Hamas side, the very carefully orchestrated hostages being brought out onto stage, handed a certificate, being forced to wave. One of them even felt like he had to kiss his captor on the forehead before he was allowed to go free, which have shocked and horrified people. But, you know, those are the types of pictures, along with when those hostages start arriving on the Israeli side of the border, whether they're reunited with family members in a small group initially and then brought up to have proper medical checks. But those are the sort of pictures that people that we're looking at right now will be waiting to see, is to see those faces of those people who've been gone now for more than 700 days, especially when we look back to one of the last hostage releases. You know, 3 men came out looking so gaunt and unwell, and it just enraged many in Israel. So seeing the condition that these captives have been in, and Hamas has said repeatedly over recent weeks and months that the hostages are having to survive in the same conditions as Gazans, and we know that parts of Gaza are in famine. So the likelihood that these hostages are going to be coming out looking, the 20 that are supposedly alive, looking well is unlikely. So I imagine that whilst it's going to be a moment of relief, you know, seeing those people for the first time will be quite a shock.
Still very early in the morning in Tel Aviv. We'll know a couple of hours now until the first hostages are expected to sort of start to be released. We can hear the music there as that anticipation is building. We've seen over the last couple of hours, as those pictures have been coming in, the crowds building in Hostages Square as well. I think we can take a listen to sort of what the mood is like on the ground there.
As we watch these pictures, Steph, we should point out as well that we talked about Benjamin Netanyahu being less than popular in Hostages Square, but people in Israel as well are conflicted about how they feel what has happened.
You talk to people, I talk to people in Israel, and they say it really has divided society, as it has, you know, this war has divided societies across the world. Our own in Australia, not an exception to that. The numbers in Hostages Square do seem immense, but, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu does still have quite a strong political base. And the reason for the opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel from the hostage families in particular is there's a body of evidence that's been reported on that there have been opportunities that Benjamin Netanyahu has missed in the past, you know, reportedly for his own political survival, to get these hostages released to end this war. Because, as I said, it's a fragile coalition that he's in. He has 2 particular coalition partners who essentially, one of them has said, you know, Gaza is a real estate bonanza. They want to occupy Gaza. They don't want to see Palestinians being able to remain in Gaza in the way that they are. So he's still facing that internal opposition, and because of having to manage that politics, you know, perhaps this war has dragged on for a lot longer than it should. So, you know, the mixed feelings for him, again, are playing down into society as well. You've also got, you know, an enormous number of IDF soldiers, some whom are very young, who are being deployed to Gaza for the first time, who've had to engage in this war. So the different levels of society that this has touched in Israel can't be understated, and as a result, everyone, presumably like in any society, there are many different views about whether the war should continue or whether it should end.
Just as I said, there wouldn't be speeches. There clearly is somebody up on the stage at the front leading a chant and I guess bringing everyone together and building the momentum. Many people in the crowds there holding up their photos because what it does come back to today, Steph, there in Hostages Square is the 20 living hostages and the 28 who are believed to be deceased. And when you look at this picture, they're all young men.
That's because early on in the war, most of the hostage exchanges were for firstly children and then women and then, young women who were serving in the IDF, many who were captured from a base just inside the Israeli side of the border. And so those remaining, as we can see the photos there, they're young men of military age. And knowing that everyone in Israel, Israel has conscription, has to serve in the IDF, the view of Hamas would be essentially, you're holding soldiers, you're holding people of fighting age. So it's a more, I suppose, palatable form of, of prisoners of war. You could look at it in one way, or hostages, So I think that's why they've been the last ones on the list. And we have seen previously IDF soldiers being held hostage in Gaza for many years, like 6 years. One of them was held for before he was released. So, it's not the first time that Hamas has used this tactic. And in the past, life does go on whilst that person, or in this case, these 20 people, are having to suffer. But I think the volume of people, 20 of them still remaining, is sort of too outsized for people to ignore.
Steph, thank you very much for that. And bringing us the breaking news that we are now expecting, or at least the Israeli media is reporting, that within the next hour and a half, the hostage exchange could begin. We'll speak to you again later.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, back home, let's turn to today's other top story. And Treasurer Jim Chalmers has outlined changes to his stalled superannuation tax reform bill for people with balances of more than $3 million.
After 2 years of saying there was no room to move, 6 changes have been endorsed by the Cabinet. Political reporter Adam Langenberg has the details.
About the only thing that remains the same from these changes that Treasurer Jim Chalmers has announced today is that for people with balances in their super of more than $3 million, there will be a higher concessional tax rate. But he has caved in to some criticism that's been unrelenting since these changes were announced 2 years ago. The first is that it will now only apply to realised capital gains, not unrealised as initially proposed, and it will index these new thresholds year on year. So what we're going to see is for people with balances of more than $3 million on their annual earnings, they're going to have a concessional tax rate of 30% going forward. And for people with balances of more than $10 million, that tax rate is going to be 40%. Now, that's going to raise a little bit less than expected. It was initially supposed to be $6.2 billion over the forward estimates. That's now going to reduce to $2 billion over the forward estimates. But Treasurer Jim Chalmers says that's mostly because these new changes are going to take effect a year later than expected. He's now hoping that they'll get through by July 1, 2026. The other big change is an increase to the low-income super tax offset for low-income earners of up to $45,000. That's going to increase from $500 to $810. Now, all the media commentary so far is Treasurer Jim Chalmers has been rolled by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who's never quite been as confident and exuberant about these changes as the Treasurer has. Lots of questions got put to the Treasurer today at his press conference. Here's what he had to say.
First of all, I don't accept that because what we're talking about here is tax reform in super, which makes the system more sustainable. And we found another way to do that. The Prime Minister and I have had discussions over recent months about finding another way to satisfy the same objectives, and that's what's happened here. I do accept that this is a change to the proposal that we made more than 2 years ago. And I think what it demonstrates about me as Treasurer, but also more importantly about the government as a whole, is that we work through these issues in a considered and methodical way. We're always looking for the best way forward, and I'm confident this is it.
So Adam, what are the chances of this actually being supported in Parliament?
Mel, these changes have a bit of something for everyone. There's the low-income super tax offset to try and get the progressive side of politics and the Greens on board. And then there's some changes for the coalition who'd talked about the unrealised gains being a deal breaker for them and the lack of indexation. So Treasurer Jim Chalmers now is able to walk into the room and say, let's support this and get it going. He said he's had productive conversations already with Greens leader Larissa Waters. We're expecting to hear from her very soon. The Treasurer says he's hopeful. He doesn't expect a big fight from the superannuation lobby either. So it'll be really interesting to see how the government goes about getting this through. But there are big changes now, and there'll be questions for Jim Chalmers to answer for a long time about how he's gone from 2 years of insisting that it's his way or the highway, and now there's significant moves away from that.
All right, Adam, thanks very much for the update. We're going to take you to Maroochydore in Queensland now, where the Deputy Opposition Leader Ted O'Brien has been speaking.
So the Prime Minister jets overseas and leaves his Treasurer to be publicly humiliated. Jim Chalmers' super tax has been thrown out. Jim Chalmers has been chewed up and his super tax has been chucked out. Today is a victory for a coalition of common sense against a Labor government addicted to spending and taxes. I welcome today's decision to dump a tax which was always super big and super bad. I want to say thank you to my coalition colleagues who fought this tax every step of the way, together with industry experts, economists and even Labor luminaries, all of whom pointed out the bleeding obvious. You cannot cross a red line in tax law. You cannot just hike taxes up and then leave them not indexed. We have known for a very long time that this tax is very bad for Australians, but the Treasurer refused to budge. Now finally, the government has made the right decision to dump its superannuation tax regime that it was planning on introducing. Now the Treasurer has to explain where he's going to get $4 billion to plug the black hole that now exists in the budget. Today's decision creates that black hole. At this stage, all we know is the Treasurer will go after other people with higher taxes, or he'll just throw it on the national credit card and leave it to the next generation of Australians to pay off. Today is indeed a humiliating day for the Treasurer, but it is a victory for common sense. It's a victory for everyday Australians who are otherwise going to be stung by this tax, which was fundamentally unfair. Happy to take any questions.
Does this decision satisfy your concerns about it?
The decision to dump the superannuation tax plan of Labor is a good decision. We welcome it. It should have been dumped long ago.
Are you more willing now to back these changes?
Well, the Treasurer might call this tax reform. In fact, this is just a get-out-of-jail card for the Treasurer who's been chewed up by his own Cabinet colleagues. This is not tax reform on the part of the Treasurer. All we know is he now has a new plan for a whopping big tax. We look forward to reading the detail.
Talk about income taxes not being indexed. Income taxes are not indexed, should they be?
Well, one of the problems we saw in Labor's plan was it was introducing a new tax on superannuation balances, where the average hard-working income earner in their 20s would be stung by that tax. Indeed, you had the likes of Paul Keating prosecuting the same concerns. It is one of the many things we pointed out as a coalition why this tax was super big, super bad. We opposed it every step of the way. And I want to say that today really is a victory for the coalition of common sense over a very tax-hungry Labor government.
But the question's about income tax brackets. You're talking about how taxes should be indexed, not crossing that red line, but income tax brackets are not indexed. Should they be?
Well, there's no doubt that tax brackets will continue to be an issue discussed because Labor's only plan to bring Australia back into balance with its budget is to increase people's personal income taxes. There's no doubt about that. It's in black and white. That is Labor's tax plan, which is why it's so desperate, because this government keeps spending. Instead of saying the first task is to stop the spending spree, Labor is saying the first task is to tax Australians more. We oppose that. The Coalition believes in lower, simpler and fairer taxes.
But would the Coalition index tax brackets?
We've been very clear that Labor's plan on its superannuation tax has been unfair. That's what we're talking about today. There'll be a lot of time to be talking about tax moving forward, and I look forward to that discussion, because the difference between Labor and the Coalition is Labor is treating superannuation as a cash cow to feed its spending addiction, whereas the Coalition sees superannuation as the means by which hard-working Australians can save for their own futures.
Will you be asking the government for further changes before you throw your support behind this?
Well, the Treasurer has a lot of explaining to do. The Coalition will read the details before coming to any conclusion, which is the usual process, of course. All we do see is yet another whopping big tax idea from a Treasurer who can't stop spending. But today, again, is a victory for the Coalition of common sense. We now see a terrible tax that was going to hurt hard-working, forgotten Australians all across the country, dumped by the government. The Treasurer has been chewed up and his tax plan has now been chucked out. That's a win for everyday Australians. Thanks very much.
Hello, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, g'day, Mr. O'Brien. You did say soon after being appointed in this portfolio that two red lines for you that would preclude discussions about a deal on superannuation tax would be indexation, a lack of indexation in the previous package, and unrealised capital gains tax. Given that Labor has dropped or changed both those elements of its policy, it's effectively a complete new package now. Does this mean that you will consider supporting it?
Well, I've made very clear that the Coalition had multiple concerns with Labor's super tax. Super big, super bad. Why? Because it was a massive tax hike. It was a tax of theoretical profits, and it failed to index its plan. Now, the government has scrapped that bad tax policy. Now, the Treasurer has a new idea. But if we can learn a lesson from this experience, it is do not trust this Treasurer. His word cannot be trusted, but nor can his colleagues actually support his own plans. So let's wait to see the detail. I won't be preempting our own considerations as a coalition. Today, though, is ultimately a victory for hard-working Australians and their savings, and for that, I think we should all be very pleased.
All right, we'll leave that there. That was Deputy Opposition Leader Ted O'Brien speaking there after the Treasurer announced changes to super tax concessions. The opposition there welcoming the reform, calling the changes a victory for common sense.
I just want to remind you that we are keeping an eye across the situation in southern Israel, where in the next hour and 15 minutes, potentially, there could be some movement as hostages who have been held by Hamas for the past 2 years start to appear. This is an Israeli base. Military base. We think it's where the families are being, the hostage families are being taken to or told to arrive at, that will receive the first of the hostages that are being released by Hamas. Israeli media telling us that that may well happen 8 a.m. local time there, which would be 4 p.m. Australian Eastern time. So more people gathering there as there is anticipation. So we're watching that. We're also watching Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, where thousands and thousands of people will gather throughout the morning. They are watching on big screens images like this as well to keep across and just feel the solidarity amongst each other. Other images that we have coming into us here at the ABC are from inside Gaza, Gaza City, where obviously it's complete devastation and rubble, but a path has been cleared through an area of Gaza City. And there is some speculation that that might be the route that the Red Cross, the Red Crescent, will take in order to receive the hostages and then deliver them back to Israel. So we're across all of those feeds, images coming to us from the Middle East, and we'll bring you any developments as soon as they happen.
Let's get some finance news now. David Chow is here in the studio with us. Hi there, David. So tensions between the US and China have ramped up again. It's led to a pretty bad day on the markets.
That's right, a lot of red on the market boards, and it really kicked off on Saturday morning when Donald Trump put out a post on Truth Social threatening to impose extra tariffs on China, increase the tariff on Chinese imports by an additional 100%. On top of that, he threatened to cancel a meeting that he had scheduled of Chinese President Xi Jinping, which was meant to take place in South Korea later this year. And that's led to a war of words. China putting out a statement basically accusing the US of double standards, because basically the issue is that Donald Trump didn't like the fact that China was putting out export controls on rare earths, and China saying, but America seems to be okay with the fact that it's got export controls on AI chips being sent to China. So let's take a look at the market reaction as a result of that. So let's take a look at the global markets first. So basically there was a $3 trillion Australian dollar wipeout on Wall Street over the weekend. So the S&P 500 lost almost 3%, with tech stocks bearing the brunt of the selling, and the Nasdaq down 3.6%. European markets also felt some of that anxiety, with Britain's FTSE down nearly 1%. Now, take note of those really sharp falls and now compare it to the Australian market, which is down just 0.8%, which is a significant fall, but nowhere near that bad compared to what's happening in the US and Europe. Gold mining stocks are doing well, but those big gains there are being offset by even bigger losses from Australian tech and energy stocks. And in terms of the market reaction, currency markets, that's an interesting one. So the Aussie dollar was hit hard over the weekend. It dropped as low as 64.5 US cents, but it's made a strong recovery, now back at 65.2 US.
OK, David, so what's changed? Why is the Australian market not doing as badly compared to markets overseas?
Okay, well, the first reason is that we don't have anywhere near as major tech stocks compared to America. So their share market's gone up a lot more because of the AI rally and trade. So, you know, we haven't gone up as much as them, but on days like this, we haven't gone down as much as them because we don't have much of a tech sector. But the other reason has to do with something called the TACO trade. TACO, an acronym for Trump, always chickens out, especially after his latest social media post, which was put out overnight. So let's bring it up. He says, don't worry about China. It will all be fine. Highly respected President Xi just had a bad moment. He doesn't want depression for his country, and neither do I. The USA wants to help China, not hurt it. President DJT. So that's like a complete 180 compared to threatening tariffs and threatening to walk out of a meeting with China's president. So that very much is that TACO mentality in action. Trump always chickens out. So I guess he has a tendency, whenever financial markets have a bit of a meltdown, he gets a bit worried and then he walks back on his threat. So it's often been remarked that his bark is definitely a lot worse than his bite in practice. So as I mentioned, it relates. Donald Trump's issue was something China announced last weekend with export control. So China controls most of the processing of rare earth minerals, and these are used to make magnets, which are essential for cars, the defense industry, and AI worldwide. And if these export controls do go into effect, then it will lead to huge disruption to basically the tech sector worldwide. And Donald Trump views that as a national security threat. Hence, the threatened tariff actions against China. But it seems that he's walked away from the worst of those threats. So it appears to only really be a negotiation tactic to try and get China back on the table to agree to a more favourable deal to the US. And that's partially why the Australian market's not doing as badly. So it seems a buy the dip mentality has eventuated. So people are desensitised to Trump tweets, essentially.
All right, David, thank you very much for that. That's the finance news with David. Recapping today's top story, hope and anticipation both high in the Middle East as the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas holds, and preparations are finalised now for the imminent release of dozens of hostages.
We can bring you some live pictures from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv now, where families of hostages have gathered ahead of their release. We're also seeing live pictures from other parts of Israel and as well as Gaza. We are expecting the first release of hostages to take place in just over an hour. That's at 4 p.m. Eastern Time here in Australia. That's expected to take place at the Netzarim corridor in Gaza, an area that has been occupied by Israel for much of the war.
Yeah, and approximately 2 hours later, though this is fluid, the next group of hostages will be released from Khan Yunis. 20 hostages are believed to still be alive and will be reunited with their families more than 2 years after being taken captive by Hamas on October the 7th, 2023.
The bodies of dozens more hostages will also be handed over. Exactly what we're going to see during that time isn't entirely clear. What we do know is that hostages will be handed over to the Red Cross, who are then expected to transport them over the border into Israel. Hospitals in Israel are ready to receive the hostages. We've just been seeing rooms there set aside for each of them and their families. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners being held in Israel are also expected to then be released in return.
Well, at some point between those two waves of hostage releases, the US President Donald Trump will arrive in Israel. We're looking towards after 5 o'clock Australian Eastern Time for that. He will greet the hostages. There is some speculation. He'll certainly is saying that he will meet some of the families of hostages, and he is then going off to address the Israeli parliament. And then, after a few hours in Israel, he'll head off to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt for a World Leaders Summit on ending the war.
Desperately needed aid is finally flowing into Gaza, but as we can see there, trucks delivering supplies are being swarmed by starving Palestinians scrambling to grab bags of food. Humanitarian groups are now preparing for a surge of aid to get into the Strip. With Israeli troops operating within agreed lines, residents in Gaza City are now also returning to what remains of their homes.
Well, Rabin Medical Centre is one of the 3 hospitals that are waiting to receive surviving hostages. It's unknown how many hostages they'll be treating. Their Deputy Director of the Bellinson Hospital, Dr. Oshrat Fonoyativ, says the process of the handover will be very similar to the releases that we saw earlier this year.
Actually, it's a thrilling moment. The procedure is they go to the border and they are received by the initial team and the immediate family. So in this case, the parents will probably, or for sure, will be at the border meeting with their loved ones. And only after that, and after a quick survey, they get on the helicopter and fly into the hospitals. And on that moment, we are awaiting there. And when the helicopter opens, we go inside, introduce ourselves, say welcome, look what is needed to do at that moment. And very, very quickly, it's a very short drive into the department. And there they can meet the rest of the family if they choose. and friends, and of course to start getting all the medical treatments and care that we provide for them. We take very great consideration of what they want to do and take it slowly by their pace. And if there is no rush, this is what we do. We let them get into the normal way of living, and only then we take care of medical problems or medical issues that are not an emergency.
Well, we're continuing our special coverage of the ceasefire in Gaza, and we're expecting the alive Israeli hostages who were taken by Hamas to be released in the coming hours. Ali Mamouri is a Middle East analyst and research fellow in Middle Eastern Studies at Deakin University and joins us now in the studio. Ali, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. This ceasefire that we're seeing now, we've been reporting today, it appears to be holding. We're waiting to see the hostages released. What do you think that the feeling on the ground is in the Middle East at the moment about this ceasefire in particular, obviously not being the first one that we've had in the last couple of years?
Of course, it's a very big emotional moment for Israelis, for the families that waited for their hostages for over 2 years, and some of them are dead, so the moment should be happy and sad at the same time. It's a very understandable, emotional image we're gonna see very soon. But at the same time, we need to remember also the Palestinian side. More than about 70,000 people were killed, most of them women and children, and they don't have any prospect, any future in their image about the future of this conflict. And also there is a very outrage and very anger emotions across the Middle East about the conflict in general, which lasted for about 70 years. The good thing about this moment that is not just ceasefire, there is at least a plan for peace talk. After about 2 decades, the last peace talk that we had, it was in 2008. There was no any peace talk during all this time. So we have a peace talk. The peace talk has some workable and realistic factors, and hopefully we can see some changes. However, at the same time, there is concern about ignoring the West Bank, because all the talk now is about just Gaza City, not about the West Bank, about the Jerusalem, about the right of refugees to return. They are all outstanding issues and we don't know the result.
We're expecting to see Donald Trump heading to Egypt to take part in some further peace talks, but just take us through, you sort of touched on them there, what some of these sticking points will be for those discussions. And as we understand it, Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't appear to be heading to those conversations.
Yeah, of course. We know that Donald Trump presented 20 points peace plan for the future of Gaza. There are 3 main sectors that will be touched: the security, the governance of Gaza, and also the humanitarian situation. However, at the same time, Donald Trump said that he's not expecting more than a general agreement at this summit. So the details will come later, and we know evil always laid on the details. So on the details section, which will come in the future, we're gonna see some kind of Israelis' objections to so many details about the topic. The other positive things that there are about 30 countries involved, from Arab and Muslim countries, new countries like Indonesia and Pakistan with a great influence in the Muslim world, the Gulf states, which are very wealthy and can be a guarantee for reconstruction.
How important do you think they were, Ali Mamouri, in actually pushing President Trump, if you like, over that line to put his foot down to both Netanyahu and Hamas? How important were those Arab leaders that he met on the sidelines of the UN summit?
I think they are very important, especially that US President had a trip to the region a few months ago, and he made multi-trillions deals with these countries, and these countries are trying to find alternative for the US gradually. Some of them already turned toward China and Russia to some certain. So the US is in a cross point, needs to show itself as a more assertive and as a more realistic and as a more dependent actor.
Ali Mamouri, Stay there for a moment. Thank you very much for joining us. We are going to continue our coverage of what is happening in the Middle East, and it's always interesting to get your thoughts on that. So don't go anywhere for just a moment, but we also do have to welcome some of our viewers elsewhere.
Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Melissa McKay.
And I'm Lorna Dunkley. We are moving ever closer to seeing hostages walk to freedom in Tel Aviv.
The first release of the remaining 20 men will take place in just over an hour, expected at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That will happen at the Netzarim corridor in Gaza, an area that's been occupied by Israel for much of the war. Approximately 2 hours later, the next group of hostages will be released from Khan Yunis. 20 hostages are believed to still be alive and will be reunited with their families more than 2 years after being taken captive by Hamas on October 7, 2023. The bodies of dozens more hostages will also be handed over. Exactly what we'll see during that time isn't entirely clear, but we do know that the hostages will be handed over to the Red Cross, who will then transport them over the border to Israel. Hospitals in Israel are ready to receive the hostages, with rooms set aside for each of them and their families. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners being held in Israel will also be released in return. We've been seeing live pictures from Tel Aviv of families gathering. We've also seen families of hostages sharing their mixed emotions.
I truly hope that this would allow me and the rest of the family to just go back to life soon enough. You know, we've set our lives aside for 2 years, and finally this will be a moment where we can go back to living. We can finally grieve, we can finally lay Tal to rest and move on.
On one hand, there's the excitement of what is going to wait for us in 24 hours from now. There's the anticipation for the end of this chapter of war. Hopefully a new chapter of the State of Israel will begin, but also there's a lot of anxiety because there are still 28 families that do not know if they will be reunited with their loved ones.
Well, at some point between those two waves of Israeli hostages being released, US President Donald Trump will arrive in Israel. He'll greet hostages and their families, we're told, and then address the Israeli parliament. After that, he heads off to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt for a world leaders summit on ending the war.
I'm not worried about anything. I think we have a great deal, and it's a great deal for everybody. You know, a great deal is a deal where everybody's happy. In every country, they're dancing in the streets. That's a great deal. It's a unique period in time.
Desperately needed aid is finally flowing into Gaza, but trucks delivering supplies are being swarmed by starving Palestinians scrambling to grab bags of food. Humanitarian groups are now preparing for a surge of aid to get into the Strip, with Israeli troops operating within agreed lines. Residents in Gaza City are now returning to what remains of their homes.
We fled from the area and we've come back to it. To be honest, we were surprised by the destruction at such an unbelievable scale. The most we can say that this is revenge, because today we've come back and we don't know where to go. There is no solution. I mean, we've come here to another crisis.
I want the safety that I can stay on my land, next to my tent. I want a tent to shelter me and my children. And I want safety. Last time I went to my street, there were this many thieves. We want safety. We want something to give us the safety to live in our area. We want water. We want food. We want drink. We want a tent.
Well, Stephanie March from the ABC's Foreign Correspondent program joins us in the studio now. Steph, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. You've been covering this unfolding situation in the Middle East at the moment, chatting to us throughout today. We're seeing a lot of live pictures coming in. We're expecting to start to see the first of the hostages released in the next hour or so. How can we expect this all to sort of unfold over the next few hours?
Well, it's really unclear still. As we've been hearing this morning, families have been told of the hostages to gather in Reem, which is in Israel, on the Israeli side of the border, not far from Gaza, where that first release of hostages is potentially going to take place at about 8 a.m. their time. It's expected that then there will be another later release, possibly 2 hours later, from Khan Yunis, which is further down in the south.
We've actually got the pictures of Khan Yunis now as well.
Right, I think that's Nasser Hospital, and I think the thinking is that the Red Cross vehicles may come past that street when they are bringing the hostages or going to pick them up. Just reading in Israeli media, there are reports that Red Cross buses have arrived in Deir al-Balah, which is in the centre of the Gaza Strip, ahead of the expected hostage release. But what we don't know is exactly... There's 20 living hostages. We're hearing about 2 possible release locations, the Netzarim corridor in the central and the north central area, and then in Khan Yunis down the bottom. It's not exactly clear how many hostages and who will be coming from each section and where they'll be coming to. Hopefully there's been a great deal of coordination, so the families are meeting the right hostages on the right side. But yeah, there's still a lot of questions on exactly what it's going to look like. Obviously, the Red Cross will be involved on the Gaza side, as they have been in all previous hostage handovers, and then it will be up to the IDF to take over on the Israeli side.
And Steph, can you give us a bit of an idea of how, where these 2 potential release points are and how logistically people will be able to get from there into Israel and how that sort of, what the distance is, how that could actually happen?
Yeah, well, Gaza's very skinny, as we know. And one of these points, the Netzarim corridor, is sort of just south of Gaza City. So it's starting to get to the area where a lot of the IDPs and the displaced people are. The other one, Khan Yunis, is further down in the south, which is sort of the bottom of where they're both on the edge sort of the areas where the IDF has had control over for the recent months of the war. And then it's obviously Israel controls all the crossings along that border. The only one they don't control is the one with Egypt, the Rafah crossing down the bottom, which we're not talking about. So presumably it'll be quite easy to get them to those crossings controlled by the IDF. And I did read earlier there might be helicopters involved taking them from the presumably Israeli side of the border to those bigger hospitals and cities in Tel Aviv. But again, it's an unprecedented number of hostages being handed over in one go. Previously, we've seen, a handful, 3 or 4, being handed over in very dramatic, highly sort of orchestrated proceedings with Hamas standing there in their military garb with huge crowds of supporters, ostensibly supporters, as the hostages have been forced to wave and parade in front of the cameras. It doesn't seem like that's going to be what's happening this time, but we never know. As I said, we're seeing their pictures, Gaza just looks like it's a normal old day, and it's hard to know exactly how Hamas is going to play this, if they're going to want to be seen to be very much in control or if they're happy to let the Red Cross kind of take over.
I don't know what to make of this, Steph. Reuters have just seen a statement from Hamas in which it publishes the names of the 20 Israeli hostages to be released. It would seem that we know that, or is that Hamas trying to take back some sort of authority and control? It's just an odd statement to make, don't you think?
Possibly. It wowould depend a lot whether that lines up with the 20 that are believed to be alive or the 28 who are believed to be deceased. There's 48 in total, and as it's uncertain. You presume that there's a degree of confidence on both sides about who is alive and who is not, but this is a war zone. It has been for 2 years. These hostages have been, held under the same conditions as Gazans, being bombarded every day by the IDF. So if there's still a level of confusion about who's alive, who's not alive, I mean, to some extent that wouldn't be surprising, but at the same time, the stakes are so high for both sides on getting this right. Other than stopping the fighting and getting the aid in, it is the first step in this really complicated 20-point plan, and if they can't get this right, that doesn't bode well for the rest of it. So potentially it is Hamas trying to assert some level of authority or control over the process. Obviously, they have lost a lot of control in Gaza and politically, not only physical territory. And also there have been a lot of negotiations, going on up until the 11th hour about who exactly from the Palestinian prisoner side Israel is going to release. And Hamas have been been making demands, and Israel have been either agreeing or rejecting those demands. So you're right, it could be a way of Hamas trying to assert its authority in this process.
Who are these guys?
So these are presumably the 20 hostages who remain alive. Now, they've been held in Gaza for more than 730 days. Some of them were IDF soldiers who were captured trying to fight back against that Hamas and factions invasion and horrific assault on southern Israel on October 7, 2023. Others were, residents in kibbutzim who were living their life and who were taken hostage and have been held, as I said, in the exact same conditions that Gazans have been living in. They all have families, desperate to see them come out alive, hoping that they're going to be looking well, but they've been held for so long in tunnels, with very limited, if at all, any medical care. There are reports they're in various stages of health. Some have severe asthma, some have injuries that haven't been properly treated. And as we saw in one of the last hostage releases earlier this year, some of the men have come out looking really emaciated. We saw some hostage videos coming out a few months ago, which have enraged the Israeli public, seeing the conditions that their fellow citizens are being kept in. So I think a lot will be writing on exactly how they appear to have been cared for during their time in captivity and what sort of state they're in physically, and obviously then there's the mental health problem.
As you said, Steph, there's 20 hostages believed to still be alive. How is it that some of these families and the IDF have been able to know whether or not these hostages are alive in captivity? How have they sort of laid eyes on them in a way?
Well, there are a lot of negotiations and conversations, brokered by Egypt and Qatar, that have been going on behind the scenes between Hamas and authorities, Israeli authorities, throughout the course of the war. Intermittently, there have been hostage videos released. As I said, I think the most recent one was a couple of months ago, really at the peak of that sort of lack of food in Gaza, and Hamas was releasing those videos essentially showing these emaciated hostages, saying, they're being kept under the same conditions as Gaza, and if we're starving, they're starving too. They've been, as the IDF have managed to, take over territory held by Hamas and go into the tunnels, they found, notes that have documentation about the welfare of the hostages at various times. So it is a bit ad hoc. It wouldn't be surprising to some extent if, all 20 are not necessarily, in the condition that they purported to be in. But obviously, as I said, a lot of work will have been done before this happened to ensure that they are getting the people that they expect they're getting in a condition they expect to be getting them in.
Steph, what happens in Hostages Square? Describe to us the setup there, where people have gathered every weekend for the past 2 years.
Well, it's a place of mourning and memorial and protest and all these things rolled into one. And the numbers have changed, but there's been people there every week pretty much since this conflict began. And a lot of them are the families of the hostages who are still being held, the bodies that haven't been released, and some of those of the hostages who have been killed and who have been released, and also just supporters of the Israeli public. I imagine the mood today is one of great relief and anticipation, but also a hesitancy, knowing how it's going to go. Are these people going to be paraded in a humiliating fashion by Hamas before they're released? And just hoping that they're all well enough to come home.
Go on, Mel.
What we're seeing here now are pictures of activity around Reem, an Israeli military base, which, as you were saying earlier, Steph, you understand, is where some families of hostages have been told to gather ahead of this release.
Yeah, so my understanding is that some families of some of the hostages were told to gather at that airbase at about 7:30 in the morning, which would be half an hour before the hostages are due to start being released, which I think, if my maths is right, is in about 15 minutes' time. And they've been told to gather there for a first meeting. Now, whether or not the hostages are going to be transported out of Gaza by helicopter to that base, or whether those helicopters are preparing to take them on from that base, if they arrive by road, up to Tel Aviv, is unclear. I would be surprised. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe they feel it is safer to take them out by air as opposed to by road through a crossing.
I think they did last time. They took them out by air, but this equally could be families that are being brought in by the IDF in order to greet their family members who have been held hostage. So the movement of helicopters at this location will no doubt ramp up somewhat over the next hour or so. We know an exchange hasn't happened yet, Steph, because the Reuters news agency telling us that the Red Cross, the International Committee of the Red Cross, their convoys in Gaza are now moving into position to collect the Israeli hostages. That's according to an official involved in the operation. So it's unlikely, Steph, I think, that we'll get pictures of that straight away. They're going into Gaza. It's a dangerous trip for the Red Cross to be making anyway. But as you mentioned earlier, they'd already got some buses in, hadn't they? Yeah, there are reports in Israeli media that Red Cross buses have arrived in the central Gaza Strip, Deir al-Balah, which is right in the middle. It's a bit north of Khan Yunis, where one of the releases is supposed to happen. It's a bit south of Reem. That we're seeing there, southeast, that buses have been seen there, presumably Red Cross buses, presumably ahead of that expected release of hostages. It's a carefully planned operation, obviously it is, and carefully choreographed as well. Last time when there were hostages released months and months ago now, the Israeli military was very careful to protect them from the cameras and shield them away from that. I wonder if it'll be the same this time, or if the jubilation at this stage of the war coming to an end will allow a bit more freedom. I guess it depends on what sort of medical state they're in. And I think, from memory, what we saw in that first release in November 2023, so almost 2 years ago, really on in the war, there was cameras in everyone's faces. There was, kids running up to dads, hugging them upon, there was cameras were all over it. And then as we saw that second stage during the second ceasefire earlier this year, it was much more what you were saying was what Hamas was putting out of their big orchestrated, handovers. And so this time, one might imagine that maybe neither side is going to be able or wanting to get cameras in too close to see exactly what's going on, depending on how they feel it should be covered. I imagine they will want to be able to show that the hostages are out in some way, but I couldn't imagine they'll be sticking cameras right up into their faces. Another bit of information coming in to us that we didn't know how this process would actually go, but there are reports that Palestinian detainees are boarding buses at Israeli prisons ahead of their expected release. The interesting thing about that is, Steph, is that Israel has said constantly through this that they will not release these Palestinian detainees and prisoners until all 48 hostages are back in Israel. So interesting that aspect of it might be starting to take place as well. I wonder if they might give some leeway in terms of recovering the remains of the 28 hostages who are, it's not clear exactly where they are, whether they're under sections of the Gaza Strip that are controlled by Hamas or controlled by the IDF. So, if that's a sticking point, it could be the case that Israel's willing to relent to some extent once the living hostages are out. It's really unclear whether or not that is all going to be able to happen in a day. We're also seeing here in these pictures, you can see quite obviously the American flag there is being held right next to the Israeli flag. We know Donald Trump is on his way to the Middle East. The US's involvement in what's happening here today is really critical, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it can't be understated, Donald Trump's role in being able to bring this fighting to a stop and to get the hostages released, or at least that's what appears to be happening. It's something Joe Biden couldn't do. It's something that members of Benjamin Netanyahu's government have been staunchly opposed to, ending the war in this way, with Hamas still having, some degree of clout and control. Having the war come to an end that involves releasing Palestinian prisoners and detainees is something members of Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet are opposed to. So the fact that Donald Trump has been able to do what his predecessor couldn't, what Israel couldn't, what the negotiators couldn't in Qatar and Egypt is quite remarkable. Obviously, as we can see, as you say, from those pictures, people in Israel are cognizant of that.
He's their hero today. And Benjamin Netanyahu, who, particularly members of the hostages' families, believe has dragged his heels on bringing this to an end, he is not. So this really is a day for Donald Trump to be doing a victory lap in Israel.
And Donald Trump is expected to meet with some of those hostage families, as we understand it, just before 7 o'clock our time here in Australia. It's understood that the US president will meet with hostage families. Provided this all goes to plan, there is quite a strict schedule, I suppose, for the US president on the ground in Israel. How do you think that meeting would go, Steph, between the US president and families of these hostages, as you've just said?
I would imagine that the families, obviously, as we said before, there's a lot of mixed feelings in Israel towards, this war, the politics of this war. I imagine whoever he meets with will be significantly vetted for their feelings about him and this war. It will be highly controlled and orchestrated, I imagine, although Donald Trump does love to go off script, so who knows. I think the tricky thing is the timing, and obviously we're seeing so much activity there at the moment. It looks like things are happening to schedule, but Donald Trump has a very tight schedule. He's arriving in Tel Aviv at 5:30 Australian Eastern Time. He's due to speak to the Israeli Parliament at 7 o'clock before flying out, I think, about 2 hours later. He's got to meet with the hostage families in that time. There's a lot of expectation that this will all go smoothly. And, Donald Trump will be wanting it to go smoothly because this is his moment that he is able to claim credit for what he described on Air Force One before as possibly one of the biggest things I've ever been involved in. He wants to be able to go to the Knesset and says he'll be preaching a message of love and peace for eternity. Peace in the Middle East is something that he wants his name to be synonymous with.
These are pictures coming to us from southern Israel, an area called Reem. That is where the hostages are expected to be taken over the coming hours. Just to update you on the schedule that we think we're looking at, in about 40 minutes' time, the first of the exchanges might take place. We'll get an indication of that when things start happening in this other shot that we've got, which is from Gaza City. This road that is being cleared, you can see the level of destruction there, but the road cleared either by Israeli Defence Forces before they left that area or since then, over the past couple of days, as Palestinians have moved back to take a look at what is left of their homes. But this is, we believe, the route that the International Committee of the Red Cross will take. As we mentioned, Steph, vehicles have been moving in various areas. This is Gaza City, but they've been seen in Khan Yunis as well, ahead of the hostage and prisoner exchanges later on from Israel. They've played an integral part, haven't they, the Red Cross, in how these set pieces happen and unfold. It's a terribly risky job, what they do, though.
Indeed, and chaotic, especially the way we've seen it play out previously. There's a lot of Gazans at these events in the past, and, a lot of them are armed. There's armed Hamas militants, Hamas is not the only power in Gaza. There are a lot of armed factions who are anti-Hamas. There may be armed factions that are opposed to the hostages being released or who would like to create some sort of a scene. It's a highly risky sort of enterprise. And again, as we were talking about before, no one knows exactly, we don't know exactly where the hostages have been held or where they're coming from. If they've been held in Gaza City over the last few months or weeks, when the IDF has just, as the Israeli Defence Minister said, unleashed the gates of hell onto Gaza City, if that's where they're coming down to for this release point, that's going to be that's quite dramatic in itself if that's what they've had to live through. And there's been speculation throughout the war about where the hostages are being held. One of the reasons there was speculation that Deir al-Balah in the centre had been left alone to some extent for a while is because that's where they thought many of them were being held.
Really interesting. We're not sure whether this is the very brave Palestinian journalists that have stayed because, as you are very well aware, no Western media has been allowed into Gaza, and that will be another step, I guess, in telling the story of the past 2 years, and I know a lot longer, in this area of the world.
Oh, completely. And the journalists who've been working out of Gaza and those that we've been privileged enough to work with are so courageous. You know, they live under these conditions. They go without food. They live under constant fear that they or their loved ones will be killed and have been killed. More than 200 journalists have been killed in this conflict. But they've been doing a tremendous job. And, you know, one of them who I was talking to a few weeks ago, they sort of said, you know, we just want a day off. You know, it's not that foreign journalists could do a better job than them, because we probably wouldn't, but they need some respite. You know, they've been doing this for more than 700 days and living it as well. And I think, you know, to be able to let foreign journalists in, there's no reason why foreign journalists haven't been let in to report more freely from the beginning, and there's absolutely no reason that they shouldn't be allowed to go in now. The Associated Press, you know, released a statement very quickly as soon as the fighting stopped, saying that international journalists should be allowed in. But again, it's not necessarily because we do a better job, it's just that our brave colleagues in Gaza need a day off.
And Steph, you've been working quite closely, as you said, with a lot of journalists in Gaza, and you've got a lot of contacts on the ground in Gaza. What have they been telling you over the last couple of days now that fighting has stopped? There is obviously still a lot of uncertainty ahead, though. How are people feeling?
One journalist who we worked with on the Foreign Correspondent episode that came out at the end of last month was Shuk Alia, who you just heard a clip from her before. She is an incredibly brave journalist. Her husband was killed 2 weeks into the war. She's a single mum with a 2-year-old daughter. She sent me a voice message day before yesterday morning, and she just said, I can touch hope in the air. This is the first time. And you could hear it in her voice. You could hear the relief. And as I said, it's qualified, it's hesitant, but she said, for the first time, I went out to do some reporting and I said a goodbye to my 2-year-old daughter, and usually I make sure I say a proper goodbye because I never know if I'm coming back. But I got to leave to go out and do my reporting and my gathering, knowing that I would probably come home. You know, she said, I drank my coffee with ease today. And it sounds so small, but for people who've been living this for, you know, more than 2 years, it's a very big deal just to have those skies fall silent.
And what's the pressure been like on those journalists? As you've been saying, with no foreign media allowed in, they haven't had a day off. They've been telling the stories of their own friends and colleagues and family members, and I guess putting all of this information out there, not knowing where it's going to land.
Yeah, and I think it is, you know, there are so many challenges that they're facing. The journalists we work with, you know, they did say that they had an immense gratitude just for the fact that people were still listening and bothering to watch what they were doing. And, you know, it's hard to believe that when they're living through all of this, they still manage to say, we're just glad that people are watching and they care. But I think they genuinely do. You know, they said it would lift their spirits knowing that people are still listening to the voices coming out of Gaza. But I think just the perpetual threat of them being targeted, as we saw at, you know, one of the hospitals, several journalists were killed in a double tap or triple tap Israeli Defence Force airstrike only a few months ago. The risks for them were immense. And then, sending sort of their pictures and their words out to a world where there's a lot of scepticism about, you know, the independence of Palestinian journalists working in Gaza. It's been an incredibly hard slog for them, but their testimonies and their work have been vital because they're the only reason we know what's going on there.
Interesting to hear cheering in that pictures coming to us from Reem in southern Israel, because as Steph was telling us a short time ago, she'd heard reports that is where the Israeli hostage families had been told to gather, and those families will be very recognisable to many Israelis because they have kept their voices heard. They have appeared in the media. They've been in Hostages Square many, many times. So they have become public faces, as have the images of their sons, their brothers, that were held hostage for over 2 years. So possibly that is what is going on there as any number of helicopters starts to gather at the military base there in southern Israel. It's just a short distance from Reem in Israel to get across the border into Gaza. So we are expecting, though it hasn't been confirmed, the exact timings of this, that in the next half hour, the International Committee of the Red Cross is going to retrieve the 20 hostages, the 20 living hostages, and they will then make the journey back through Gaza. They didn't last time have a convoy of military with them. It was just those vehicles of the Red Cross. They come then back, and it is the moment that those buses and trucks cross over the border, which is controlled, of course, by Israel, that there will be scenes, Steph, of complete jubilation.
I'm just reading in an Israeli newspaper, Haaretz now, the father of one of the hostages, hostage Omri Miran, his father Danny, saying it's one of the most beautiful days of his life, and he is heading with his 3 children to Reem camp to hopefully be reunited with his son, who's been held hostage, along with his children. And it's not clear if he's going with his grandchildren as well, but he says here that Omri's children, 2 daughters, have been drawing pictures of their father, which are waiting for him on the bed in hospital.
We've just seen from the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office that the Prime Minister has attached personal notes to be given to the returning hostages, which reads that on behalf of the entire people of Israel, welcome back. We've been waiting for you. We embrace you, from Sarah and Benjamin Netanyahu. That's come from the Israeli Prime Minister's office just in the last few minutes there. That to be handed to those hostages, along with some other clothing and personal things which will be given to them when they arrive home.
Really lovely, Steph. Earlier on today, our colleague Gemma Vaness interviewed the director of one of the hospitals that some of the hostages will be taken to, and the personalised aspect of it. They said to the families, you can bring in whatever you want. If you want to bring in a piano, a guitar, teddy bears, whatever. It really all has been very carefully thought out and coordinated.
It just occurred to me as well, it's really unclear how much news the hostages in Gaza would have been getting over the last 2 years. We have heard from some who've been returned that they were getting sort of drip feeds of information and occasionally had, watched sort of English-speaking news channels. But it just occurred to me that Donald Trump wasn't president when these people were abducted, and if he actually does end up meeting with some of them, that might require quite a bit of explanation as to, how Donald Trump's back and responsible for their freedom.
We've got some pictures coming in now as well of aid trucks arriving into Gaza. There have been chaotic scenes as Palestinians have been trying to access some of those aid trucks. We're seeing now as well these
I think they look like Red Cross buses.
Red Cross buses accompanied by Red Cross vehicles coming into Gaza there now.
Interesting. We don't know exactly which area that is that they're going into, but as we've been talking about, the buildings all around completely derelict, if you like, and then along that main street, just this new tented village.
Which makes me think that's Deir al-Balah, which is in the central area where, as I said, it'd been left reasonably untouched through a lot of the war, and it's where a lot of the internally displaced people ended up. It was getting targeted more and more towards the end of the fighting, but it's one of the few places where you do see kind of continuous stretches of buildings like that and people with their roadside stalls. So it is possible that that's, and the buses could either be heading north to the Netzarim corridor, where we understand that the first release of hostages will be, or they could be heading south down to Khan Yunis to where a lot of hostages are expected to be released.
So movements are starting to take place. 25 minutes or so is when we are anticipating that the exchanges might happen. It occurs to me as well, Steph, that we're talking about these 20 young men who have been held for 2 years. This might be the first time they see each other.
Yeah, some hostages have spoken who have been released about, they bring out snippets of information if they had been held with other hostages or if they had seen other hostages. But it is very plausible that, they may have been held alone for, the duration of the war. I believe there is one who... I could be wrong, but I believe there was one his brother was released in the last hostage release, and so he's still being held. So, that could be a remarkable moment as well for those hostages who were held together to actually be reunited at some point too.
And all the while in Tel Aviv, the supporters, Israelis, gather in increasing numbers. It is a big area anyway, but to hear that on Saturday night, some 400,000, some reports suggest, 400,000 people gathered in Hostages Square to listen to US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, to listen to President Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, and Jared Kushner, her partner, speaking there. That they gathered, and I guess the sense from them then on Saturday night that this could actually be the last weekend that they gather in Hostages Square. It's been such a journey.
Indeed. I would not be surprised if some form of protest continues, possibly not to the same scale or immediately, but it's very easy to forget that when this part of the conflict started on October 7, 2023, there were weekly protests of huge numbers of Israelis against Benjamin Netanyahu, who was trying to push through some highly controversial judicial reforms, who he himself is facing corruption charges in his own country. There was an enormous swelling of people who were really discontented with Benjamin Netanyahu's government and governance. And as we heard at that event last night with Donald Trump's daughter and Steve Witkoff, Netanyahu's name was booed by these people. So there is still a lot of animus towards Benjamin Netanyahu, and obviously there are people who have been calling for a proper examination of what went wrong on October 7 on the Israeli side that allowed, so many people to be killed and be taken hostage, which is something that Benjamin Netanyahu has been kicking the can down the road on. So I think there will be probably people who, after this, immediate sense of joy and relief wears off, might be back in that square. But instead of protesting in the spirit of getting the hostages released, it will be about having some justice and accountability for the Israeli politicians and security services who essentially this happened on their watch.
Steph, we mentioned a short time ago that Hamas had released this list of 20 Israeli hostages that they say will be released under the first phase of this ceasefire agreement. They have now included some of the names in that list. So we're going to let you go away and have a look at the names to see if they are the same as what Israeli authorities have been telling us about the living hostages, the 20 of them that they think are alive, 28 are dead. But for now, Steph, thanks very much, and we'll speak to you again very shortly.
Thank you.
Well, aid trucks are arriving into Gaza, and there have been some chaotic scenes as Palestinians scramble to reach these supplies. The head of Médecins Sans Frontières in Australia, Simon Eccleshaw, described to us a little earlier today what the priorities are for helping those in Gaza.
Yes, we have a steady flow of humanitarian aid workers positioned at the border crossings, ready to move in. And indeed, this is very welcome news, a moment of relief for starved and grieving Palestinians, but also, as we've just heard this morning, relief for the families of hostages and for Palestinians who've been held in detention.
Is it possible to gauge, Simon, how the situation on the borders and in Gaza has changed over the last couple of days since the ceasefire came in? What are your staff telling you?
Well, the staff are witnessing a lot of people moving, people returning to areas that very recently were the sites of intense conflict, particularly in the north around Gaza City, where MSF had to suspend its activities just a few weeks ago. So we are seeing a notable decrease in conflict. We're seeing aid moving, which is fantastic. Number of trucks coming in over the weekend expected to increase to about 400 trucks a day this week, and hopefully more beyond that.
So have you been able to move back into Gaza City now, and what does the work look like for your staff there at the moment?
We haven't yet moved back into Gaza City. That is imminent, and what we expect to see there is what we've seen throughout Gaza, which is functional hospitals in a state of collapse. We expect now that there's hundreds of thousands of people moving back to the north that we will be allowed to restart our activities. Perhaps we might need to look at a field hospital or some other temporary structures to be able to bring that life-saving medical assistance to people as they're on the move.
We're all talking, though, these things take an awful lot of time, don't they? I mean, we're seeing these pictures, and you can understand these Palestinians jumping on the trucks and getting food that they haven't had access to for so long. How do you ensure that your teams are safe and that help is getting to the right people?
It's a really good question, and one that we've been struggling with for months. As you're aware, there was a blockade on aid coming into Gaza, and then the Israelis and the Americans put in place a non-UN, non-principled humanitarian foundation to distribute food aid. We are hoping now that the UN will resume its coordination role, and international organisations like MSF will be able to return to planned, well thought through and well delivered relief distributions. Medical aid, but critically food, water, shelter items for the next couple of weeks as the temperatures drop and as the prospect of rain over the winter comes to people who are at the moment without shelter.
Just explain to us how the aid needs have changed over the last couple of years. Obviously, before the war, we were seeing 500 to 600 trucks of aid going into Gaza. What is the need like now, and how have things changed for your staff on the ground there?
Yeah, you can't compare the level of need that we see today with what existed prior to this recent war in Gaza. Gaza, by many means, had a very good health, education system, strong infrastructure, and was able to provide for the needs of its people with those trucks coming in every day. What we've seen now is a blank canvas in terms of infrastructure. The north, parts of the centre and the south have been levelled by the fighting. We see none of the 35 plus hospitals in the Gaza Strip fully functional. So what we're going to need to be doing in the coming weeks and months is putting in place measures to stabilise the support, to be able to give people immediate life-saving relief. But as you mentioned, the recovery, the longer-term reconstruction and development that's going to be needed to bring things back to where it was before this conflict is going to take years, and it's going to be very hard indeed to deal with the long-term trauma.
Simon, what sort of supplies are there on the border waiting to go in? Again, looking at these pictures, complete destruction. I mean, are there thousands and thousands and thousands of tents?
Tents are amongst one of the priority issues, one of the priority items to come in. I think if you drew up a list of priorities, people would say food is foremost, because there is starvation in Gaza. There has been famine. Nutritional supplies for those people who need medical treatment in order to be able to start receiving food in a normal way again. Water is critical, and to get water in Gaza, you need fuel to run water purification. Essentially, you're looking at everything in short supply and everything being needed. There is intermittent power in Gaza, and again, talking back to fuel runs generators, which keeps hospitals running, which keeps electricity and life-supporting services. So it's really hard in this current situation to prioritise, but definitely food, water, shelter, medical supplies are top on everybody's list, and thankfully we're seeing some progress over the weekend in moving those critically needed items in.
Returning to our coverage from the Middle East in just a moment, but first another news to bring you, and that is that the Treasurer Jim Chalmers has outlined some changes to his stalled superannuation tax reform bill for people with balances of more than $3 million.
After 2 years of saying there was no room to move, 6 changes have been endorsed by the Cabinet. Political reporter Adam Langenberg joins us now. Hi there, Adam. So just take us through the detail of these changes.
Mel, the core principle remains the same. The government wants people with big superannuation balances to pay more in tax. Here's what the changes look like, though. There have been some big ones. Now, for people with superannuation balances of more than $3 million, they'll pay a 30% tax on their earnings, which is double what it currently is. And for people with balances of more than $10 million, that'll be 40%. Now, there have been some big changes made by Treasurer Jim Chalmers. It's now going to be on only realised capital gains. That had been a big area of backlash for the government as part of its proposals, and it will also index year on year. That's something that the coalition had said had been a sticking point. The other thing that the Treasurer has announced is an increase to the low-income super tax offset. That will rise from $500 to $810 for people who earn less than $45,000. Now, everyone out there is saying that the Treasurer has caved in to criticism, including from Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and that he's been rolled by his Prime Minister. That was put to the Treasurer at a press conference earlier today. Here's what he had to say.
First of all, I don't accept that because what we're talking about here is tax reform in super, which makes the system more sustainable. And we found another way to do that. The Prime Minister and I have had discussions over recent months about finding another way to satisfy the same objectives, and that's what's happened here.
So Adam, what's the reaction been to this?
Mel, indexation had been one of the key sticking points for the coalition. They've reacted quite well to the changes, but won't say just yet whether they'll support them. Here's what Shadow Treasurer Ted O'Brien had to say earlier this afternoon.
Today, again, is a victory for the coalition of common sense. We now see a terrible tax that was going to hurt hard-working, forgotten Australians all across the country, dumped by the government. The Treasurer has been chewed up and his tax plan has now been chucked out. That's a win for everyday Australians.
That's the coalition's Ted O'Brien there. We don't know just yet where the coalition sits, but they do say it's a victory. Now, the Greens had been pushing for this to start at $2 million instead of $3 million, and they've come out, and obviously this doesn't achieve that. Treasurer Jim Chalmers did say that he'd had productive conversations with Larissa Waters, but listening to Greens Senator Sarah Hanson-Young earlier, it does sound like the parties are still reasonably far apart. Here's what Senator Hanson-Young had to say earlier.
At a time when we know that young people are being locked out of the housing market, at a time when we know that people are struggling to pay for not just rent and mortgages, but a whole lot of other things. Insurance premiums are going through the roof. Australians are doing it really tough, but there are some people that are doing pretty good, and they've been given a free ride, it looks, today, under these changes as announced by the Treasurer.
For Jim Chalmers to get these over the line, he needs the support of either Ted O'Brien or the Greens to be able to make this a reality after 2 years of trying and failing. The initial noises aren't exactly a full-throated endorsement, but Jim Chalmers is confident, and now it will be a real test of his negotiating skills to see whether he can get this through. Mel?
All right, Adam, thanks very much for the update. To some other developing news now. Police and Defence Force personnel will tomorrow resume the search for a 4-year-old boy missing in South Australia's mid-north. Gus was last seen playing at his family's vast and isolated sheep grazing station near Yunta more than 2 weeks ago. Last week, authorities conducted aerial searches of the family's property using drones and have been reviewing vision from those flights. Tomorrow's search will concentrate on an expanded area outside of the zone already searched.
Let's return to the developments in the Middle East now. Hope and anticipation both high in the Middle East at the moment. A ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is holding, and we're now seeing preparations are being finalised for the imminent release of dozens of hostages.
Families of hostages have gathered in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv ahead of their release. The first release of hostages is expected to take place in less than 20 minutes, around 4 p.m. Eastern Time.
And approximately 2 hours later, we're expecting the next group of hostages to be released from Khan Yunis. That looks like it might be imminent. So we're seeing pictures from there showing people lining an area where that might happen. They're then going to be handed over to Israeli forces on the other side of the border.
20 hostages are believed to still be alive and will be reunited with their families more than 2 years after being taken captive by Hamas on October 7, 2023, more than 730 days in captivity. The bodies of dozens more hostages will also be handed over.
Well, hospitals in Israel are ready to receive the hostages. There's been rooms set aside for every one of them and their families as well. Diplomatically, well, the US President Donald Trump is on his way. He'll arrive in Israel in the next couple of hours. He'll greet the hostages, we are told, and he will meet hostage families. He's then going off to the Knesset to speak at the Israeli Parliament. After that, it's off to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt for a World Leaders Summit on ending the war in Gaza. Well, we're joined now here in the studio by Ali Mamouri, who is a Middle East analyst and research fellow in Middle Eastern Studies at Deakin University. Thanks for joining us again. It's been a very tense few hours in Israel ahead of this, because while the first part of the deal was signed several days ago, the actual process of the hostages being released, people were very anxious that it might not happen. It does now look like it is happening.
Yeah, of course. The main obstacle for the deal was Israel, in fact, because we know there was several proposals in the past happened in Qatar, in Egypt, by other mediators, and most of the time Israeli side was the side that caused a problem. The last one before the final deal was in Qatar, that we know exactly in the middle of negotiation, Israeli government attacked the negotiation place in Doha, stopped the negotiation process. But thankfully now we can see that finally we have a deal which is going ahead, and hopefully will put an end to this crisis.
Just to say, that's in Gaza. These are the pictures that I was talking about just before, Ali. It is the Nasser hospital. It is being used as a focal point here for some sort of exchange. We're not sure what pictures we are going to get, what sort of information will flow through to us, but there is clearly some form of organisation there. As you say, the diplomatic manoeuvres are carrying on, and the Israelis are waiting in Hostages Square. How much has Hamas had to concede to get to this point?
In the past, we know the few exchange hostage that we had in the past, Hamas start to use the situation as a show-off, as a maneuver it, as some kind of power show-off for its power and still its control on the area. But it doesn't seem at this time Hamas will do the same thing, especially under the pressure of Turkey, Egypt and Qatar, which wanted Hamas to just go ahead with the very smooth exchange, so it creates some kind of potential and possibility for the rest of the deal that is happening in Egypt soon.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the involvement of other Arab and Muslim nations in getting to this point. This has obviously been touted as, you know, a big win for Donald Trump. This has been, you know, a US-led deal, which of course it very much has been. But what are the involvement of other nations in this region to get to where we are now?
Sure, briefly just let me refer to a historical context. In 2002, all Arab countries in an Arab League summit proposed a peace proposal for Israel that was have involvement of all Arab countries. Proposal including something like having multinational stability forces, providing security for Israel, helping Palestinians authority to get control on the security, and etc. In the Donald Trump proposal, it seems that some of these elements are included. And the main Arab actors like Saudi Arabia, like Egypt, like Qatar, EAU, all of them are included in this proposal as well. And there is a preparation already going on forming a multinational force to provide some kind of coordination, stability force in Gaza. We still don't know the detail where these forces will be located, inside Gaza, outside Gaza, but for sure we know there will be coordination with the Israeli side, and that will make some kind of guarantees for both sides, and after that we're gonna go ahead for the reconstruction and other part of the plan for Gaza Strip, and still we have nothing told and proposed about West Bank.
Yes, when we were speaking to you a little bit earlier today, you talked about there not being much discussion around the West Bank. Obviously, the focus has been on Gaza and the Gaza Strip. These pictures that we're seeing now are of some movement in Gaza. But more broadly, where do you expect these discussions to go, particularly on Monday when Donald Trump is, a little bit later on, as Donald Trump is expected to head to Egypt to continue conversations?
It seems that Donald Trump is trying to focus only on Gaza to create some kind of success for its own political benefit, and also at the same time as a practical method. We can't solve all the problem once. So having a workable solution for Gaza hopefully will provide an opportunity for West Bank and other issues as well. However, there is a rising concerns among Arab countries that this will be some kind of end of the Palestinians issues in general. That's why they are emphasizing on the necessity that any kind of proposal should be within the framework of two-state solutions. That means West Bank and East Jerusalem and return of refugees still should be remained as an issue, as issues that should be discussed within the framework of workable, full control Palestinian Authority in the future.
Ali Mamori, thank you so much for coming in, spending some time with us this afternoon. Really appreciate your analysis and insights. We've got some breaking news now. The Israel Defence Forces say that the International Red Cross is now on its way to a location in northern Gaza to collect the first of the Israeli hostages, due to be released in the coming hours, in fact, in the next few minutes, as we understand.
Yeah, well, there are 48 hostages still in captivity. 20 of them are believed to be alive. The living captives will be released first. Israeli media reporting between 6 and 8 will be handed over to the Red Cross at the first location. As you've seen, we've been getting various pictures coming to us from locations there, and we have seen that Red Cross convoy. The Red Cross will then hand them over to the IDF, who will take them to that military base, which we've also seen pictures of with helicopters coming and going. That is in southern Israel. There's a lot of activity as well in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where our Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran is and joins us now live. Matt, hi there. Give us a reflection of the atmosphere there. What's happening?
Yeah, thousands of people cramming into Hostage Square here in Tel Aviv this morning. It's just about 8 o'clock in the morning, and there have been people here for many, many hours anticipating this moment. You can hear the crowd cheering there. They are watching some of the local Israeli television coverage on the big screen and seeing some of those pictures that you've just been referring to of this place in northern Gaza, where it appears this first handover will be happening. We had not expected there to be a handover ceremony, not one that was publicised, but it does appear that we will see the moment that these first hostages are handed over to the International Red Cross. The difference this time compared to what it was like in January and February is that crowds of Palestinians, the locals in Gaza, aren't swarming the scene trying to see what is happening as well. That was really the concern for Israeli authorities and the Israeli community. A lot of anger there. The International Red Cross as well said that this was not the dignified way to treat these hostages. So that's why we had assumed that these hostage handovers would not happen, but it does look that they are setting up. You will see on some of those pictures, and I'm just looking up at the big screen myself just to keep across what's happening. You'll see on some of those pictures there are large sets of banks of chairs being set up as well. Again, the Israeli media is reporting that that is actually to welcome the Palestinian prisoners who will be released in the coming hours as a result of these hostages being handed over. So it is a cascading set of events right throughout the day, and we are seeing some early movement as we go to air right now.
Yeah, Matt, I know that you're getting sporadic views of what is happening in Gaza. We can certainly see this shot that's coming to us from inside Gaza, which, as you say, there are more officials arriving there now. It does seem to be an awful lot of chairs stacked up there waiting for some sort of presentation or audience. But as you said, not the crowds or the flags, indeed, that we have seen in previous hostage exchanges. Who's controlling this environment there, Matt?
So in Gaza, this will be controlled by Hamas there. They will be the ones that are running these events to make sure that these hostages are handed over to the International Red Cross. The IDF is not there on the ground in that location. They are waiting for the International Red Cross to collect these hostages, and then those hostages will be driven by the Red Cross to the Israel-Gaza border, where they will be handed over to the IDF. From there, the IDF will be driving them across the border into Israel. The first place that they will be taken to is the Re'im military base in southern Gaza. This is right up against the Israel-Gaza border, and it's there that they will get their first reunions with members of their family. They'll be able to have a shower, a change of clothes, and they will also undergo those initial medical and psychological checks. We've just seen in the last hour or so a note come through from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office that he has left handwritten notes in the rooms for each one of these hostages, welcoming them back to Israel. He is wanting to be part of this, even though many people have been quite critical of his conduct up until this point. So there are various points along the way where the sort of control of this situation shifts, and we're hoping that we will see some sort of movement in the next short while.
Yeah, we've got pictures actually of the Re'im military base as well, Matt. There is activity there as well. We've seen quite a large group of Israeli Air Force officers moving across the site. We saw helicopters arriving there earlier, and there seems to be quite a few police convoys coming and going, which would suggest it's imminent for them to then be going off to where they will pick up the hostages from.
Yeah, that's right. So those police convoys, that may well be the families of these hostages being brought into the Re'im compound to await the arrival of those hostages. So what you will see there is a number of helicopters parked on a field within the military base there. Those helicopters will be responsible for transporting those hostages from Re'im to 3 hospitals across Tel Aviv. One of them is just a couple of blocks away from where we are here in Hostage Square. Back in January and February, when some of those hostages were flown to that hospital in particular, those helicopters flew right over the top of Hostage Square, and I haven't heard a cheer that loud in a very, very long time. And that was with a crowd that is half the size of what we are seeing here in central Tel Aviv right at this moment. So there is going to be a lot of anticipation, a lot of anxiety here. Already people very emotional right throughout this square waiting for this to happen, and that's why we were also seeing people lining the highway down near Re'im, not wanting to necessarily be here in Tel Aviv, but hoping to show their support for those hostages, because that will be the first place that they are taken, the first scenes that they will see after they are released from captivity and brought back into Israel.
The other pictures that we've got coming to us, Matt, are from Offa Prison, which, as you know, is in Israel. And the reason why we're seeing that is because that is where the Palestinian detainees and the Palestinian prisoners will be released from. What do you understand will happen there, and what sort of phase will that be?
Yeah, so this is the latter half of today, or what will happen in a couple of hours after those hostages are freed. There are almost 2,000 Palestinians who will be released from Israeli jails. They include 250 who are convicted of serious offences, who are serving life sentences. They won't necessarily be released back into places like the West Bank, East Jerusalem and Gaza. Some of them will, but the most serious of those criminals in the eyes of the Israeli authorities are actually going to be deported, effectively sent into exile in Egypt, countries like Egypt. You can just hear them, the chanting happening here, picking up here in Hostage Square. Beyond that group of 250 that are going to be released from their life sentences, there are also around 1,700 Palestinians who have been arrested during the course of this war. They will be taken back into Gaza. Not all of them have been facing charges. Many of them have never faced charges at all, but they will be taken back into Gaza as part of this process. So that Offa prison, that is where the Palestinians serving those life sentences, the ones that haven't been sent into exile, we understand that is where they will be released from, as well as some others. We know of one family in the West Bank where one member of the family was released from jail during the January-February ceasefire, only to be rearrested by Israeli authorities a short time later, a couple of weeks, a couple of months later or so. So there have been people stuck in this cycle there, and they will be part of this process later on in the day as well.
Matt, it's Mel in the studio here. We're also seeing some pictures coming in from Khan Yunis. We're seeing what looks to be people lining the street in front of buses. Notably, no flags. There does appear to be some people holding weapons there, waiting seemingly for a convoy to come through or for people to be arriving there. What do we know about what's going on in Khan Yunis at the moment?
Yeah, so it is a very fluid situation. I think this is evidence of the fact that we know these hostages, the Israeli hostages, the living hostages, are going to be released from 3 different locations, at least 3 different locations across Gaza. One in the north, which appears to be the scene of the first handover. One, no doubt, in the south around Khan Yunis. That may be what is being set up there as well. So yeah, that's probably what is happening there. We have just got a statement through from the International Red Cross about their involvement here, and it says, I just want to read some of it too, it says the International Committee of the Red Cross has started a multi-phase operation to facilitate the release and transfer of hostages and detainees as part of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. The complex operation, which takes place at the request of the parties, is crucial to reuniting these separated families. Starting today, the crowd just learning some more information from the Israeli media. Starting today, the ICRC will receive those hostages held in Gaza and transfer them to Israeli authorities. In a separate operation, the ICRC will transfer Palestinian detainees held in Israeli places of detention to Gaza and the West Bank. The ICRC will also facilitate the transfer of the remains of the deceased so that families can bury their loved ones with dignity. And that is the issue here, this dignity factor. This is something that the Red Cross has long complained about, and that is what they are really emphasising as part of their role, that they are somewhat independent of this process, or totally independent of this process, and are pressing on with these operations, regardless of that pressure that may well be coming from Hamas and the Israeli authorities.
Matt, yeah, I know you're trying to keep across what's happening there and everywhere else. The AP news agency just saying, which I'm sure is what's just been relayed to the people there, that it has started its multi-phase operation to oversee the hostage and prisoner release. The Israeli media are saying that the Red Cross has arrived at the first hostage release location. So, it is a journey, isn't it, to get to these places, and then the coordination of those working for the Red Cross dealing with the people that have held these Israelis hostage for all this time.
It certainly is, and Gaza is not that big a place. It's only roughly 50 kilometres north to south, but you can imagine with the devastation we have seen on the ground that it is going to take some time to get these hostages from these handover points through some of that devastation to the Israel-Gaza border. Israel is still in control of the majority of the Strip. It has withdrawn its forces from parts of Gaza to allow these handovers to begin, but it is still in control of the majority of the Strip. But we're talking about driving along bombed out roads with buildings that are crumbling around them, so it will be something of a slow process, even though that physical distance isn't that long, and that is what we'll see in the next short while.
Yeah, absolutely. You were explaining there about one of the hospitals being quite close to where you are in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, because I was intrigued to wonder why or how President Trump was going to meet some of those hostages. So is he going to go there and then to the hospital?
Yeah, look, that is very much unknown at this stage. There isn't a whole lot of room in Donald Trump's schedule to make time to meet these hostages. He is due to land in Israel in the next short while. We are just seeing, just to bring you up to date, we are just seeing some news coming through the Israeli media reporting that 7 Israeli hostages are in the hands of the Red Cross, and that is what's prompted the cheering here. But back to Donald Trump, he is expected to land in Israel in the next hour and a half or so, and he is due due to be addressing the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset in Jerusalem, in the next couple of hours or so as well, before then flying out and flying on to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt for this peace summit. There really isn't a whole lot of room in his schedule. His Vice President J.D. Vance said that he would meet with these hostages. I don't know whether or not he is actually going to be able to get to Tel Aviv to some of those hospitals to meet with them, whether he would want to do that. I'm sure he would want to do that, but it is, of course, a very delicate time for them. He may well just...
Oh, apologies, we've lost Matt there, haven't we? Significant developments, though. The Israeli media, as you just heard, reporting that 7 hostages have now been handed over to the Red Cross. We knew that they were in position. We saw the convoys of the trucks going in, and we think that this location, which we've been keeping an eye on for you, it's in Gaza, it's Khan Yunis, and we think that this is the location that they will be handed over to some degree. Those convoys of vehicles from the Red Cross are there. There is clearly going to be some sort of handover here as well. It is in the same location as we have seen handovers of hostages in the past, but a very different atmosphere there. Let's bring in Stephanie March from the ABC's Foreign Correspondent programme, who's with us in the studio as well. As Mel pointed out, Steph, one of the significant things about looking at these pictures is that there are no flags. Yes, there are a fair few guns there, but there's also this huge area set up of chairs, which, as Matt suggested, is perhaps for the Palestinian prisoners and detainees to arrive at later on tonight.
Potentially. It is obviously going to be probably a long time until that actually happens. I mean, Israel has said it's not going to be releasing or returning those Palestinian prisoners and detainees until all of the Israeli hostages are inside Israeli territory. So, I mean, it could happen quite quickly, but presumably it's going to be much later on in the day that occurs. But as we've already been talking about, this is a really highly choreographed event on both sides of the border, and so it will be well planned. I think it's not surprising to see, as we are in the pictures there in Gaza, masked men with guns. Obviously, people have been reporting in recent weeks and months you don't see armed Hamas fighters on the streets of Gaza during the war because Israel would have targeted them. But since the fighting has stopped, there've been more of a presence. There's been reporting that they say they're there to ensure law and order and security, and to make sure that this hostage handover goes safely, to provide security for the hostages. Whether or not that's what they are doing there, whether or not it is a subtle show of force, whether or not those chairs are being set up for the return of the Palestinian prisoners or for the parading of the hostages on their departure, it's all a real question.
Yeah, it is, but there's certainly a few more people piling into that area now, look, all being lined up in a very organised fashion. Steph, what sort of fighting force does Hamas remain?
It's a really good question. Israel and the Israeli Defence Forces haven't been transparent about how many of the 67,000 that the Gaza Health Ministry says have been killed in Gaza, how many of them are militants. There's been reporting that it could be anywhere between 8,000 to 20,000. So it's unclear, and there were reports at the start of the war, I think, that Hamas had about 50,000 fighters, or at least during the war. So it's really unclear how many are still left. I saw reporting this morning that Hamas had mobilised 7,000 members to the streets to, ostensibly retain law and order. But the numbers of how many are active and what weapons they still have access to is really unclear. When we've been doing reporting in the last couple of months, people, as I said, haven't been seeing Hamas or their weapons. Obviously, Israel and the IDF have still been targeting them, or what they say are fighters and active fighters in their weaponry. But again, these are just, not having access for the international community and foreign journalists into Gaza. It's really hard to know exactly what's going on.
Steph, as we've just seen, the Red Cross says that its multi-phase operation in Gaza has started. You talked about this a little earlier, just the complications and the danger posed in actually physically trying to get these hostages home. Just talk us through the complicating factors in actually returning these hostages.
Well, even though the fighting has stopped in Gaza, it's still a really unstable place. Like, we've seen a lot of civil unrest there. We've seen photos of people, jumping on aid convoys to take aid. We've heard over recent weeks that's desperate people trying to feed their families. That's thieves taking the aid to go and sell to make money. It's a really lawless place. There are a lot of different factions in Gaza. It's possible that some of them are not on board with this hostage handover going ahead in the manner it's going ahead, with the exchange of prisoners and detainees and those that are on the list. So it's by no means a secure place. Throughout the war, or towards, I suppose, the last few months of the war, it was revealed that Israel was arming gangs inside Gaza who were opposed to Hamas. So there's a lot of domestic instability there. So even if Hamas is 100% on board with getting these 20 hostages and the remains of 28 out alive, it may not be something that is within their grasp to execute completely smoothly.
There's also some difficulties that you've spoken about of getting the remains of those 28 hostages who have died, getting those remains back to their families, in terms of whether Hamas even knows where some of these remains are.
Yeah, I mean, 80 to 90% of the buildings in Gaza are believed to have been destroyed. The IDF, the Israeli Defence Forces, have pulled back to agreed lines since the fighting stopped, but they still control about 50% of the Gaza Strip. So if the remains of those hostages are in those areas, which are under the control of the IDF, not the control of Hamas, it may be very difficult for Hamas to be able to negotiate to get them out. That would assume that Hamas knows where they are and can either direct the IDF or other forces to them, which, it's impossible to know whether that's the case. We saw in the last few weeks of the war an absolute onslaught by the IDF on Gaza City, with, hundreds of thousands of people being displaced. So the chaos that Gaza has been subjected to would make it very difficult to necessarily, and the current situation, to necessarily be able to get all those remains, to find them and to get them out smoothly.
Just reiterating some news that's come through, being reported by the Associated Press, that Israel says that Hamas has handed over the first 7 hostages to the Red Cross as part of this Gaza ceasefire. We haven't yet seen those pictures coming into the newsroom yet. We will, of course, bring them to you as soon as we can. Steph, how likely is it that we will see these images relatively soon? Previous hostage releases have been on a much smaller scale, and these and they've been sort of very highly choreographed. They appear to be very highly choreographed again, but how likely is it that we will see some sort of handover? I think it's quite an unknown, because we saw in that first hostage handover ceasefire period at the end of 2023, just after the war started, on the Israeli side, some very, very intimate images of kids being reunited with dads and families being reunited. But obviously, as the war's drawn on, the trauma for the hostages who were there has just only increased. And what we saw in the more recent tranche of hostages being released earlier this year was a lot of the pictures were coming from the Hamas side in these highly orchestrated kind of hostage ceremonies where they would give them a certificate and make them wave to a crowd and to the cameras and then move them on their way. Whether or not either side is going to be prepared to get cameras up in the faces of these hostages today is a real unknown. I would imagine that Israel will definitely want to be able to show that all 20 living hostages are indeed living and released. Whether they'll do that from a distance, whether it will be pictures that are shot and approved by the IDF that come out a bit later is a very realistic possibility. But I think, again, this has happened, it has happened really fast. It's an unprecedented number of hostages being released at one time, and it's really unclear exactly, first of all, what the plan is, but also whether or not that plan will be able to go smoothly. And of course, we don't know what kind of conditions some of these young men will be in. We've seen pictures of hostages that have been released by Hamas over the last couple of years showing these men looking really, really unwell. Yeah, I think it was about
July, when the sort of starvation crisis was really taking hold in Gaza, about the time a famine was declared in Gaza City. And the Hamas released these pictures of extremely emaciated hostages, essentially saying that they are living the same conditions we are. And so that's why they're looking so unwell. And if you want them to get better, you're going to have to supply more aid to the Gaza Strip. So, there's an expectation that they won't necessarily be in a particularly healthy condition when they are released. It's impossible to know exactly what their conditions have been like in recent months. But I think, as long as they're alive, there'll be, and as we can see pictures here coming out of Ra'im in Israel, which is the point where we're expecting that those hostages will be taken, there is joy, there is jubilation, there is relief. And the people there, they would know what to expect. They would know that these men may be coming back in a very, very poor state.
There are 20 of them, we believe, all young men. Most of them were taken from the Nova Music Festival, if I'm right.
I believe it's a mix. Some of them were IDF soldiers who were serving, trying to protect those communities that were being invaded by Hamas and the other factions on October 7, 2023. Some of them were taken from the kibbutzim surrounding Gaza, and some from the Nova Music Festival. We know, I think, the bulk of hostages initially were from that area, but the conditions they've been held in over the last 2 years, what we know from the other hostages that have come out, are horrible. They've been held in tunnels, they've been held without food, sometimes they've been isolated, sometimes they've been subjected to watch the torture and trauma of their peers. This is according to testimonies of the hostages who have been released previously. And, initially Israeli authorities did try and sort of control and not let the hostages speak too much about what happened during their captivity, but stories, have continued to come out throughout the course of the war. So they will all have probably had very different but equally horrific experiences, particularly in these last few months. If any of them were being kept in Gaza City that was just being absolutely pummeled by the IDF, it would have been a very difficult few months.
We've just seen some breaking news, Steph, of the names of those 7 hostages that's been reported that have been handed over to the Red Cross in Gaza City. According to the Hostage Families Forum, the 7 hostages who have been handed over are Eitan Moore, Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Engerest, Omri Miran, Guy Gilboa Dalal and Alon Oel. They are thought to be among the 20 living hostages to be handed over.
So one of those, Eitan Moore, the first one you mentioned, he was reportedly a 25-year-old working as a security guard at the Nova Music Festival. His father had told reporters that he'd actually saved dozens of people before being kidnapped by Hamas. They got information from a hostage who had spent time with him in a tunnel and said that he was a person who had lifted everyone's spirits. But, that's a 25-year-old who's been in captivity for the last 2 years. It'll be remarkable to see as these gentlemen come out.
Another one, Elon O'Hell, 24. He too, Steph, was at the Nova Festival, taken from a roadside bomb shelter after he fled the Nova Music Festival. The attack, authorities believe, left him injured in the eye, and he was from northern Israel. He was one of the hostages that appeared in a Hamas video recently, and as you know, the pictures from those Hamas videos of the emaciated hostages just looking awful were terribly distressing for the families.
Another one that you mentioned there, Omri Miran, I was speaking about him earlier. There was a report from Israeli newspaper that his brother was on his way to Ra'im to greet him and said that Omri's 2 young daughters had been drawing pictures for him that they left on the hospital bed for when he is finally released. So there's going to be, presumably, and as we say, we don't know whether we'll see pictures of these releases and reunions, and if we do, whether they'll come out immediately or whether they'll be released later by the Red Cross or by Israeli authorities. But there'll be some remarkable scenes, I think, coming out in the next few hours.
Ziv Berman, another one, 28 years old, taken when with his twin. They were abducted together from Kfar Aza. The brothers' family had said they had been told by the Israeli military that the pair were being held in Gaza. So if this list is correct of what the Israeli media is reporting, then he is another one that is in this first group of 7 Israeli hostages that have been handed over to the Red Cross in the past few minutes.
Yeah, Ziv released along with his brother Gali Berman. They both appear to be on this list who have been released. These 2 young men were 27 years old, abducted alongside their friend Emily Damari, who was another hostage who was released in January of this year. She said, she told the New York Times upon her release that Gali had run to her house on the morning of the attack because she was afraid of being alone, and she said that she believed that the twins Gali and Ziv Berman had been separated on their first day in Gaza. So those 2 young men believed to be part of the 7 who have been handed over to the Red Cross at this point in Gaza City.
Well, we continue to watch these pictures from Gaza. More activity, certainly the activity is ramping up. I want to bring in former Liberal Senator and former Ambassador to Israel, Dave Sharma, who joins us now live. Hi there, Dave. Thanks very much for joining us. What do you make of it? It seems to be happening. There were tense times. We didn't know whether we would get here. It seems to be happening.
Look, it does seem to be underway. I understand that the first cohort of hostages, some 7, have been transferred to the Red Cross. That's my understanding of media reports, and they will soon from there be handed to the Israeli Defence Forces and then taken to Rayim military base, as you mentioned, where they will be, I presume, reunited with their families and given medical checks. So, look, my expectation is it will happen today, that the 20, if that's what there are, 20 hostages who remain alive will be handed over today. I think the pressure that's been brought to bear on Hamas, diplomatic and military, and especially from its erstwhile backers, Qatar and Turkey and Egypt, will make sure that they implement this phase today, and that will be rightly of tremendous joy to people in Israel and their families, but of course it should be for everyone around the world too.
Fair to say that a lot of pressure has been put on the Israeli government as well.
Look, certainly there's been pressure put on Israel's government, but I would say that they had said throughout this conflict that the war can end if Hamas returns the hostages and relinquishes its authority in Gaza. And Hamas has now signed up to do both of these things as part of the so-called Trump 20-point peace plan. And that was, that's what Israel has been saying all along would be needed to bring this conflict to a close.
How dark a period of history has this been for the Israeli people?
Well, I think the 7th of October marked the largest loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust, but it also marked a dramatic security and intelligence failure for Israel, on a par or worse than that of the Yom Kippur War, which is 50 years ago now. So this has left a tremendous scar on Israel, and of course 1,200 people were killed that day, 250 were taken hostage, 100 of those have not survived. I don't think you can overstate how all-consuming this has been for everyone in Israel over the last 2 years. And of course, Palestinian population, especially in Gaza, has felt this conflict very intimately as well. I don't want to understate the massive impact it's had on their lives and the terrible loss of life that's happened there too.
The families, friends, Israelis are gathering in Hostages Square, Dave. It's been a roller coaster of emotions the past few days for the Israeli people. Do you get the impression that they have optimism for the weeks and months ahead?
Look, I think they've got realism, and there is cause for some optimism amongst that realism, but I think more than anything right now they will be watching very closely and celebrating the return of the hostages. Look, Israel lives in a tough neighbourhood. It's had to fight for its survival throughout its modern existence since it was created in 1948. And so there's no naivety about the future. I think they still know that there are many people who wish them ill around the world and amongst their neighbours and that are fundamentally opposed to the existence of the Jewish state. But they are all, committed to living and fighting and surviving there. And so I think they will take the joy that they can take from today, but they will be pretty just cold-eyed about the future that lies ahead.
Just very quickly, Dave Sharma, Donald Trump's input into all of this?
I think it's been massive. I don't think you can... I haven't seen a US president exercise this level of influence in the Middle East, probably since, Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger, who helped basically forge the Egypt-Israeli peace treaty after the Yom Kippur War. And it's full testament to him. He's brought, tremendous influence and relationship capital with Israel, but also with the Gulf Arab states and Egypt and Jordan too. And that's what's been needed to get this deal done. And look, in the Middle East, the language of politics is force, and he's shown that he's willing to use force.
Dave Sharma, Liberal Senator, former ambassador to Israel. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Well, let's return to Tel Aviv now, where our Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran joins us from Hostages Square. Matt, hi there. It's pretty busy, pretty loud behind you there. We've just heard that 7 hostages have been released to the Red Cross. What do we know about what's happening there?
Yeah, so those hostages, let's go through those names. They are Matan Angest, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Alon Oel, Eitan Zur, Gali and Ziv Berman, the brothers, Eitan Moore and Omri Miran. They are the 7 hostages who have just been handed over to the International Red Cross. They are being driven through Gaza to be handed over to the IDF on the Gaza border. The IDF will then take them from the Gaza border to the Reim military base, just outside of Gaza, down in southern Israel, where they will be initially reunited with some members of their family, and then they will go through those initial medical and psychological checks. I've got to tell you, and the reason that we lost you before, there are so many people here in Hostage Square for a Wednesday morning. It's just 8:30 here in the morning. There are thousands and thousands of people who are here, and the phone networks are completely crunched right now, so we apologise in advance if we drop out again. But there are many, many people here wanting to be marking this moment, showing their support, being together. A lot of very emotional people in this crowd, crying, hugging each other, breaking into song, breaking into chants as this moment happens. You can hear, you're hearing behind me at the moment, they are relaying some of the Israeli public, or some of the Israeli television stations who are showing live coverage, including from sort of parties that are being held by families and supporters of those hostages spread out right across Israel. So those people who haven't actually gone down to Reim to meet with these hostages, they are watching some of this coverage, and some of the local TV networks are in their living rooms at the moment sharing that moment. So it is really quite a tense moment still, because everyone still hasn't seen these first 7 hostages. They just know that they have been handed over. They know their names, but they are waiting to see that moment when they emerge from those International Red Cross SUVs and are handed over to the IDF.
Yeah, Matt, obviously we don't know what we're going to see of that, but one of the images that we are getting is from that southern border where the military base in Reim. The hostage families, as you suggest, have been sent there. And there seems to be a long line of people there now waiting to see the military arrive with them. But when we've done this in previous hostage releases, Matt, the pictures from inside Gaza, they're controlled by Hamas, are they? Or are there Palestinian journalists that are able to get those?
There are Palestinian journalists in Gaza who are covering this event, and we've seen some of those pictures being broadcast at the moment. Not only some of those scenes which we were talking about before, stages being set up ready for those Palestinian prisoners to be released in the next couple of hours or so, but we've also seen some vision of Palestinian journalists following that Red Cross convoy through the bombed out streets of Gaza. What we are expecting to see, and this is a very well-oiled machine when it comes to the Israeli Israeli side of things, we are expecting that the IDF will release a vision of the moment that those hostages emerge from those Red Cross vehicles and are handed over to the IDF. That is, and there's a big caveat here, that is unless the physical condition of some of those hostages is so grave that they don't want to actually publicise that. But if they are able to walk, we are expecting to see that vision being released by the IDF and the Israeli government pretty quickly. Same too when they arrive at the Reim base. You pointed to the people who are lining the highway there. That is the main highway which runs from the town of Sderot, which is sort of at the northern end of the Israel-Gaza border on the Israeli side, right the way down to Kerem Shalom, which is the aid crossing in the very south where Israel, Gaza and Egypt meet. That highway is where a lot of people are gathering. There are many Israeli flags. We were down there yesterday. Not only Israeli flags, but the yellow flag, which has come to represent the hostage movement. People will be lining that highway because those hostages will be driven out of Gaza onto that main highway, driven a short distance, driven through the sort of border fence, through the gates, driven a short distance to Reim, where they will be taken inside the base and those reunions will happen. There are also going to be some helicopters, which you may see on the ground outside that military base. Those are the helicopters which will transport those hostages from Reim to the 3 hospitals across Tel Aviv, which will take in these hostages. That's going to happen in the next couple of hours or so. We're not expecting that to be immediate. But again, if the physical condition of some of those hostages is so bad, they aren't going to keep them at Reim for very long indeed. They will put them in those choppers and fly them to hospital immediately. So a lot of moving pieces here, a lot of anxiety and anticipation amongst the crowd here, just waiting to see that moment when these hostages finally emerge. There was a massive cheer just before as they named those 7 men who have been handed over. No doubt there'll be an even louder one if and when we see those pictures.
No doubt. Matt, you've brought us the names of those hostages, those 7 hostages earlier. What do we know about those men who were predominantly young men who were either at the festival, at the Nova Music Festival, or in that general area on the 7th of October? What do we know about these young men?
Yeah, they're from a range of different backgrounds. I'll give you one example. The Berman brothers, they were abducted from a community along the Israel-Gaza border on October 7 when Hamas stormed a lot of those kibbutzes and took hostages there. They are from Kfar Aza, if I'm not mistaken. They have been held hostage now for more than 730 days. There are a mixture of people throughout this cohort, this group of 20 living hostages and more broadly the 28 dead hostages who were both taken hostage from those communities along the border. There were also some of them from the Nova Music Festival. There are also some who were soldiers on the day, including, not in this first group of 7, but Nimrod Cohen, who was, there's vision of him being dragged out of an Israeli tank by Hamas forces on that day. So there is definitely a mixture of people being brought out today in terms of how they ended up in Hamas's captivity. But at this stage, the concern, I guess, amongst this crowd is what sort of condition they will be in. Some of them we've seen in hostage videos in the last short while, both in the last couple of weeks and in the last couple of months or so, in varying states, varying conditions. One of those hostages, again, not in this initial cohort of 7, but Eviatar David, he was seen in a hostage video, incredibly gaunt, digging what he said in that video was his own grave in a tunnel. We spoke to his brother shortly after that video was released, and the family were incredibly shocked to see just how frail he looked in that video, and that's why I guess many people here are very anxious to see what condition these hostages are in when they are freed. So I've got a massive TV screen above me, so you'll forgive me. I'm not being rude, just looking up to see what's happening. They are just cycling through some photos at the moment of these 7 men who are part of this first cohort to be released by Hamas, or have been released by Hamas.
Matt, we're just seeing as well some aerial shots of Hostages Square where you are. We can get a bit of a gauge of the crowd behind you, but the shot that we're seeing from above shows an absolutely massive crowd who have gathered there. It is, of course, still relatively early in the morning there for you. Matt, just while we've been speaking with you in the last couple of minutes, we've just also had an update via Reuters that an official involved in the operation has told Reuters news agency that all 1,966 Palestinian detainees expected to be released have boarded buses at Israeli prisons. That's just come through while we've been talking to you there. I'm not sure if you can hear us above all of that noise, Matt, but take us through what we know about the Palestinian prisoners being released.
Yeah, so that is quite significant that those prisoners have already been loaded onto buses. However, in terms of the timing there, we have seen this in previous hostage handovers and prisoner releases where those prisoners have been put on buses and then effectively wait inside the fence line of prisons like Ofer prison, which is just outside Ramallah, not far from one of the main prisons where these people are being held. So the fact that they are put on buses, that it means obviously that process is progressing, but we might not see some movement there in terms of those buses leaving those compounds for some time. They generally won't do that, particularly before those living hostages are all brought in, 20 of those hostages. We tried to seek some clarity from Israeli authorities yesterday as to whether the timing could be skewed or could be thrown out if it takes longer to get those dead hostages out of Gaza. So the working assumption for the IDF is that the 20 living hostages, that will happen this morning. The bodies of the dead hostages, that might take a little bit longer. Questions were asked of Israeli authorities as to whether or not that slightly longer process for the remains of those hostages, whether that would delay the prisoner release, and there was no sort of clear information as to how that would affect the timing. So yes, significant that shows that side of this equation, and we do need to stress that there are people being released from captivity and from jail on both sides of this divide at the moment. But that is underway, but it could still be a couple of hours away.
Matt, Hamas has reaffirmed its commitment to the ceasefire agreement. It's released a statement. It says as long as Israel sticks to it as well, that is for the future. Now it's about this massive crowd where you are. They really are incredible aerial images that we're getting. And at the weekend, there was something like 400,000 people in Hostage Square to listen to US Envoy Steve Witkoff, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner as well. It really has been the focal point, hasn't it, for colour, for photographs, for tears, for sharing.
Yeah, it really has, and I think this is one of the things that is most striking about how the Israeli community has handled this situation. The sense of community here, quite separate from what is happening in Gaza, and of course there are always going to be questions that have been asked, need to be asked now and into the future about Israel's conduct in Gaza. There is no denying that whatsoever. But when it comes to the sense of community here in Israel, the fact that people have rallied here each and every week, I've lost count of how many of these rallies I've been to over the course of the last year. Every Saturday night there are thousands of people who show up here. As you pointed out, hundreds of thousands on the last Saturday night when Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump appeared here. We're complaining about the phone signal right now. You can imagine what it was like just a couple of nights ago. Blocks and blocks of traffic right around this area, which is normally, I mean, we refer to it as Hostage Square. This is actually the Tel Aviv Museum of Art behind us, and the public library and the magistrates court over there. Normally this is just a standard public square, but it really has become the focal point for these commemorations, for these rallies. And I think it's safe to say that maybe not today, maybe today is a slightly different crowd, but normally the crowds who do appear here and are rallying in support of the hostages, it's safe to say that they are no fans of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. We saw that on Saturday night when Steve Witkoff was speaking to the crowd. He tried to mention the Prime Minister's name and kept getting met by boos and jeers from the crowd. He seemed slightly taken aback by that. Obviously, he hadn't really, if he was taken aback by that, he hadn't really read in, because if he thought that this was going to be a pro-Netanyahu crowd. Anything over the last 2 years of these rallies would have told him otherwise. The Israeli government repeatedly criticised by families and supporters from right in this square, from standing up on that stage each and every week, calling on this government to sign a deal to get these hostages back. It is quite remarkable to have seen that. And yeah, again, we are seeing thousands and thousands of people gathered here today. They're holding up flags, they are holding up signs of the hostages, they are sitting on the ground, they're hugging, there's people handing around yellow wristbands. The yellow ribbon has become a symbol of this movement, and it is quite remarkable to see how this community has come together. Of course, their concern is the hostages first and foremost. There has been a growing appreciation in the last couple of months about the dire humanitarian crisis in Gaza, but a lot of that has come from, as I've just got a dog wrapped around my leg, a lot of that has come from the concerns about how that is reflecting on the hostages, not necessarily the dire situation facing the Palestinian community. That's not to say that people here do not care about the circumstances facing the Gazans there, the lack of food, the bombardment that they have faced, but it is certainly far lower down their list of priorities than the welfare of those hostages. And there is also a concern now as we are looking towards what happens sort of the day after this war, if we do get to that point, and there is still a lot of anticipation as to whether or not this could fall over in coming days once those hostages are out. But there is a feeling that amongst this crowd that yes, this humanitarian crisis could reflect very badly on Israel into the future, and things need to be done there. But again, their priority is very much the hostages, and they are seeing that today.
Matt, live for us in Hostages Square. Don't go anywhere. Matt, I just want to bring our viewers up to date. You're watching ABC News, and the breaking news is that Hamas has now handed over 7 Israeli hostages to the International Red Cross. They are being transported from where they were being held and will be handed over to the Israeli military. All of this has happened in the past half hour or so. 7 out of the 20 living remaining hostages. 28 are thought to be deceased, and their bodies are expected to be handed over to the International Committee of the Red Cross and then to the Israeli military a little bit later on. Speaking with Matt Doran, who's in Hostages Square for us in Tel Aviv and has been many times before. Matt, it's a cliche, but what is the atmosphere there? Is there as well some anxiety? Is it all jubilation? Is there fear for what's ahead?
There was jubilation when the first group of 7 hostages were announced as being within the custody of the International Red Cross. Many people hugging, crying, cheering, breaking into song. So as you can see, the crowds are just swelling more and more and more as we are on the air at the moment. There is also a sense of anticipation, anxiety. You are right there. People here are very worried about what condition those hostages are going to be in once they are freed, how frail they may well be. Again, casting my mind back to January and February when the last ceasefire was happening and we saw some of those hostage releases, there were gasps among the crowd here when some of those hostages emerged, having lost an incredible amount of weight, looking incredibly frail. Many people saying, well, that is the situation facing the Palestinian population as well. But the Israeli rhetoric, the Israeli narrative has been that the Hamas fighters who've been guarding these hostages have been very well fed, have been very well looked after, and that they have been withholding food from those hostages. Now, that is always going to be questioned and criticised and examined into the future, but that situation certainly did lead to gasps of shock, tears among the crowd here, and I think that's what a lot of people are thinking could be happening now. Some very anxious faces in the crowd from what I can see here. Everyone looking up at the screen, which is still cycling through some of these pictures of the hostages that are being brought through. You'll hear that there's some announcements being made over the PA system at the moment. some of this is sort of announcing the name. We're going through the names of the hostages at the moment, not just that first group who are being freed, but the broader cohort of 48 hostages. There is music being played, and then every now and then the big screens here are ducking back into Israeli television coverage for some of that commentary and to get some of that news as to exactly what is happening, with the Israeli authorities clearly feeding a lot of information through to the Israeli media primarily. There are also dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of media here. The international media has flocked here to Hostage Square to tell this story, that this could be really the culmination of this whole process. Yes, the war is not over yet. Yes, there is a lot that needs to be done to fix that situation in Gaza, and that is not something which is going to happen overnight. It will take many months, many years. We have seen aid start to go in, but the rebuilding process there. But in terms of the Israeli community and its feeling here, that this is really the culmination of a 2-year ordeal.
That goes to my next question there. This Hostages Square in Tel Aviv has obviously been the centre of these gatherings every week for the last 2 years. Is there a sense there yet that this may be the last time that these people gather here, or is that sort of looking forward a little bit too much? Is there still that sense of anxiety that it may not be the end?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Mel. I think this is always going to be a focal point for these individuals, and certainly will be for some time to come. Whether or not we are seeing crowds to this extent in the next short while, well, that remains to be seen. I think it's safe to say there's probably going to be thousands and thousands of people in this square for most of the day as we see those hostages coming out, as people gather here to reflect, to learn more information about their well-being and things like that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of rally here tonight as well. There was certainly a feeling on Saturday night when we were gathered here that was the last rally that would happen prior to these hostages being freed, and that many people were hopeful that it was the last time that they would be gathering without those hostages there, maybe winding down. But this has certainly become a key part of the Israeli community over the course of now 2 years.
Lots of cheers happening behind you there, Matt. What's just happened on the screen there?
It looks like they are showing some pictures of people calling in, some family members calling in to one of the local TV networks. I believe that's what's happening there at the moment. So a bit of FaceTime action happening on the big screen there on Channel 13, one of the local TV networks. So everyone's still waiting for this moment when these hostages are going to be freed. A lot of kind of like what we're doing, Mel and Lorna, a bit of padding until we see that moment. But certainly that's something that's happening on the local media as well. But they are getting a lot of information. There's people that are in there's some reporters that are in some of the gatherings where family and friends of these supporters are coming together to watch this, because we're not seeing necessarily a lot of the families down here at Hostage Square, and that is understandable. They want to be with their loved ones. They want to be preparing for those reunions. The immediate family members have travelled down to Re'im to meet those hostages. The broader family and friends, those reunions generally happen in the 3 hospitals where these hostages will be taken. That is the Sheba Hospital, Ichilov and Beilinson hospitals here in Tel Aviv. So that process will happen later on today as well. But yeah, a lot of, for want of a better term, sort of like watch parties, I guess you could say. People gathering at home in these communities, not only in the homes of those families, but also some of the communities that have evacuated during the war or were attacked on October 7th. Those border communities, the kibbutzes there, many of them have not gone back to those communities because there is still a lot of trauma there. It is not seen as safe there. The buildings were burnt down, things like that. They are living in other communities across Israel, and quite often the members of a kibbutz are living all in the same town or in the same community. We know that some kibbutzes further into Israel have gone through massive building projects, bringing bringing in transportable buildings to house some of these families. We were in a town called Kiryat Gat, which is about 90 minutes drive from Jerusalem, the other day, interviewing the family of Ariel and David Cunio, who are two brothers still held hostage, speaking with their mother, Sylvia. And she was telling us in this community, she was pointing to a couple of apartment buildings around the one where she was living, saying that her neighbours live over there, from the kibbutz that they were in, her other neighbours live over there. There are still these communities hanging together and living in the vicinity of each other, even if they aren't in their homes, and they are still trying to figure out exactly where they will be going there. So that's what we're seeing on the Israeli media at the moment. Just looking up again to seeing some pictures at the moment playing on Channel 13 of those Red Cross convoys heading through Gaza. Also preparations in the next short while, within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, I believe, for the arrival of the US President Donald Trump. He is due to arrive at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv in the next short while. We're seeing live pictures at the moment of the airport. That visit by Donald Trump is primarily focused on him going to Jerusalem to address the Knesset. It is going to cause traffic chaos in Israel, although many people are probably going to stay off the road because Highway 1 between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv will be shut down for the duration of Donald Trump's trip. That is a distance of roughly around 50 kilometres or so, but that's going to cause quite a bit of chaos when it comes to the traffic there. But I think a lot of people are hanging at home, or they have come down to places like Hostage Square to watch what is happening and really soaking up this atmosphere.
All right, our Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran reporting from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. There, Matt, we'll let you go for now, but we'll no doubt check back in with you very, very shortly. Thank you.
Well, let's bring in Ali Mamori again. He is a Middle East analyst and research fellow in the Middle Eastern Studies at Deakin University. Thanks for joining us again. Of course, the other aspect of the developments there are what is happening in Gaza, in Khan Yunis, and the Palestinian prisoners and detainees that we believe will be going to Khan Yunis later on this afternoon. 1,900 of them loaded into buses already by Israel. Who are they?
They are some of them. They are like with the life sentence prisoner from Israeli military court. It's important to mention that they did not get any fair trial. We don't know they are actually convicted of any kind of a crime.
Some of them are.
Most of them. The majority of them are not receiving a civil, democratic, fair trial. It's a military court. It's not supervised by democratic institutions. It's not publicly accessible for people to come and so the process. Reporters, journalists, experts are not involved in that matter. So we don't know exactly to what certain they are involved in any kind of crime or not.
Yeah.
Probably a group of them are, but the majority, it seems to be that they are not convicted really. Anyway, they have been in the Israeli prisons for long. Some of them even did not get the military trial at all. So it's a big moment for Palestinians as well.
Yeah, 250 of them are prisoners. The definition is different to the detainees. They were taken by Israeli forces after the October 7th attacks, and most of them haven't stood trial in Israel, have they? Is that right?
Exactly, yes. The people who were detained after the 7th October 2023, the majority of them did not get any trial at all.
So the pictures we're seeing from Khan Yunis in Gaza, there's huge amounts of seats been set up for people to go in. We believe that these are pictures that are showing where the Palestinian prisoners will be located to after they've been handed over back into Gaza. But it's also important to remember that that area has been heavily bombed and that these people, a lot of them, are only just returning to their area after 2 years of being displaced.
Yeah, exactly. That's why there will be some kind of mixed emotions of mourning and happiness at the same time. They will be happy to return to their homeland after years, and their family will be happy to see them as well. But at the same time, they will see Gaza completely different from what they remember.
In terms of the diplomacy, we just heard Matt there talking about that very shortly, in fact, Donald Trump is arriving. He will have been keeping across developments. He will know now that 7 Israeli hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. How important has his role been in all of this?
Of course, he has the crucial role in that process in general. None of US presidents in the past were able to conduct such a process, and hopefully with his pressure on Israeli side, on other actors, will lead to some kind of final resolution to this matter in the near future. And hopefully we can see the same happiness that we can see in Israeli cities, in Gaza, in West Bank, and in other Arab countries that we've been involved in this matter, like Lebanon and Syria, that have been attacked by Israel as well recently.
And that's where we expect these pictures to come. How much we have seen men with weapons in some of these pictures. There are Palestinian flags, but there are not Hamas or Fatah flags or symbols in any of the pictures that we've seen coming through so far. So what is your understanding of how much control Hamas still has here?
It doesn't seem that Hamas has a major control on Gaza Strip, especially that we know Israeli forces controlled about 70%, and now they withdraw about 50%. So they don't have a major control. And we know as well that Israel have been working on creating pro-Israel militias, Palestinian militias, for some kind of preparation for after war. So we don't know exactly those people are from Hamas side or from Israeli side, but in general we know Hamas still has some certain of control. It's not a major, and there are some groups as well that are trying to play a role as well.
Ali Mansouri, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon and bringing us your perspective on what is happening there. As we say,
a pleasure speaking to
thank you. 7 male living hostages no longer in the hands of Hamas, as we believe.
Yes, the first 7 hostages have been handed over to the International Red Cross. They've been named. As we were hearing from Matthew Doran a little earlier, the cheers at Hostages Square that were heard when those young men were named. We haven't seen pictures of those 7 hostages just yet. We don't know what sort of a condition they will be in when they are seen. As Matt was saying, those pictures are likely to be highly sort of choreographed, I suppose, once we see them. Whether they'll be released by the IDF at the time.
We'll continue to watch Tel Aviv. We will continue to watch Gaza as well. Joe O'Brien is coming up next.
So the first 7 Israeli hostages have been released by Hamas after more than 2 years in captivity. The Red Cross has picked them up from a location in northern Gaza, and they're currently travelling to the border with Israel before being handed over to Israeli forces. The Israeli military earlier said it expected 6 to 8 hostages to be released first. Eaton Moore, Gali and Ziv Berman and Matan Engest are among the first ones released, along with Omri Miran, Guy Bilboa Dalal and Alon Ohel. In just under an hour, the second group will be released. That's expected to take place in Khan Yunis. 20 hostages are believed to be still alive, while the remains of others will also be handed over. A list of those 20 has been released by Hamas and matches the list Israel has released. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah have attached a personal note to the returning hostages. The note reads, "On behalf of the entire people of Israel, welcome back. We've been waiting for you. We embrace you." In Israel, there are reports that all Palestinian prisoners to be released have boarded buses as part of the exchange. 1,900 are expected to be released as part of the first phase of the peace deal. The International Red Cross will oversee that operation as well, although exact timing remains unclear. US President Donald Trump will arrive in Israel imminently, where he'll meet some of the hostages and address Israel's parliament. Over the past few days, thousands of Palestinians have been trekking through wastelands to return to their homes, many of them destroyed after 2 years of conflict. So we'll have comprehensive rolling coverage over the coming hours of this critical moment after so much death and destruction and heartache in the Middle East over the past 2 years. Finally, there's some hope, but also uncertainty over the likelihood of meaningful progress after this moment of optimism in solving this once and for all. Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran joins us now from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Matt, g'day. So what's it like there after so much anticipation about this moment for so long?
Good morning to so much anticipation, and still that anticipation and that anxiety is building, because even though people here have been cheering and applauding and crying out as they saw the news come through that those first 7 living hostages have been handed over to the International Red Cross, they have still not seen anything of those hostages. There is this anxiety about what condition they will be in when they are handed over. What we have seen coming out of Gaza so far are some pictures of the International Red Cross convoy travelling through the bombed out streets of Gaza, taking those hostages to the Israel-Gaza border, where they will be handed over to the IDF and then driven back into Israel, taken to the Re'im military base in southern Israel for an initial medical check and also to be reunited with members of their immediate family. From there, they will be flown by helicopter to here in Tel Aviv to 3 hospitals which have been put on standby. And while we haven't seen those hostages yet, we are expecting, based on how previous hostage releases have happened over the course of the war here, that we will see some vision released by the IDF of the moment that they are handed over from the Red Cross into the custody of the Israeli military. This is a very well-oiled machine when it comes to getting that imagery out. The Israeli government, the Israeli authorities want to show that. And there's another cheer just going up, Joe. I'll just explain why. They are watching local television. Khan, the public broadcaster, at the moment is showing some family members speaking on FaceTime to each other. They're talking about this situation and building up to it. So still a lot of anticipation, not quite at that moment of those hostages being handed over, but a lot of people here in the square very excited for that moment, while also deeply, deeply anxious at the same time, Joe.
And so, Matt, there's this moment of optimism now. We're about to see, presumably, some of those who've been released. What can you tell us about some of those hostages who are in this first list?
Yeah, so there are 7 men in this first group who have been handed over to the authorities. Let me just bring up their names and the deluge of information that's coming through to us at the moment. They are Matan Angres, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Alon Oel, Eitan Zur, Gale and Ziv Berman, the brothers, Eitan Moore, Omri Miran. Now, we spoke to Omri Miran's father last week here in Hostage Square when that moment the peace deal was announced. It was very early in the morning. He was overjoyed, but he was also somewhat numbed by this situation, saying he cannot wait for his son to finally come home. He went through a period, I think he might still be going through this, where he has not shaved his beard at all while his son has been in captivity, and it is quite a significant beard that he's been able to grow over the course of 2 years while he's been waiting desperately for his son to come home. The Berman brothers, they are from the same community that was from Gaza, I believe, that was an area where many people were killed on October 7, 2023. We were talking to another member of the Kfar Aza community, Jonathan Shamriz, whose brother was killed on that day, and he said, as much as his advocacy is concerned, he's not resting until his friends are coming home. You can see some people in the crowd. They're getting very, very emotional, waiting for this moment and watching some of the reactions of the families that are playing out on the big screen in front of us. The excitement that is pouring through as we prepare to see this moment of these hostage releases in the next short while.
And Matt, we're getting we've got cameras in a number of positions and getting shots of several different things at the moment. One of the things we just saw was what looked like a Red Cross convoy going through what is left of Gaza. Have you seen those images of a Red Cross convoy taking some of these people to that Re'im base in Israel?
Yes, we have. So, I mean, those pictures really do show you just the devastation in Gaza at the moment. These Red Cross convoys driving through bombed out streets, buildings crumbling around them. This is the first group that's being taken to the Israel-Gaza border. Before they cross that border into Israel, they are handed over to the IDF. So the Red Cross takes them as far as the border and then hands them over to the Israeli military. Some of the cheers here, just because one of the TV stations is showing live pictures from here in Hostage Square, the thousands and thousands of people who have gathered here in the square. So yes, those convoys are travelling through Gaza as we go to air, and it's important to point out that the Red Cross is an independent party in this. They are asked to take part in this by Israel and Hamas, so that there isn't direct contact between Hamas, who have been holding these hostages, and the IDF. The Red Cross acts as a buffer between them and delivers those hostages from captivity to the IDF. This is something that the Red Cross says it takes incredibly seriously. It says its main focus is the welfare of those hostages and maintaining their dignity while they are going through this process. If we cast our minds back, Joe, to January and February, when we were seeing these hostage handovers happening, there was a lot of unrest, a lot of anger about the way in which some of the hostages were being paraded in front of the media when they were still in Gaza, paraded in front of the Palestinian population as well. And the Red Cross, it wasn't just the Israeli government and the Israeli community furious about this, but the Red Cross also called out this behaviour by Hamas and said that hostages during a war demand a level of dignity that is protected under international law, and saying that was not appropriate and should not happen again. We haven't seen that this time around. And so this is obviously quite different. Some of the preparations we've been seeing in Gaza, stages being set up, chairs being set up, we are understanding that is more so for the Palestinian prisoners who will be freed in the next short while, including many who have been arrested during the course of this war and held for many months with absolutely no charge whatsoever. One of the biggest criticisms of the Israeli justice system is this administrative detention regime, which we are seeing having played out for many years now, but particularly during this war.
And it's hard to know exactly what time things are going to happen over the next couple of hours, but in terms of if you were driving slowly from wherever they are in Gaza towards the Re'im base, would you assume that could only be a matter of 20 minutes or so before those hostages are seen getting on the choppers and heading towards Tel Aviv?
I think we have just seen a photo being shared of one of the hostages that's being shown on Channel 12, a photo that's been sent to a family member of one of those hostages. I'm not quite sure which hostage it is at this stage. I'll try to get that information for you. But in terms of the timing, Gaza is not a big place. It is only around 50 kilometres north to south, and we know that when it comes to the driving time, that is somewhat delayed because just of the state of the roads. There are bombed out streets, bombed out roads, buildings that are crumbling. It is very difficult for people to make their way through those areas very quickly. Here's some of the cheering of the crowd right now. If we can see some of that coming through. Sorry, sir. It's live on television at the moment. Sorry, sir. So we're just trying to get some information as to where who that hostage is that's just been seen. But very much cheers here in Hostage Square for that moment. Joe, the phone networks are jammed at the moment, so trying to get some of that information, you may well learn before I do, but trying to get some of that information is quite difficult at the moment. So many people here on their phones marking this moment, sharing this moment with their friends and family, not only here but everywhere else.
And Matt, there's so much joy and anticipation at the moment with the impending arrival of these hostages to safety in Israel. But how challenging has it been for some former hostages returning to a regular life after everything they've been through?
Well, I think one of the things that many of the hostages have said is that they have not been able to return to a regular life, knowing that other hostages are still in Gaza, that there are still 20 living hostages, 28 deceased hostages still in Gaza. They feel like they haven't actually been able to go through that healing process as much as they have been able to recover physically, and some of them have come out incredibly emaciated. They have come out incredibly gaunt, clearly needing a lot of medical support and psychological support. Actually, Joe, I can just give you some breaking news as we speak right now. The IDF has just announced that those 7 returning hostages have been handed over to the IDF and the Israeli security forces, the Shin Bet, which is the domestic spy agency, and they are still within Gaza. They are now making their way to Israeli territory, so they will be taken to that Rain base. So that is what that cheer was just then, the announcement that those 7 hostages have been handed over by the Red Cross and that they are now in Israeli custody. But to go back to what you were saying, just a moment ago, it's very, very packed here in Hostage Square, as you can see. Going back to what we were talking about with the recovery of those hostages, many of them have said they can't get past this stage and can't get through their recovery because of those outstanding hostages. But they have also spoken of nightmares, of the terrors that they are still experiencing, still feeling like they are in those tunnels underneath Gaza, being held captive. We know that some of them had to go through surgery. Emily Damari, one of the first hostages who was freed back in January last year, she came out of captivity. She had been shot in the hand on October 7, had clearly had some rudimentary medical treatment at the time, but had to have further surgeries on her hand when she was released. And her sort of salute, I guess you could say, holding up her hand with 2 missing fingers, has become a sign, an icon, a symbol of this hostage movement, as many people have been trying to gather this support. We'll just bring you a bit more of the scenes in the crowd. People are getting very, very emotional now as they are seeing this information come through. But yes, it is going to be a very difficult time. Actually, okay, I can give you a bit more information as to what we're seeing with some of these hostages. So we have just heard reported in the Israeli media that one of the hostages, not one of these 7 hostages who has been released in this first cohort, but he is still in captivity. Matan Zangalka, he's still in captivity, but he has just spoken to his mother and Nav Zangalka on the phone. Now, and Nav Zangalka, many people who have been watching this quite closely back at home may well have seen her. She has been one of the fiercest critics of the Netanyahu government, one of the fiercest people demanding the release of these hostages. She has been in this hostage square week after week after week. She has been standing outside the Knesset week after week. She's been thrown out of the Knesset for the politicians there saying that she's been too aggressive in her advocacy there, which has only angered the hostage movement even further. So she has been on the phone to her son Matan in the last short while. I can also tell you that Nimrod Cohen, who is also still in captivity, is not part of this group of 7. Nimrod Cohen has spoken to his family as well. I spoke to his father, Yehuda Cohen, over the weekend, and he was very, very excited about this, but he was also very anxious about what condition his son would come out in. He had not had any proof of life or any proof of welfare since that last group of hostages were freed back in January and February. The last group who'd seen his son were able to relay some information, but there had been no information since then. So he was very concerned about how this might play out, how his son could be faring once he was released from captivity. But yes, Israeli media reporting that Nimrod Cohen has spoken to his family. Again, Nimrod Cohen's mother and father, Vicky and Yehuda Cohen, have been real powerhouses of this hostage movement. And it is safe to say that they are no fans of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. Very critical of the Israeli government, very critical of the fact that it has taken 2 years to get to a point where there is a peace deal and a hostage release situation happening. Yehuda Cohen also very keen to point out that he wants to see the Israeli and Palestinian populations live in safety and security side by side. Very worried about that humanitarian crisis which his own son has been dragged into as a result of this ordeal, 2 years in hostility, not in hostility, in captivity. So that information coming through, and we have just had a statement that's just logged into my phone from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office. Stand by, just trying to translate that at the moment. Yes, confirming that those hostages have been handed over to the Israeli authorities, including the Berman brothers, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Omri Meran, who have been speaking about the Prime Minister's office saying that there will be members of the Israeli government, the defence establishment, and a dedicated unit that's been set up within the government and has been running for the last 2 years or so, the hostages and missings unit that will be with these hostages right the way through. Now former hostages, safe to say, right the way through from when they are taken to the Re'im military base in southern Gaza for those initial checks, for the initial reunions with their families, and then flown to Tel Aviv for hospital treatment across 3 different hospitals here in Israel's major population centre.
And Matt, while there's a lot of joy around you there at the moment, it's a very tough still today for those with relatives who were killed, whose bodies are being returned today, and there are 28 of those.
Yeah, that's right. So what we're seeing at the moment is the release of the living hostages, the 20 living hostages. We are expecting that the remains of those deceased hostages will take a little bit longer to come out over the next couple of hours. But the priority at this stage is the living hostages and getting them out and getting them into treatment. But of course, there is going to be bittersweet emotions amongst the hostage community. Obviously, an outpouring of happiness that these living hostages have come back. But for the families of the dead hostages, there is going to be a lot of pain. However, in saying that, and again, we've been speaking to some of those hostage families. I was speaking to Udi Goren, who is the cousin of one of the killed hostages. He was killed on October 7, Tal Heyman. Udi Goren said, yes, of course, they're going to be sad to see his body being brought back. But after 2 long years, this is going to provide the family with a form of closure. Closure may well be an overused phrase that we'll hear in the next couple of days. But certainly there are many families feeling that they cannot properly grieve their loved ones until those bodies have been brought home. So yes, a lot of sadness there, but also a situation where this will sort of close the book on that moment. One thing that I think is worth pointing out, and it's just struck me, is that when these returned hostages are going to be brought back to hospital, one of the hospitals where they are going to be received, the director of nursing there is the mother of a woman who was killed at the Nova Music Festival on October 7, 2023. And we interviewed her a couple of months ago, and she spoke about her own bittersweet emotions, welcoming and wrapping her arms and the Israeli community's arms around those living hostages, but also knowing that she has never had the opportunity to do that for her own daughter killed on that day. So these sort of stories of the real mixture of emotion, they are going to be present right across Israel today, even if the mood here at the moment is fairly buoyant and joyous as those first hostages prepare to be brought back.
Okay, we'll leave it there for the moment. At this critical moment in the Middle East, Matthew Doran reporting there from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. So if you're just joining us, repeating this breaking news that 7 of the Israeli hostages have been released from Hamas custody. They were taken by a Red Cross convoy towards the Israeli border. The Israeli military, the IDF, has now picked up those former hostages, and we understand they're probably on their way by road to the Raim Air Force Base, where we've seen a couple of shots from before of choppers standing by to take the former hostages to Tel Aviv. And so, yeah, we've got a live shot there. So those images might pop up soon. The first time we've seen these hostages, apart from a couple of images possibly over the past couple of years. So that'll be the first time we've seen them. And that could happen within the next 20 minutes or so. We'll be across this with rolling coverage over the coming hours. We've also heard that the Israeli military is preparing for the release of thousands, around 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees. So we thought that was probably going to happen a couple of hours later, but it appears that process is also underway. Also happening is the arrival of Donald Trump in Israel, which either has happened or will happen very soon. And our correspondent Barbara Miller joins us now from outside the Israeli Parliament building, the Knesset, in Jerusalem. Barbara, when is Donald Trump expected there?
Look, he's expected to touch down imminently. You may probably see the pictures before we do, but the scheduled time was 20 past the hour. It's a pretty brief stop in Israel, just about 3.5 hours all up. He is scheduled to meet with hostage families. It's unclear whether he will also be able to meet with some hostages. As you've been reporting, they're still on their way, the first batch to Raim, the military base there. So whether there's going to be time for the president to do that, we don't know. We also don't know the medical condition of those hostages, but perhaps, as you have already been saying, some of the families of the other 13 living hostages have actually been able to have calls with them while they are still in Hamas captivity. And the brother of one man said that his brother was looking and sounding great. So, Joe, you could imagine that President Trump would be keen for that opportunity. He sees himself as the man who got this over the line, who is responsible for the fact that these 20 remaining living hostages and up to 28 deceased hostages are now coming out of Gaza. He's also due to address the Knesset here in about an hour and 40 minutes time, and then pretty soon after that he's on his way to Egypt for what's been deemed billed a peace ceremony, where that agreement to essentially end the war in Gaza, this is the first phase of it with this hostage release, is supposed to be bedded in at a meeting of international leaders.
And what's the security presence like there around the Knesset?
Look, there are a lot of police, army here. We don't think Donald Trump will drive past us here through this entrance, but he'll come in the back. There are a lot of road closures today in Jerusalem. It is still a Jewish holiday, so it's pretty quiet anyway. And you get the sense that many other people have read about those road closures and decided not to come out. Security in this city, of course, is pretty tight at the best of time, but certainly it's visibly ramped up with the imminent arrival of the US president here. It's his first visit to Israel in his second term.
And what's he hoping to achieve at this Egyptian summit?
Well, the White House, as I said, called it a peace ceremony. I think they really want to keep momentum going on this process. There are many, many question marks, as we've been reporting, hanging over the next stages of this deal. Will Hamas be prepared to disarm? Will the IDF withdraw enough out of the Gaza Strip or far enough back in the Gaza Strip that Hamas would be satisfied with that? Who should govern the Palestinians going forward? Will they accept a technocratic international body, or will they demand self-determination there? So many questions, but I think international leaders will be there. I think we might see some pledges of money there to help this process along, and the leaders there really trying to just keep momentum going to make sure that, I guess, the most critical voices on this deal don't turn out to be true, that it's really just a hostage and prisoner release deal, and that afterwards it will stall, or we could see the end of that ceasefire that does seem to be holding, at least between the IDF and Hamas. There are reports of Hamas clashes with clans there, but for the moment, the general ceasefire is holding in the Gaza Strip.
And Barbara, I think you've only been there in Israel for a couple of days, but what do you feel like you have walked into there, and the mood? Like, there's not many people around you at the moment at the Knesset, but we've had these images that we're showing now of Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. What have you noticed about the general mood in Israel?
Yeah, I was there in Hostages Square the other night as the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff addressed the crowd there. Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, and his daughter Ivanka. Those were emotional scenes there. Many people extremely grateful to the US administration. That crowd is very antagonistic towards their own leader, Benjamin Netanyahu, and we saw boos, repeated boos from the crowd when his name was mentioned. I think the sense I've had in these few days on the ground is of a nation collectively holding its breath in anticipation and hope that this hostage return will go ahead. Everywhere you go here, from the moment you step off the plane, you see images of the hostages. As I walk down a corridor at the airport, what they've done is they've changed the ages of the hostages as they've got older. But some of those photos, the age didn't change. And those are the people who were killed and taken into Gaza, or who were killed in the intervening period. So you cannot escape the fact that this is a country, Israel, waiting for its hostages, and huge scenes of relief and jubilation now as they start to come home. Of course, as international media, we can't get into Gaza, but we do work with journalists there. Those are quite chaotic, quite desperate scenes. Aid getting in now, but it's quite chaotic as people desperately try to get it. And many people who have been able to return back up to the north of the Gaza Strip, people displaced by this fighting, are facing a really grim situation. No shelter, very little food, very little water.
Okay, Barbara Miller reporting there from Israel, at the Knesset at Jerusalem. And we might just bring up that live shot full frame, because over the next couple of hours we're going to be keeping across these images to see the first vision that we've seen in a long time of these hostages, or former hostages, as they're gradually released. So yeah, we've got that's at the Raim military base. And presumably they are the choppers that the former hostages are going to be loaded onto, and for the flight up to Tel Aviv. The hostages are going to be taken to the 3 different hospitals, I think it is, at Tel Aviv, and we've had those 7 hostages released so far. We've seen images of a Red Cross convoy taking them out of through the devastation, the obliteration that is Gaza. We've since been told that they're on in an IDF convoy now, and we're presuming that IDF convoy is going to arrive soon at the Raim base base to put them on the choppers and head to Tel Aviv. So we'll keep across that, and also keep across the situation with the Palestinian prisoners, because as part of this deal, almost 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees are going to be released. The last we heard on that was that they were being loaded onto buses from an Israeli jail. We haven't seen any further images of what's happened with them, but we're keeping across that as well. So stick with us here on the ABC News channel for comprehensive coverage of this critical moment after the devastation of the last 2 years. The devastation, the death, the heartache, the obliteration of the last 2 years. Finally, some sort of glimmer of hope that lives are at least being saved, but a big question mark over still the long-term solution to this. There's been this cycle of terrible violence in the Middle East for decades. This has been the latest horrific chapter in this. And the question is when will that finally stop? And the efforts are underway with this summit in Egypt to address that Donald Trump is going to be flying to after addressing the Knesset, and we'll be exploring that with various guests over the coming hours, as well as keeping across the pictures of the release of the hostages and the release of the Palestinian prisoners and detainees as well. And joining me now is Jared Monshine from the US Studies Centre. Jared, g'day. You're an academic, but first of all, I just want to get your personal response to what we've seen so far, the optimism in Hostages Square, and what we're about to see is the release of people who've been in detention and been held hostage and been in detention for quite some time.
That's right. Yeah, this is a point of cautious optimism. I think for many, this is not a region known for a lot of optimism, especially over the last 2 years. And I would say this is by far the most optimism anyone has had in 2 years. And some would say even beyond that, because at this point, there seems to be at least a pathway for peace. Now, what we have right now is undoubtedly a ceasefire. There's no question about that. And this is a significant ceasefire, far more than the prior ceasefires we've seen momentarily in the last 2 years. But this one, I think, is momentous. You can see on the streets in both Gaza and across Israel just how differently this is treated than the prior ceasefires. And so I think this is cautious optimism, but many folks have had these periods of optimism, especially in the 90s and early 2000s, dashed not too long thereafter.
Okay, so why did Benjamin Netanyahu agree to this?
That's a great question. I think it really lined up on a number of different fronts why this happened. So first, we shouldn't forget what happened when Israel struck Qatar and struck the Hamas entities in Qatar. We shouldn't forget that the U.S. has close ties with Qatar, especially this administration, and the U.S. has military assets in Qatar. So this was almost a no-go zone for Israel. And Netanyahu famously, or according to media reports, overruled many in his intelligence and military apparatus to do this strike. And when he did it, the Trump administration was not happy about it. Once that strike did occur, and it was an unsuccessful strike in terms of they did not target, they did not eliminate the targets they were hoping for, then there was all the more pressure on Netanyahu from the Trump administration that he had to make things right. And that, I think, set things.
So strategically, that was a huge error by Netanyahu.
One could say that if you want to keep the war going, then you could say that was an error, because that allowed the Trump administration to put more pressure on Netanyahu from that point on. And we shouldn't forget also that the Trump administration is, as most who pay even cursory attention to this would know, very pro-Israel. Right? This is not an administration that has that the Israelis was weak on Israel. And there's a well-known phrase in diplomacy: only Nixon could go to China. And in this instance, you could say only Trump could get Netanyahu to come to the table and force his hand.
Would you expect the war would still be going if Israel had not bombed Qatar?
It's hard to say. I think we shouldn't overlook the fact that as much as Donald Trump has been very pro-Israel, even before he was elected, he was telling the Israelis that they had to stop. He was saying that it had gone on too far and that they were losing the war of public opinion. Regardless of what you think of him as a politician, you have to admit that he is acutely aware of sort of political sensitivities and where things are going well and where they're not. And he could see that Israel was losing the war of global public opinion. And I think the pressure was only growing, and that strike on Qatar was actually, though, pretty decisive.
Does that indicate, though, that Donald Trump could have acted earlier in getting this stopped?
A lot of people could have said that back in January, the ceasefire that the Biden administration had set up could have potentially been really supported more by the Trump administration, but perhaps they were distracted by other items. But also, you have to look at the public opinion and where the Gazans and the Israelis are and how much they've come in just a year, and that the majority of Gazans and Israelis were against what was going on. They wanted everything to end. Just a year ago, 37% of Gazans said that, a year ago, 71% of Gazans said it was a correct decision by Hamas to attack Israel on October 7th. This year, it went down into the 30s. Similarly, in Israel, you're seeing 80% or 70 to 80% of Israelis saying that they wanted all hostilities to end and to get the hostages now home. So I think you're seeing public pressure on both sides to end this as soon as possible, but this strike on Qatar really was seismic in terms of shifting the dynamics.
What are you expecting from Donald Trump at the Knesset in an hour and 20 minutes or so? And I'll just mention that to our viewers once again, actually, that Donald Trump, we believe he has landed in Israel, and he's going to meet some of the hostage relatives or former hostages, but we're not sure about the timing of that being possible now. But then he's also going to be addressing the Knesset, and we'll bring you that live. And it does not appear to have landed yet. But we'll bring you that address to the Knesset live, expecting that in about an hour and 20. And Jared Monshine, what are you expecting from Donald Trump in that address?
Trying to predict Donald Trump's speeches are never an easy thing to do. But he, I think, very well may really try to emphasize just how no one really thought this was possible. And this isn't the first time that he has accomplished something perhaps not many predicted. We shouldn't forget in the first Trump administration, where he got a number of Arab and Muslim countries to recognize the state of Israel, which 16 years of prior administrations had been unsuccessful in doing. So perhaps you could say that the unconventional approach to diplomacy and to the White House itself has heralded some results in this region.
Okay, so now on to the summit in Egypt. So Donald Trump put together this 20-point plan. The ceasefire and the hostage release are point kind of 1 or 2 and 2 and 3 of this 20-point plan, which also even mentions a possibility of Palestinian statehood. What do you think is likely that's going to be achieved at this summit on that path?
Yeah, it's hard to know what's going to be achieved. What I am looking to in particular is what does it actually look like to have sort of international peacekeepers on the ground in or around Gaza. We shouldn't forget just how much the U.S. in particular does not want to have boots on the ground in the region. And the U.S.
It's sending 200.
That's right. They're sending 200.
And I might just stop you there for 1 second, Jared. Just mentioning these pictures as they come through. It looks like this is possibly the Israeli convoy which is taking the hostages to the Raim Air Force Raim base, where the hostages we're expecting they'll get into the choppers. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, continuing at a discussion with Jared Monshine about what's likely to be achieved at this summit in Egypt.
Right. So the U.S. is sending 200 members of the military to Israel, not to Gaza. And that's the issue here. Right. So it is part of Central Command, which is sort of the Middle Eastern focus of the U.S. military. So I don't think they're going to be on the ground in Gaza. But I don't know whether the other countries who have committed supposedly some willingness to troops on the ground, including Qatar, UAE, Egypt, and Turkey, whether they will actually be in Gaza or not. The region has a sort of checkered past with international peacekeepers. Famously, there were a lot of peacekeepers on Israel's border to the north in Lebanon, and the Israelis said that they basically just watched Israel get attacked by Hezbollah and did nothing to stop it. So there's a lot of issues here that really fall down to the details, and I would say the devil's in the details on this one.
And so what other countries are you expecting would be willing to contribute to this international stabilisation force if it gets to that point? Because isn't this all predicated also on Hamas agreeing to demilitarise and promise it has no role in the governance of Gaza in the future? And what's the likelihood of that happening? Like that's step one.
That's exactly right. And according to reports on the ground in Gaza, Hamas has already come out of hiding now that the Israelis have vacated most of the area and started to assert their authority. And there have already been clashes between rival clans in and around Gaza. So I think it's unlikely that that Hamas would willingly disarm and completely remove itself from the control of Gaza. But again, there's a lot to be worked out moving forward. We shouldn't underestimate just how much some countries, including Egypt, do not want to see Hamas take hold of Gaza again. Egypt is no fan of Hamas. You shouldn't forget how much they share with the Muslim Brotherhood of Egypt and how much the current government in Egypt is against that Muslim Brotherhood. So I think there's sort of less known but very strong support for anyone but Hamas in Gaza.
Okay, Jared Monshine is staying with us over the next hour or two. But thanks for that. We'll leave it there with you for the moment. As we keep on looking at these images that we're assuming is of, actually we've got Donald Trump arriving now. That's Air Force One coming into land in Israel ahead of the president's address to the Knesset. We've also been told that he's possibly going to meet some of the hostage relatives and even hostages, but considering the timing of this, it's not clear if that is going to be possible. And then he's also heading on to Egypt, as I was just chatting with Jared Monshine about, for this summit to talk through the possibility of other elements of his 20-point plan being introduced or implemented successfully, because the bottom line is the world wants this cycle of violence to end, a lot of countries around the world think the only way that's going to happen is with a two-state solution. So Air Force One touching down in Israel right now with Donald Trump. As so much is happening as well, we've had the first group of hostages released, and the images that we were bringing you just within the last 5 minutes appeared to be the Israeli convoy taking those hostages to the Ra'im Air Force Base, where those hostages are going to be flown to hospitals in Tel Aviv. And Tal Schneider is a journalist with the Times of Israel, and she joins us now from Tel Aviv. Tal Schneider, welcome. What's it like, just first off, what's it like for you to be witnessing this release of hostages after the last 2 years?
It's an amazing moment. It feels a historic moment in the history of this country. Of course, we were waiting for those hostages for a long time, but it also marks the end of the war. And I think that the fact that you're seeing so many people out there on the streets and in the roads along the border of Gaza waiting for the convoy to move, and people at the airport, people at Jerusalem waiting for Trump, people at the hostage square, which is filled with Israelis who are dancing and cheering. The fact that you're seeing it is not just about the 20 hostages that are emerging alive, but it's also about the end of the war, because the Israeli people have suffered tremendously in those 2 years with rockets coming from all around, the region, from Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, of course, and Gaza. We were bombarded with rockets from Gaza, and you do see a sense of relief with reservists and soldiers coming back home. So it's a really important day.
You say definitively there the end of the war, but isn't that still very much up in the air, because this whole 20-point peace plan is based on Hamas giving up its weapons and promising not to take any part in the future governance of Gaza?
you're absolutely right. There is a lot of problem and gaps between what the American administration is saying, and I think what will Trump say at the parliament, at the Israeli Knesset, what he will say soon, as to what the Israeli government has approved. They did not approve an end to the war, of course, because it's contingent upon the disarmament and a new governance in Gaza and making sure that the terrorists are not threatening Israel and the security of the Israeli people anymore. Having said that, I mean, Trump is absolutely turned the page and is completely unwilling to see resumes of the hostilities. So, I mean, let's hope that, I mean, he was so persistent and so powerful and effective in dragging Israeli prime minister into signing this ceasefire, and if it wasn't for the president, for the U.S. president, we would probably won't have this ceasefire right now. So let's just hope that he is going to be persistent and on board with the next phase, and he will have to sort of micromanage the Israeli government as they're doing in the last couple of months. I mean, we've seen it. And they sat in the Israeli government meeting when they approved the plan and so on. I mean, you've probably seen the speeches that Kushner and Witkoff gave at the hostages square, completely above the head of the Israeli prime minister. But I suppose today Trump will compliment him and try to make things right for him. But the Israeli people know the truth. It's about the American administration who ended this war.
Yeah, I might just mention to people who are just tuning in, this is the arrival of Air Force One in Tel Aviv. Donald Trump about to get off the plane and walking into this situation where hostages are being released, in the process of being released. And I just want to make sure we're also keeping an eye on what's happening with that, because last time we've also seen vision just in the last 5 minutes of what appears to be an Israeli convoy taking the hostages to the Reim Air Force Base, where we might see for the first time these hostages being put on the helicopters and taken to the Tel Aviv hospital. We're talking to Tal Schneider, a journalist in Israel, with Donald Trump about to get off Air Force One. Tal, just before we see those images, I wanted just to take you back for a moment. Just how deep was the impact on Israeli society of the October 7 attacks, and what does it feel like now at this moment, the impact on those scars and seeing the release of these final living hostages?
So obviously the effect was, it's 2 years ago, and we were heavily traumatized. Even here where I sit, I mean, we were heavily bombarded for lots of months. And with the kidnapping of 251 people, including babies at the age of 10 months, and the elderly was, I think, 86 years old, a peace activist actually from the border area, a person who all of his life was working to help the people inside Gaza. And he was kidnapped from his home 500 meters from the fence. And this person was murdered in captivity, and his body may be returned even later today. We don't know that yet, but we still have the bodies of about 28 people who were murdered by the terrorists. So obviously, horrific time in Israel. We have never experienced anything like that for such a long time. And it took a toll, like you just mentioned before I came on the program, I heard you talking about, the reputation of this country went, downward very, very fast in the last year. And there is a lot of work to be done here to make things right. And obviously, there is other side to the story. The people inside Gaza have suffered and from the terror organization. And if the world and the international community will put back money into the terror organization, they will keep the control of the Gazan people, and they will not let them have their way. And we all have to make sure that this doesn't, continue. And, it's a very difficult task, because if you want to look into rebuilding of the region, but then the rebuilding efforts will bring back in, materials to build rockets and materials to build tunnels, then what have we done here, right? It has to stop. This terrorist regime has to stop immediately.
And the people of Gaza have also suffered terribly from the bombardment, with more than 60,000 people killed as well. And we're just seeing some images, including Jared Kushner there, Ivanka Trump, and Benjamin Netanyahu. And Tal, you mentioned just before that he Benjamin Netanyahu, you described, I think, was dragged into this ceasefire. Why was it necessary for him to be dragged? Why wasn't he keen to go down this path?
Because for a very long period of time, Netanyahu refused to say that this is the end of the war. The terrorists have said we will release the hostages in exchange for announcement of the end of the war. And he said, we cannot end the war because, as I said, they're still terrorists. And he was refusing to do that. Some of the reason were because his political partners said, once you end the war, we will step down of the government. And so he was unwilling to go ahead and put a stop. And then came the September attack in Qatar on the Hamas leadership, an attack that failed. None of them was killed, and other people were hurt, and a Qatari guard was killed. And Netanyahu, and I think at that point the White House said enough is enough. We have to put a stop to that. He came through with Turkey and Qatar and Egypt and Jordan and Saudi Arabia help, and they put forward a plan. And in a way, they kind of dictated this plan to Netanyahu. Netanyahu came to the White House after the UN speech and was given with the plan. And Trump said, you call to the Qatari prime minister first and you apologize, and then we will move forward with this plan. And this is like recent 2 weeks. I mean, things have moved very, very, very fast. There was no way out for Netanyahu anymore, and he signed it.
Okay, and he's about to welcome Donald Trump at the end of the red carpet in Tel Aviv. Tal Schneider, thanks so much for talking to us. Tal Schneider there from the Times of Israel.
Bye-bye.
And if you're just joining us, big developments in Israel and Gaza over the past couple of hours. We've seen the release of the first batch of hostages. So there were 20 remaining living hostages, all men aged between 20 and 48. We saw a convoy of Red Cross vehicles driving out through the obliteration of Gaza. We've been told that those 7 hostages have since been transferred to Israeli Defence Force vehicles. We saw a convoy of those vehicles, what we presume was... what we presume was that convoy taking those hostages to the Raim Air Force Base, where we're expecting they're going to be loaded onto choppers. We're thinking we might actually see some images of them being put on those choppers. But in the meantime, Air Force One has landed in Tel Aviv, and it's the arrival of the US President Donald Trump, who has been a key player in convincing Benjamin Netanyahu to agree to this ceasefire where hostages are being released and prisoners, some 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees are being released from Israeli jails. We've got Jared Monshine from the US Studies Centre with us. Jared, talk us through the significance of this moment as we see Benjamin Netanyahu walking up to greet Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is quite a significant moment. I don't think there's ever been a bilat between the United States and Israel that has drawn this much attention in some 20 years. This is not something we see regularly. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have met a number of times, but this is the first time where you're getting not only the red carpet, as we can see, but you're getting even the ceremonial head of state in Israel as well. You're seeing there the President of Israel. This is a major deal for not only Israel, but for the United States as well.
And also in that group at the back, Jared Kushner.
That's right, who is not a formal government employee, neither is the representative, or Witkoff. I'm not sure what exactly his title is because it's shifted, but he's basically an emissary to everywhere from Ukraine to Israel. And what you're seeing is, again, as we said before, unconventional in its approach to diplomacy. But perhaps some are saying, even those who disagree with President Trump, an unconventional approach to this region was the only way to actually get some progress.
And what are you expecting from Donald Trump in this address to the Knesset?
Again, it's hard to predict what Donald Trump will ever say when you put a microphone in front of him, but I think we will definitely see, firstly, a very clear command of wanting to have some credit for what has taken place, but also a plea for peace. He really does want to be a president for peace, as he said, and as we can't deny the reality that he does also seek the Nobel Peace Prize. Obviously, he did not win it this year, and this deal was cemented before or after nominations had closed for this year's prize. But nonetheless, we will see someone who is, again, wanting to take credit for this, but also wanting further peace in the region. Regardless of even his own ego, every U.S. president in modern history has wanted to do less in the Middle East, and he's just the latest one.
What do you make of Benjamin Netanyahu not being invited to the summit in Egypt?
I think there's some debate about whether Israel's presence would actually be constructive or not. Many times, if you remove certain players, you can actually get more progress politically. As much as many in the region now engage with Israel behind closed doors and Israeli leaders, publicly, it does not always help with their public to be seen, their domestic audiences to be seen negotiating with Israel.
Okay, we'll leave it there for the moment, but we'll come back to Jared Monshine a little later. Foreign Minister Penny Wong joins us now from Canberra. Foreign Minister, welcome. What do you make of these images that we're seeing coming out of Israel with the release of the first batch of hostages?
Well, it is a very moving day, and it's extraordinarily moving, and this is a day of immense relief for so many people in Israel and in Australia. It's also a day of loss and grief for those for whom there is no one returning. So, we are just very moved, and we stand with the hostages and their families. We've been calling for hostages to be released from day one, and it is moving, I'm sure, to all of us around the world to see these images of people returning home.
And what about the thousands of Palestinians being released from Israeli jails?
Look, this is such an important part of the peace plan, and that is why this was such a big and important achievement by the Trump administration, by President Trump personally, a peace plan with the exchange of hostages and prisoners, and of course the ceasefire, which has been so important to the people of Gaza.
Yeah, we're just seeing these images of President Donald Trump being greeted by Benjamin Netanyahu at Tel Aviv ahead of possibly meeting some hostages and addressing the Knesset. How much of this can be credited to Donald Trump?
This is a singular achievement by President Trump. Only the President of the United States could bring this about, and as I said on Friday, he deserves enormous congratulations and it is an enormous achievement. We haven't seen this sort of progress in the Middle East for some time, and he's brought this conflict to a pause and hopefully to an end, and has a pathway to peace that he's been so critical in articulating. So it's a great achievement by the US President.
Couldn't he have brought it to a pause or an end a lot earlier and saved a lot of lives?
Look, we all wish that this day had been sooner. We all wish that this day had been sooner. We all wish that October 7 and the atrocities that occurred on that day had never happened. But building peace is challenging. Building peace takes time and effort, and it's a relief to see these images, and it is a relief to many around the world that we see a ceasefire in Gaza.
We're at point 1, 2 or 3 of this 20-point plan at the moment. What chance do you give this plan of going beyond what we're seeing now and working towards one day, where the plan even mentions the possibility of Palestinian statehood?
Well, that's where we want to end, is to have sustainable peace and security in the Middle East for all the peoples of the region, and that means Israel and a Palestinian state, both able to live in security and peace. That's where we want to arrive. But that will take a lot of work. It will take continued US engagement, or it will take the good faith engagement of all parties. We've seen unprecedented commitments from the Arab League, which has been a key part of assuring this outcome.
And Donald Trump is travelling to this summit in Egypt, this key summit, after addressing the Knesset and talking through his 20-point plan with the leaders, I think it is, from 20 countries around the world. Has Australia got a monitoring presence there, or did Australia seek to be involved in that at all?
Look, we're not involved at that conference, but we certainly will engage, and we certainly will be looking at what occurs, and I think the whole world is hopefully supporting that conference to continue the process that President Trump has outlined. I mean, what we need is this plan to be delivered, and ultimately the countries of the region, the parties in the region, will need to hold to the commitments that have been made.
Part of this plan is an international stabilisation force. Would Australia be willing to contribute to such a force?
I think I was asked that question on Friday, and I said we have not been asked, so I wouldn't be getting ahead of myself on that.
But if you're so keen for a resolution of this one, and that's the bottom line, is that everyone wants to see this cycle of violence stop somehow. And if there is this international momentum building, and Australia talks of its importance as a middle power and playing a role, wouldn't it gel that Australia would put up its hand if that was going to happen?
Well, look, we haven't been asked, so I'm not going to get ahead of myself. And what I have said all along is, we want to play our part in contributing momentum to peace. That's how we've sought to approach these matters for a long time.
Yeah. And can you see now a day when there will be a Palestinian state and an Israel state living side by side in peace?
Well, what I do know, and I think the world can see, by looking at not what has happened over decades now, is that the promise that was made by the international community when the State of Israel was established to a Palestinian state, that needs to be delivered for there to be long-term peace and security for the people of the region. So we will keep advocating for two states because we do see that as the only way we can ultimately have peace and security for the peoples of the Middle East.
Okay, Foreign Minister Penny Wong, thanks for talking to us from Canberra.
Great to speak with you.
So if you're just joining us, these are live pictures from Tel Aviv in Israel. US President Donald Trump has just touched down in Air Force One, greeted by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. As we're seeing these pictures, the first batch of Israeli hostages have been released. Last time we believe we saw an Israeli convoy taking them to the Re'im Air Force Base, where they'll be choppered to hospitals in Tel Aviv. We're hoping we might see some images of those hostage in that transfer situation. Sometimes President Donald Trump has a chat to reporters in these situations. I can't see any reporters around him there at the moment, so we're unlikely to hear from him there. But we've got Jared Monshine with us from the US Studies Centre. Jared, what do you make of what the Foreign Minister had to say then about Australia's perspective on this?
Yeah, I think Australia on the whole wants and this government is not too different from the prior government and does not want to actively involve itself on the ground there too much, but it still does want to be supportive of regional stability. At the end of the day, Australia, but also the United States, has said the Indo-Pacific is the priority theater, right? And this government has already knocked back requests for Australian contributions in the Middle East and the Red Sea not too long ago, because they do not want to remove assets from their own region. The security situation in the Indo-Pacific is just far more consequential to Australia than the Middle East.
And do you think that makes sense?
I think most strategists would agree with that approach. I think, there is an argument for Australia wanting stability in the Middle East, but I think at the end of the day, Australian agency in the Middle East is far more limited than U.S. agency. And what Australia can change on the ground there compared to what the United States can change on the ground there is far different.
Yeah. Okay, and we've just seen Donald Trump arrive here in Tel Aviv. He's off to, as we understand it, possibly meet some hostages, although we're not sure that timing will work now because he's going to address the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, in about an hour, and we plan to bring you that live here on the news channel, while also keeping across this vision that we've had coming in of the progress with the hostage release. We'd heard that there were going to be 3 different releases over a couple of hours. We've heard that one of those releases has happened with 7 of the hostages. There are 20 living hostages, all male, aged between 20 and 48. So still a number of them, still 13 of them to be released. And we've got Jared Monshine here with us, talking us through the arrival of Donald Trump. And so, how important is this in Donald Trump's presidency in terms of him laying claim to being an international diplomat?
Yeah, I think this is undoubtedly the most seismic and consequential victory of his administration thus far. You could say that perhaps the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill in not too long ago was a domestic win, but I think this is a far more significant one. This is one that has far wider implications than any legislation he passed domestically. A U.S. president having this sort of reception in Israel and receiving this sort of bipartisan support, both in Israel and the United States, is not something we've seen for nearly 20 years at this point.
And what do you make of his relationship with the Arab nations?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of consternation, especially in the first administration, about how close he came to aligning himself with Arab nations. We shouldn't forget his first official state visit in the first term was not to Mexico, which is where most U.S. presidents go to, but it was to Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. That was a pretty stark change from his predecessors. He has really aligned himself with the Arab world, as has his son-in-law, who has a lot of business interest with them as well. And as much as people have criticized that, saying that this is perhaps evidence of corruption or they are not fair players, at the end of the day, it has resulted in what we're seeing on the screen right now.
Indeed. Okay, Jared Monshine, we'll leave it there, but we'll stay with us. We've got Jared Monshine with us for the next couple of hours, talking us through developments here in the Middle East. So the US President Donald Trump has arrived in Israel, where he'll meet some of the hostages and address Israel's parliament. He was greeted by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as Israel's President. US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and his daughter and son-in-law were also at the airport. The first 7 Israeli hostages are back in custody of the IDF and on home soil after more than 2 years in captivity. The Red Cross has picked them up from a location in northern Gaza, taking them over the border into IDF custody. Eitan Moore, Gali and Ziv Berman and Matan Engest are among the first ones released, along with Omri Miran, Guy Gilboa Dalal and Alon Ohel. The second group of hostages is expected to be released imminently, and the Israeli military says the Red Cross is on its way to another meeting point in Gaza to receive more hostages. 20 hostages are believed to be still alive, while the remains of others will also be handed over. A list of those 20 has been released by Hamas and matches the list that Israel has released. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah have attached a personal note to the returning hostages. The note reads, "On behalf of the entire people of Israel, welcome back. We've been waiting for you. We embrace you." And in Israel, there are reports that all Palestinian prisoners to be released have boarded buses as part of the exchange. 1,900 are expected to be released as part of the first phase of the peace deal. The International Red Cross will oversee that operation as well, although exact timing remains unclear. Over the past few days, thousands of Palestinians have been trekking through wastelands to return to their homes, many of them destroyed after 2 years of conflict. Our correspondent Barbara Miller joins us now from outside the Israeli Parliament building, the Knesset in Jerusalem. Barb, g'day. So we've just seen these images of Donald Trump arriving at Tel Aviv airport. What's expected to happen there at the Knesset?
Well, in theory, if things go to plan, within the hour he would be addressing the Knesset, and in between now and then he would have met with, at least with hostage families, although there has been some suggestion he might meet with hostages. Logistically, that seems unlikely unless he's about to head down to Reim, that is the military base just inside Israel, where these first 7 hostages that you've been talking about will be taken to there. They will be reunited with family and undergo some initial assessments. So he's on his way here. He will address the Knesset. It's his first visit to Israel in the second term of his presidency, and really he is likely to get a very warm reception in general in Israel, although there are, of course, some far-right members of the governing coalition who are not happy about any kind of prospect of peace with the Palestinians. But in terms of ordinary Israelis, there is a great deal of gratitude to a man who they see as having got this deal over the line. And we heard from journalists travelling with the president that he seemed to be in a buoyant mood on his way over here, boldly declaring that the war is over. There are massive question marks over whether that is in fact the case. But today, at least, what's being described as the first phase of this plan is going well. Those 7 hostages now on Israeli territory. As you say, the Red Cross now on its way to southern Gaza, we understand, to pick up some more hostages. Whether that's the remaining 13 living Israeli hostages or another smaller group, we don't know. So I think Donald Trump will be in a good mood, the kind of hero being welcomed onto Israeli soil. And from here, Joe, he goes on to Egypt, where a meeting of international leaders is really going to try and bed down the next phases of this plan.
Yeah, realistically, what can be achieved there at this summit? What are some of the next elements of that 20-point plan? And is it all predicated on Hamas giving up its weapons? And does it sound like that's pretty unlikely anyway?
They've never agreed to give up their weapons. There was some suggestion they might give up some missiles. They also would like to see the IDF totally out of the Gaza Strip. For the moment, the IDF has only withdrawn to agreed deployment lines. And we're hearing from Gaza about clashes between Hamas gunmen and clans who are operating there. So it sounds like a pretty volatile security situation within the Gaza Strip. The IDF is also warning that it will essentially take out any threat to its forces still there. So it's very unclear whether that ceasefire, which is now holding, the general ceasefire in Gaza, will hold, and whether any further implementation of the plan can go ahead. I think what we're going to see from some of the international leaders there, and they include the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the French leader Emmanuel Macron, Antonio Guterres of the United Nations. We're going to see some pledges, some heartfelt statements about their intention to make sure that there is a process, because the fear is that this is just a hostage deal and a prisoner deal, and that once that is completed, things go back to normal. Donald Trump won't be on the ground for long. Whether conversations, discussions, negotiations continue after he has left, we don't know. But I think we get a sense from the way the White House has billed this meeting, they're calling it a peace ceremony, of the kind of spin, as it were, that they would like to put on the meeting that Donald Trump will be chairing along with the Egyptian leader Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in Egypt.
And Barbara, just interested to know, in the time that you've been there in Israel over the past couple of days, what have you heard? Have you heard any reaction about the portion of this plan where around 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees are being released? And we've heard a little, just in the last couple of hours, that process is underway as well.
Look, in some ways, I think that process is standard procedure as well. There have been these agreed swaps before. Of course, October the 7th changed the dynamics of this totally, but it's not unusual for these groups of Palestinian prisoners and detainees to be swapped out for some Israeli prisoner or hostage held by Hamas. We understand that they are already, as you say, they have either boarded buses or they're about to board buses. Some of them who are serving lengthy sentences won't be returning to their home in the West Bank or in Gaza itself, but will be deported to Egypt. And we understand there was some last-minute wrangling with a couple of names of people going on and off these lists. Our correspondent Eric Torchek is in the West Bank, or he's at least on his way there, and we hope to hear from him later about the atmosphere there. Of course, we would also expect scenes of joy and jubilation as some of these people that some Israelis consider terrorists who have perpetrated attacks on their people, are let out. 1,700 people, though, also to be released who have been detained without charge since October the 7th. So a huge day also for the Palestinians here. We need to wait until Israel is satisfied that its hostages are back on Israeli soil before they give the go-ahead for that part of the operation to begin.
Yeah, and Barb, I've been kind of interviewing the Foreign Minister and a number of people, and so you brought us a bit of information there that I hadn't heard before, so I'd just get you to repeat that about the second group of hostages to be released, or what have you heard about that?
All I've heard just before we went on air was that the Red Cross was on its way to southern Gaza to pick up another group of hostages. The information I got, and that was through the IDF, did not say whether that was 13 hostages, as in the remaining living hostages, or whether that was another subgroup, as it were, 6 or 7 people. Information, though, is coming in extremely quickly. The hostage family representatives, as well as the Israeli authorities, are absolutely, of course, celebrating this moment, celebrating this day, and are really keeping the general public and the media updated on all the incremental steps here. We're even seeing photos of the welcoming kits that the hostages will receive when they arrive at the Arim military base just inside Israel. That includes, as you say, a handwritten note from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah. They also get a laptop, a cell phone, a tablet. But of course, what we might expect many of these people to need is some care, some medical care for their mental and physical well-being. Although one man who was able to speak to his brother today, still inside Gaza, said that he looked and sounded great. So that news would have been received with huge joy, because, of course, some of the images we saw from Hamas videos over the past couple of years, and particularly in recent months, have suggested that some of these hostages, at least at the time these videos were taken, were in pretty bad shape.
And Barb, just before we leave you, have you been given a time on Donald Trump's address there at the Knesset? Because we're going to be broadcasting that live here on the news channel. We were under the impression it was going to begin in about 40 minutes. Is that what you've heard?
That was the plan, yeah, absolutely. So top of the next hour. Now, his touchdown in Tel Aviv was a bit later than the plan had anticipated, and these things can slide a little. Of course, also if he's trying to fit in some kind of meeting with hostage families or even hostages, that could change again. I'm not sure, to be honest, though, how firm a time that you address the Knesset really is. But being the US president, you can probably dictate that just a little bit. But in theory,
Indeed.
top of the next hour.
OK, Barbara Miller reporting there from the Knesset in Jerusalem in Israel. And Dave Sharma is a Liberal senator and former ambassador to Israel. He says the effects of the past 2 years on the Israeli people have been massive.
The 7th of October marked the largest loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust. But it also marked a dramatic security and intelligence failure for Israel, on a par or worse than that of the Yom Kippur War, which is, 50 years ago now. So this has left a tremendous scar on Israel. And of course, 1,200 people were killed that day, 250 were taken hostage, 100 of those have not survived. I don't think you can overstate how all-consuming this has been for everyone in Israel over the last 2 years. And of course, Palestinian population, especially in Gaza, has felt this conflict very intimately as well. I don't want to understate the massive impact it's had on their lives and the terrible loss of life that's happened there too. Israel lives in a tough neighbourhood. It's had to fight for its survival throughout its modern existence since it was created in 1948. And so there's no naivety about the future. I think they still know that there are many people who wish them ill around the world and amongst their neighbours and that are fundamentally opposed to the existence of the Jewish state. But they are all, committed to living and fighting and surviving there. And so I think they will take the joy that they can take from today, but they will be pretty, cold-eyed about the future that lies ahead.
Dave Sharma speaking to us there a little earlier. And the US President spoke on board Air Force One a short time ago, just before he landed. We bring you those images of him coming down the stairs and walking up the red carpet towards Benjamin Netanyahu. But let's take a listen to what he said just before the plane landed.
Everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel, and we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
Mr. President, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has not gone so far as to say the war is over. In your view, is the war over?
The war is over. The war is over. Okay. Do you understand that? Good.
Mr. President, is the ceasefire going to hold? Are you confident the ceasefire will hold? Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think so. I think it's going to hold. I think people are a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries. Okay, not just recent. It's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we're going to make sure it holds.
Mr. President, what will Gaza look like a year from now?
The International Stabilization Force, that's part of the
good strong force. I don't think it's going to have a big impact because I think barely we're going to have to use it. I think everybody knows their place. It's going to be great for everybody. It's going to be great for the surrounding countries, Arab, Muslim, all of them. It's going to be great for Israel. Everybody is happy, and I think it's going to stay that way. Peter.
And if the ceasefire does hold, how long until we get to the part of the 20-point peace plan where developers can go in and make Gaza the Riviera of the Middle East?
Well, I don't know about the Riviera for a while, because you take a look at what you have. You have to get people taken care of first. But it's going to start really essentially immediately. I mean, they're going to have to start by removing a lot of the structures that you see that are down to the ground. I mean, it's blasted. This is like a demolition site. Almost the entire site is. So you have to get rid of what you have there. You have structures that are very dangerous. They're falling down. If they haven't fallen, they're going to fall down of their own volition. So that process, Peter, is going to start pretty much immediately in that way.
What will it look like a year from now, in your view?
Well, a year, that's very quick. But over the years, it'll look very good. It'll be. It's got the first chance it's had in centuries of being peaceful. It's always been a very, very strange area. It's always been loaded up with problems, religious problems, problems like no other place probably in the world. And I think it's going to normalize. All you can say, if it normalizes, that would be fantastic.
The government structure, sir, that you have set up in that peace plan, how soon will that new governing body be in place?
Very quickly, and everybody wants to be a part of it. You're talking about the Board of Peace?
That's right.
Everybody wants to be a part of it. I've had calls from all of the leaders of countries. They all want to be a part. I mean, the leaders themselves, they're not going to send somebody. They want to be a part of it.
Do you know who's going to be a part of it?
I do.
Can you share?
No, not yet. It's a little early.
Tony Blair. Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it since the? Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it?
Yeah, but you know, I want to find out that Tony would be popular with all, because I just don't know that. And I like Tony. I've always liked Tony, but I want to find out that he's an acceptable choice to everybody.
What guarantees have you been able to give to both the Israelis and the Arab countries? The Israelis are very...
And we have a lot of verbal guarantees too. And I don't think they're going to want to disappoint me. I have a lot of verbal guarantees that aren't down in writing, but they were given to me, and I believe they're going to be held very strongly. That's why I think it's going to be successful.
Hi, good to see you. Good to see you, Mr. President. Thank you. Good to see you. I'm sure you've seen reports of Hamas rearming, instituting themselves as a Palestinian police force, shooting rivals. What is your message?
Where they are standing, because they do want to stop the problems, and they've been open about it, and we gave them approval for a period of time. You have to understand, they've lost probably 60,000 people. That's a lot of retribution. They've lost 60,000 people, and the ones that are living right now were, in many cases, very young when this all started. And we are having a watch that there's not going to be big crime or some of the problems that you have when you have areas like this that have been literally demolished. You know, you have 2 million people, and probably it'll be less than that, but you have close to 2 million people going back to buildings that have been demolished. And a lot of bad things can happen. So we want it to be safe. I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President,
who knows for sure, Katie? But I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Hi. What is the latest that you've heard about the hostages, when they will be released? Do you expect to meet with any of them?
The hostages might be even a little early, but I don't want to say that. So they have the hostages. I understand all 20, and we may get them out a little bit early. Getting them was amazing, actually, because we were involved, and they were in places that you don't want to know about. Deep.
Some of the top Biden administration folks who were there, like Antony Blinken, seem to want some credit for the peace deal. Blinken says it's good that President Trump adopted and built on the plan that the Biden administration developed. What do you think about that?
Everybody knows it's a joke. Look, they did such a bad job. This should have never happened. This wouldn't have even happened. That was weak leadership, terrible. And the same thing with Russia, Ukraine. If just a decent president, not a great president like me, not a great president. If a decent president was in, you wouldn't have had the Russia-Ukraine. And this is, I would say, even more so. This was bad policy by Biden and by Obama. Remember when Bibi came and he begged that you not do what they were doing with Iran? You remember that, right? Begged them. And they wouldn't even listen to him. Everything they did was the opposite of what you should have done. And it's nice that they try and take a little credit. That was years ago, and the mistakes were made years ago, and it was both by Biden and Obama.
And so what did you do so differently? Because I know a lot of it was behind the scenes. So what did you do so much differently than Joe Biden to end the war?
I resonated with the Arab leaders, the Muslim leaders, and the Jewish leaders. For whatever reason, you tell me why. You know, he said that in my first news conference, I answered more questions of him than Biden did in 4 years. And I think that's pretty close to being true.
No, there were no Pinocchios in the fact check.
That's right.
Mr. President, your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu has been through some ups and downs. You had to get a little tough on him. Where is that relationship now, and can you tell us about it?
Very good. He just put me up for the Nobel Prize. So, you know, I don't know what it means with the Nobel Prize, but he put me up yesterday for the Nobel Prize, and I should get it. But So, I mean, I think it's very good.
Has he made commitments to you personally about moving forward to the next phase of peace?
Look, let me tell you. He's a wartime president. He did a very good job. I had some disputes with him, and they were quickly settled. I can tell you that. But as far as I'm concerned, I think he's done a great job. I think he was the right person at this time. You know, look, it's been this way for centuries. You know, we're not talking about for 10 years, for 5. It's been this way for centuries. And he did a great job. And working with me, he was fantastic. Now, working with Biden, no good. They didn't get along, and they had the opposite, because Biden and Obama backed Iran. And just so when you talk about a thing like that, if you think they were backing Iran, when you back Iran, this wouldn't have worked. And had we not taken out the Iran nuclear facility and we made the same deal, it would have a really dark cloud over it, and you wouldn't have people dancing in the streets, Katie. You would have people saying, oh, my, you know, you're making a deal, but we have a guy over there with nuclear weapons all over the place. He's going to knock the hell out of us. If we didn't take out the Iran nuclear when we did, because in 2 months they would have had a nuclear weapon, this deal, even if it were done the exact same way, would have had a dark cloud over it. And now there's no dark clouds. There's nobody they have to worry about, Katie.
Have you talked to the Qataris about their changing behavior in your first term? You talked about how they were funding terrorism. What are they doing differently?
Yeah.
What are they doing differently in your eyes?
The Qataris really helped us with this deal. And the Emir is an amazing man who really helped us. You have to understand, his country is right in the middle of everything, more so than any other country, more so than UAE, where you have to fly an hour and a half to get there, more so than Saudi Arabia, where you have to fly an hour and a half to get there. His country, you walk across a line and you're there. So he's in the middle of this unbelievable hostile territory with people on all different sides of the, you know, of the opinion and the question. They were a tremendous help. Qatar was a tremendous help to getting this done. I hope people can realize that. And it was very tough and very dangerous for Qatar. They were very brave, and their leader, the Emir, was very, very brave. And Qatar should start getting some credit. And you have to understand, they lived in the middle of everything. So they can't just be like, you couldn't do it, I can. Nobody could do it. Say what?
Have they changed their behavior from 2017 when you accused them of funding terrorism?
I don't know. In 2017, I didn't really know them very well. You know, 2017, that was at the very beginning of my term. As I got to know them, I got to understand them, and I got to realize that they are right in the middle of everything. Other countries are there, but they're an hour and a half away, a big difference. They're literally, you walk over from Iran to Qatar. You can walk it in 1 second. You go boom, boom, and now you're in Qatar. That's tough territory. I think Qatar was amazing the way they helped us.
Mr. President, another
Where do you think there was a ceasefire that collapsed in March this year? There was a ceasefire earlier this year that collapsed in March. Do you think this could have been done then? This took a lot of pressure on both sides. But do you have any regrets?
I see it, and I see it with Russia too. Sometimes you have to go through some pain before it all happens. I saw it with Turkey, and by the way, Turkey was fantastic too. President Erdogan was fantastic. He really helped a lot because he's very respected. He's got a very powerful nation. He's got a very, very powerful military, and he helped a lot, President Erdogan. UAE was great. You know, we mentioned Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the king, they were great. Indonesia was great. We had tremendous help. Jordan, the king, they were great. This is an amazing thing. Countries that, very diverse countries, some got along, some didn't, but for the most part, nobody got along with anybody, and they all came together, and they're all dancing in the streets, just like Israel. It's a unique point in time. You were talking about the ceasefire. That wouldn't have had that held. That wouldn't have happened back then.
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I save millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024, and it was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. Pretty good.
One of the world leaders said
What do you think you can take from these negotiations and this peace process into
Okay, we're
Moscow
going to
try
leave
end
that there because we've got some breaking news. A second group of hostages is soon to be released by Hamas, according to the Israeli military. The IDF says the Red Cross is on its way to an additional meeting point in southern Gaza where several hostages will be handed over. Earlier, the first 7 living hostages crossed into Israel where they're about to undergo a medical evaluation before reuniting with their families. Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran joins us now from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Matt, what can you tell us?
Joe, good afternoon, good evening to you. That's right, this second hostage release, hostage handover is now underway. So these are happening in fairly quick succession. We understand that this handover is happening down in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. That was the suggestion earlier today that that's where some of those preparations were being made. So there are a number of hostages that are on their way, will be handed over to the International Red Cross shortly. We don't have their names at this stage. We are monitoring Israeli media. Generally, the Israelis find that out before it is made public, so we'll bring you that news as soon as it happens. But it has coincided with vision being released by the IDF of the moment that first group of hostages, the first 7 hostages, were crossing the border into Israel from Gaza. Every now and then they are showing some of the vision up on the big screens here at Hostage Square with sort of before and after photos of that initial group of 7 hostages, trying to give a sense of how their condition has deteriorated while they have been in captivity. And each and every time those photos are put up, there is quite a significant cheer from the crowd here. This crowd continues to grow and grow and grow. We've had to move down the street because our phones aren't working. There are that many people crammed into Hostage Square, which is normally in the middle of Tel Aviv, pretty reliable in terms of phone reception. But you can see the thousands and thousands of people in this area. Streets have been blocked down. That is Hostage Square in the distance there. It's in front of the Tel Aviv Museum of Art and the Magistrates Court and the library. So it's quite a big area, but people are spilling onto the street wearing Israeli flags around their necks, a number of American flags as well, clearly picking up on the fact that many people are praising Donald Trump here for his intervention rather than necessarily the work that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has done during this time. So we are monitoring this situation, this second hostage handover appearing to be underway as we go to air, and we'll bring you the details on exactly who is involved in that in the next short while. But it may well be some of the people that we have seen speaking to their families in the last hour or so, including Nimrod Cohen, who is an Israeli soldier. He was dragged out of his tank on October 7, 2023 by Hamas fighters. He has been on FaceTime with his parents, Yehuda and Vicky Cohen. We have also heard that Matan Zangalka has been speaking to his mother, Einav, on FaceTime. She has been one of the loudest voices in this hostage movement, demanding the Israeli government lift its game and bring people like her son back home. Very emotional scenes as that was playing out in the last short while. So they could well be part of this second cohort that is now being released by Hamas.
And Matt, earlier we were seeing some images of a convoy and what appeared to be an Israeli convoy heading out of Gaza and towards the Ra'im base. Have you seen any images yet of hostages actually getting off that convoy and onto choppers, or they haven't popped up yet?
No, they haven't yet. So that is right. So that convoy was coming out of the Gaza precinct, through the Gaza fence, rather, I should say, where there are a number of gates along the Gaza border into Israel. That convoy was then travelling down the main highway, which runs the length of Gaza from Sderot right down to the Egypt border. And on that main highway is the Reim military base. So we are seeing some of that happening there. I'm just hearing a chopper circling overhead. No, it's not a chopper, sorry, it's a motorbike. My sincere apologies. Got choppers on the brain at the moment. But we are expecting that in the next short while we might see a bit of movement there. Clearly they're going to give these hostages a bit of time to adjust to the first moments that they are back within Israeli territory and reunited with the immediate members of their family. There have been special areas set up within the Reim military base as sort of reception venues where their immediate families are waiting to receive them, to hug them. They can have a shower, they can get a change of clothes and go through those initial medical checks before getting on those helicopters. We don't have exact timings as to how long that would take. Clearly this is going to be a situation where they're going to give those hostages enough time to make those initial connections with their loved ones before they're flown to Tel Aviv to hospital.
OK, Matthew Doran reporting there from Tel Aviv. And Adam Rose is a human rights lawyer representing the families of hostages with British links. He joins us now from London. Adam, first off, apologies. I know you've been waiting for a while for us to get to you, so thanks very much for sitting there. So you represent two of the remaining hostages, one alive, Avinatan Or. What have you heard? Because we've had this with our first group released. I noticed his name wasn't in that group. Have you heard anything about the second group?
No, other than his name does appear to be in that second group. I've been in touch with his mother this morning, and obviously she's incredibly excited to be seeing him. But I think until he's out and until we know he's with the Red Cross and then with the Israeli army and then with her, we've got to just try and stay calm and cautious. But everything is looking good.
And we've got an image of Avinatan up now, right now. What can you tell the people of Australia about him?
He's a 32-year-old. He was out at the Nova Music Festival when he was taken hostage. Your viewers might remember his girlfriend, Noa Argamani, who was taken separately on the back of a motorbike. She was freed by the Israeli army. She was one of the few hostages who was found by the Israeli army and brought back to Israel. I've seen a photo of Noa Argamani and Avinatan's mother, Ditsa Or, together at the Reim base waiting for Avinatan to come back. So it's a miracle if he comes back and when he comes back. Quite incredible.
Yeah, what can you tell us about your contact with the family over the last couple of years and how they've been able to get through this?
I think they are, like all of the families, remarkable people. They have shown incredible fortitude. They have stayed calm. They've stayed sort of on the course, on the message throughout. They have been regular visitors to the United Kingdom, where they've met with prime ministers, with foreign secretaries. They've met with Israeli leaders. They've met with American leaders. They've been to Qatar to meet the leadership there as well. They're just a very normal family who've been thrown into extraordinary circumstances, and I'm just very, very excited for them.
Yeah. And what was their strategy going into those meetings with representatives from different countries?
Well, always, and I think this has been the case with all the families we've represented, but I think across all the families of all the hostages, their aim has been to keep the plight of the hostages first and foremost in the minds of politicians. They've all been promised at various times by politicians that the hostages are their prime concern, the first and foremost, top of the agenda, all that kind of language. But to actually create that personal connection with political leaders has been paramount. So it doesn't really matter what one's politics are, whether you agree. Let's take Donald Trump as an example. It really doesn't matter whether you agree with him politically or not on anything, but making sure that he stays on task, making sure that Netanyahu stays on task, or Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak before him stay on task and make sure that the names of the hostages are raised at every possible moment. That's been their task, and the families have stuck with it incredibly strongly, incredibly well, and they've all stayed together. So we've been representing 7 British families, 10 hostages in total. Sadly, not all have made it, and indeed, as well as Avinatan Or, who we're expecting to be released at any moment now. We also have Yossi Sharabi, who we know was killed, and we know Yossi Sharabi was killed in captivity because Noa Argamani, who by sheer coincidence is the girlfriend of Avinatan Or, was with him when he was killed. So we know that Yossi is dead, and we're expecting his body to be handed over this afternoon, and he can then be buried back home.
Yeah, and so what's that like for you, dealing with the joy of one family today and the devastation of another?
It's dreadful, and yes, you've got a picture up there of Yossi Sharabi and his brother Eli Sharabi, and Eli came out earlier this year and he's been in Australia. His book Hostage has been released in the English in the past few days. Yossi has been, as we know, he's been dead for sort of 18 months or so now, 20 months. And it's very difficult for the families. They see the elation of other families where the live hostage is coming out, and they know they're waiting for a body that they can bury. But they share the joy. They absolutely share the joy of the families who have a live hostage coming out. The families have all been incredibly strong with each other, magnanimous when there's been joy to be had, and joining in the tears and the sorrow of families where there hasn't been joy to be had. But I think the Sharabi family are one of the incredibly strong families that we have been working with. They have lost so much. They have lost their homes. Eli Sharabi lost his wife and his 2 daughters. They were murdered on the 7th of October. In early January 2024, we heard that Yossi had been killed. Eli found out on the day of his release that Yossi had been killed, and then found out shortly, once he was back in Israeli hands, that his wife and daughters had been killed. So an incredibly strong family, and they will get on with their lives and rebuild their lives. But it's both a day of great joy and a great day of great sadness in relation to Yossi and of the other 27 hostages whose bodies are either being returned today or still need to be located and returned. Incredibly difficult day, of course, for them, but they will all be joyful as well to see 20 living hostages released.
And Adam, I think you've been with us long enough to have heard much of the Donald Trump media conference, or the impromptu media conference on Air Force One that we ran a little earlier, and he was talking about how great Qatar had been. And I noticed you mentioned just before that the family members actually were lobbying some representatives from Qatar. So how does that make you feel about the possible contribution that they made through their efforts over this incredibly difficult time to get countries like that on side? Unfortunately, I think we've lost that link to Adam Rose. Adam Rose, who's a British lawyer representing the people who were abducted, so the hostages taken with British links. And yeah, the great news is, as we just heard from him, actually I think we can go back to Adam now. We've got that link back. Adam, I was just asking you about those efforts by the family to lobby Qatar, and then hearing Donald Trump in that media conference saying that Qataris have been great.
Well, it's wonderful to hear, and I think one of the things that we have done throughout this with the families is to try lots of things. You never know what's going to work and what's not going to work. And amongst the trying lots of things, it was meeting senior politicians. It was making sure that within a week or two of Eli Sharabi's release, he went to see Donald Trump in the White House and came to London to see Keir Starmer at number 10 Downing Street, but also families going to Qatar, meeting senior negotiators from Qatar, in London, and in Doha. And you never know what's going to work, you never know what's useful, you never know what's valuable, but trying lots of things and hoping that one of those things cuts through, that keeping it personal, making it clear that this is my son, this is my brother, this is my father, all the time, making sure that people understood that this is incredibly important, that they take it personally, that they feel personally invested. And politicians have got on and listened and done what they need to do, and we are where we are today, which is hopefully 13 more hostages coming out alive, and hopefully of the bodies, as many of those bodies as possible being returned today. And then we've just got to hope that these families can move forward with their lives and rebuild and start afresh. I think a number of them have talked about life before the 7th of October and life after their release. And I think it's just upon us all, everyone around the world, to make sure that those who've come out can get on with proper lives, can make the most of the rest of their lives, because what they've been through has been hell.
And Adam, personally, how do you feel at this moment after the work you've done with these people and the personal connections you've made?
Well, it's the day we've been waiting for, the day that we can say we no longer need to spend hours every day working for these families, that we know that they can get on with their lives and they can get on with just being normal again, and we can get back to our normal day jobs. But we're there for the families. We were at a meeting yesterday evening with one of the brother-in-law of Eli Sharabi, Steve Brisley, and we're friends now. We're friends with these people. We've gone through the past 2 years with them, and we just look forward to keeping in touch with them and seeing them prosper.
Okay, Adam Rose, thanks for talking to us from London.
Thank you.
So, a second group of hostages has been released by Hamas and are on their way to be reunited with family in Israel. And as we just heard, that lawyer saying, Adam Rose saying, Avinatan Or is among that group that's about to be reunited with his family. So the release was announced as US President Donald Trump touched down in Tel Aviv. He was greeted by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as Israel's president. US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and his daughter and son-in-law were also at the airport. The first 7 Israeli hostages are back in the custody of the IDF and are on their home soil after more than 2 years in captivity. The Red Cross has picked them up from a location in northern Gaza, taking them over the border into IDF custody. Eitan Moore, Gali and Ziv Berman and Matan Engest are among the first ones released, along with Omri Miran, Guy Bilboa Dalal and Alon Ohel. The second group of hostages is expected to be released imminently. The Israeli military says the Red Cross is on its way to another meeting point in Gaza to receive more hostages. So this is video of the son of hostage Einav Zankur speaking to his father for the first time since his release. And this is the family of Nimrod Cohen celebrating after seeing his face on a video call. 20 hostages are believed to be still alive, while the remains of others will also be handed over. A list of those 20 has been released by Hamas and matches the list Israel has released. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah have attached a personal note to the returning hostages. The note reads, "On behalf of the entire people of Israel, welcome back. We've been waiting for you. We embrace you." In Israel, there are reports that all Palestinian prisoners to be released have boarded buses as part of the exchange. 1,900 are expected to be freed as part of the first phase of the peace deal. And we also heard from the US President Donald Trump in a media conference. We played that about 20 minutes ago. Went for a lot longer than we thought, which is kind of often the case with the US President. And Jared Monshine is from the US Studies Centre, and he's been with us and he was listening into that media conference. Jared, what did you make of what the President had to say about the tone he's taking with describing what's happening?
Yeah, he went out of his way to give credit to the Arab and Muslim nations that supported this. And again, talk about the Nobel Peace Prize. We expected that, but I think it was really quite a stark departure from perhaps other presidents in terms of just how glowing he was about the nations, the Arab and Muslim nations that supported this plan. I think the Trump administration was uniquely able to get this deal because of their close ties with these nations. The way that the timing even worked out, because it was shortly before the UN General Assembly meeting just last month that Israel attacked Qatar. And it was after that that they had a meeting at the UN General Assembly, the United States president, along with a number of Arab and Muslim nations, and they were able to basically get the groundwork for this ceasefire and peace agreement laid at that meeting. And as a result of a series of events, essentially dominoes falling correctly, we're able to land in this on this day today.
And what did you make of him? He often talks about he's solved 7 wars and this is his 8th. What do you make of his claims along those lines?
Yeah, they are pretty diverging in terms of, or diverse in terms of how you define a war. I'm not sure if there was a huge war between Egypt and Ethiopia. Perhaps there was some tension. But at the end of the day, we can't deny the reality that we're seeing right now, which is we are seeing a ceasefire right now for a war that many experts predicted had no end sight. And this follows a first administration where we saw recognition of Israel by Arab and Muslim nations for the first time in decades. So that, again, that sort of unconventional approach to diplomacy is maybe not widely beloved in some circles, but it has, you can't deny some results.
And as we're speaking to Jared Monshine, you can see there the images in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv with the anticipation building ahead of the first images. We're presuming we will see some images of the hostages after they get off the convoys and get on choppers and head up to Tel Aviv. And so, yeah, a lot of anticipation building there. We've been following this for a couple of hours now, but still waiting for those first images to come through. We also heard from, and we just had that news that the second batch of hostages has been released. And we're expecting that there will be a third within the next hour or so. The US President has touched down. He's due to address the Knesset shortly. And that was supposed to be in about 5 minutes. And we're going to bring you that live here on the news channel when that address by Donald Trump happens. The word was he was possibly going to be speaking to some hostages before that. We don't know about the timing of all that, but we'll bring you that address when it happens. And so, Jared, what do you expect? Yeah, it's hard to know what to expect from Donald Trump at the Knesset, but also at this summit in Egypt. There's a summit in Egypt happening that Donald Trump's flying to in a couple of hours. A heap of Arab nations there and Western nations too, all getting together to try and solve this once and for all.
Yeah, I think it's important to look at sort of the ingredients of peace. There's a famous Australian, eventually he became American, named Martin Indyk, who did a book on Henry Kissinger, and he talked about Henry Kissinger's approach to peace in the Middle East. We shouldn't forget that Henry Kissinger was able to get a ceasefire after the Yom Kippur War, and in recognition of Israel and Egypt. He sort of laid the groundwork for that. And what Martin Indyk looked at was not peace as a solution, but as a problem that needed to be solved. What he wanted to look at, Henry Kissinger, we shouldn't forget, grew up in World War II era Europe, and he saw how instability was really the issue that needed to be solved, and that laid the groundwork for peace. So what I think many are hoping in this summit in Egypt is the Arab and Muslim nations to come together and have a sort of pathway to stability in the region. That is the one thing that has defined it for so long. But again, devil's in the details on how they get there.
Okay, we'll leave there for the moment, Jared Monshine. And Rabin Medical Centre is one of the 3 hospitals that surviving hostages will be taken to. It's unknown how many hostages they'll be treating, but Deputy Director of the Bellinson Hospital, Dr. Oshrat Fono-Yativ, says families and hospital staff have been anxiously preparing for their return. She spoke earlier with Gemma Vaness.
Once we heard of the deal, the amazing deal, sensational deal, we were actually thrilled, overwhelmed. I cannot express in so many words how we felt. And it's been really, really difficult 2 years upon the hospital and the Israeli state. And we are full of joy, expectation, and we're ready as a hospital to receive the hostages, to take care of them, and to go on with our lives.
And I know the hostages will arrive by helicopter at your facility. Can you tell us exactly what happens there?
Actually, it's an amazing moment because we already had that on January and on February of this year in Beilinson, and we're going to do it once again in the next morning. And actually, it's a thrilling moment. The procedure is they go to the border and they are received by the initial team and the immediate family. So in this case, the parents will probably, or for sure, will be at the border meeting with their loved ones. And only after that, and after a quick survey, they get on the helicopter and fly into the hospitals. And on that moment, we are awaiting there. And when the helicopter opens, we go inside, introduce ourselves, say welcome, look what is needed to do at that moment. And very, very quickly, it's a very short drive into the department. And there they can meet the rest of the family if they choose, and friends, and of course to start getting all the medical treatments and care that we provide for them.
What's it like to witness that moment?
Well, actually, it says, there is a book called The House of God, and in the House of God, the first rule there is when something dramatic happens is for the doctor to check his own pulse. So first of all, you check your own pulse and you make sure that you're up to it, because it's thrilling, it's exciting, and it's a beautiful moment. It's really a moment where, as I said, 2 years of really, really difficult times for many, many people. So many people sacrificed their lives for that moment.
What condition are you expecting the hostages to be in physically, and what does that road back to physical health look like for them?
Well, it really looks like we've done that before, so we expect to see pretty much the same. The conditions are inhumane, insufferable, and people that came back told us exactly what was it about. And we're talking about nutritional problems, about dermatological problems, all kinds of physical conditions that are from low hygiene, from no food, from no fresh air for 2 years. That's unbelievable. And there are probably very, very strong men that they can survive such conditions.
What about their psychological condition and the road back there?
Yeah, what we do, we have this holistic approach. We got together a whole team, and each and every hostage will be getting his own team, specializing in all the aspects of mental health and physical health and nutrition. And as you said, we take that step at a time. First of all, the first thing we do is return their autonomy. So if there is no emergency, we let them the first thing we do is we let them join their families, feel that they're at home, ask them the simplest questions. What do you want to do now? We take very great consideration of what they want to do and take it slowly by their pace. And if there is no rush, this is what we do. We let them get into the normal way of living, and only then we take care of medical problems or medical issues that are not an emergency.
Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Joe O'Brien. After 737 days in captivity, the last living Israeli hostages are being released by Hamas in the biggest step yet towards a lasting peace. Crowds erupted in Tel Aviv as the first of the hostages were freed and brought into Israel. They're now receiving medical checks and being reunited with their families. Nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees will also be released shortly. We have correspondents across Israel and the West Bank tonight. We start with Matthew Doran in Tel Aviv.
Jubilation in Tel Aviv's Hostage Square as news broke that the remaining living hostages were headed back to Israel. The mother of Matan Zangalka speaking to her son on a video call as she made her way towards him. The war has ended, she says. You're coming home. Israelis have been waiting 2 years for this moment, watching it unfold in real time. In public spaces and living rooms across the country. The US president touching down in Tel Aviv around the same time that the hostages were released. Donald Trump given the red carpet treatment after telling reporters on the flight over that he's confident the ceasefire will hold.
The war is over. The war is over, okay? Do you understand that?
The moment that the US president stepped off his plane, this crowd wanted to express their appreciation. They believe this deal is because of him, but they've felt abandoned by their own leadership.
The returned hostages are undergoing initial medical checks before being taken to hospital. They'll each receive a note from the Israeli Prime Minister. On behalf of the entire people of Israel, welcome back. It reads, "We've been waiting for you. We embrace you." The relief being felt in Israel follows desperate scenes in Gaza. Much needed aid is moving into the territory, but there's not yet enough to meet demand.
We aren't coming towards danger just because we want to. We're coming so our children can eat.
We just want to go to our homes, to Gaza City.
Those who've already made it to Gaza City are finding there's little left.
We didn't expect it to be this degree. I mean, not one home in the whole street is standing.
Under this first phase of the plan, Israeli forces still control roughly half of Gaza. The next stages will be discussed at a summit in Egypt, being co-chaired by Donald Trump. There's hope that the possibility of longer-term peace may have just become more achievable. Matthew Doran, ABC News, Tel Aviv.
And we've just put up a live shot down there in the corner of the screen from the Knesset. That's the Israeli parliament in Israel. We're expecting that US President Donald Trump is going to deliver an address there shortly. It was actually due to start several minutes ago, but we're expecting that. That you can see there the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah. We're going to bring you that address live when it begins here. You'll be able to see that here on the ABC News channel. Nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees are expected to be released shortly. Middle East correspondent Eric Torchek is in the West Bank.
We're standing amongst family, friends, the local media, spectators, all anticipating the arrival of Palestinian prisoners from Israeli military jails. And you can see one behind us. That's the Ofer military prison. Down there, you'll see Israeli military jeeps, a high level of security, getting ready to release the buses that are going to bring Palestinian prisoners through that gate and up this road and into Ramallah, the de facto Palestinian capital. So the families that are waiting here, that are eagerly anticipating the release of loved ones they've not had direct contact with for some time in some cases, have been told by the Israeli military not to celebrate. No public celebrations, no comments promoting the factions that these people were members of, or they're going to get raided, they're going to get arrested themselves. So there's a fairly subdued and nervous atmosphere in Ramallah, even though there's a lot of joy about the impending release of these prisoners. And while these people might be preparing, for this happy occasion, they're worried about what comes next. Palestinians in the West Bank know that while there's this high-level conference about to take place later today in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, with countries from around the region, the big players, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and from Europe, the UK, France, the US, they'll be discussing the future of Palestine with minimal Palestinian involvement. The PA, the Palestinian Authority, the government here, was only invited at the last minute, and there's big questions about how much of a say Palestinians are going to have in the future of Palestine.
Eric Torchek reporting there. And as I mentioned before, we're just waiting for Donald Trump to begin this address to the Knesset, the Israeli parliament. We've got Jared Monshine from the US Studies Centre with us ahead of that address. Jared, what are you expecting from Donald Trump in this address?
I think his comments to the media on Air Force One really give you a preview of what he wants to talk about in this speech. We shouldn't forget the fact that this is a pretty momentous speech, not only because of the circumstances, but also this is the first U.S. president to address the Knesset since 2008, when George W. Bush did that. And before that, it was Bill Clinton in 1994. This is exceptional and a rare honor for U.S. presidents. And I think what we saw, again, on Air Force One does sort of preview what he wants to highlight, which is we have a ceasefire right now. What he wants is peace. And in order to get peace, he wants the Israelis and the Arab world to commit to a pathway forward of stability, a pathway forward of not seeking out vengeance, and basically having the U.S. less involved in the long run.
Realistically, though, what are the chances of that when Trump's 20-point plan is predicated on Hamas giving up its weapons and promising not to have any involvement in Gaza governance?
Yeah, you sort of saw a preview of that when he was asked about that issue, when he was asked, because there are reports that Hamas is basically taking over Gaza now that the Israelis have left and withdrawn from Gaza. And he basically said something to the effect of, we sort of allowed them to do that because there wasn't anyone else to take control. And so I think we very well may see them talking around it. The art of diplomacy is to allow everyone to hear what they want to hear, but ultimately for people to take a pathway that they might not have been as willing to take beforehand.
And we're just seeing Donald Trump shake Benjamin Netanyahu's hand. Just tell us about what's actually behind that handshake and how we've got to this moment.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been Prime Minister of Israel longer than any other Prime Minister in Israeli history, and he has had tensions with U.S. presidents of both Republican and Democratic parties, and Donald Trump has been no exception. He was quite livid with with Netanyahu for his strike on Qatar, but at the same time, the administration saw it as a unique opportunity that led to where we are today.
And so how did, what was behind, we might actually hear something here.
Let's look here first. Then here. Which one? Avin? And please here.
Okay, so it looks like that's just the signing ceremony. So we'll continue with our chat with Jared Monshine. So Jared, why was Donald Trump so livid about that hit on Qatar?
Because ultimately Qatar not only has U.S. military assets there and is a close U.S. ally, but also it is a partner for negotiating with Hamas. And they were basically, the Israelis were targeting the Hamas negotiators, and the Israelis were unsuccessful in their targeting of those Hamas negotiators. As much as Israel attacked entities in Lebanon, Gaza, West Bank, Yemen, the Gulf states, and Qatar, they were basically off limits. They are partners of the United States in one way or another. And what that strike and that failed strike on Qatar allowed the U.S. to do was to put pressure on Netanyahu. We famously saw Netanyahu call from the Oval Office the leaders of Qatar to apologize. And then we also saw the Trump administration basically give a treaty agreement to Qatar, which is something that Qatar was seeking. And again, the dominoes fell in a way that allowed for us to have these images today.
So we might just great and beautiful day, a new beginning. Donald Trump has written in there. So Jared, how realistic is that considering the history of what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think we were talking before about Henry Kissinger, and some people have this concept of a Wilsonian idealism and peace for peace sake, and everyone wants peace. But I think someone like Henry Kissinger saw gradualism, and that is sort of the pathway to long-term peace. It's not overreaching. And so I think there's a lot of anxiety about overreaching with these negotiations, and instead of simply seeking peace, but trying to instead seek a gradual moment of stability that is incrementally improved upon with each day.
And does it look like the Trump plan is along those lines?
Well, the Trump plan is the first plan in some time that has left both sides optimistic, and all sides, I should say, optimistic. It's not a region known for optimism, but the Trump plan is something that was warmly greeted by both the Arab Muslim world as well as much of Israel, because yes, it saw Israel withdraw from Gaza and for Gaza to basically run by Gazans, but at the same time for Hamas to withdraw and disarm. Now, all of these objectives are not going to be easy, and it's going to be a long and difficult pathway ahead.
Okay, Jared Monshine, we'll leave it there for the moment, but I'll just mention that we're expecting Donald Trump to address the Knesset shortly, and we'll bring you that live here on the news channel when it begins. And earlier I spoke with Foreign Minister Penny Wong, and it was just as Donald Trump was landing. We were bringing pictures up of Donald Trump arriving, and I asked her for her takeaways from these latest developments with the ceasefire deal. She's congratulated US President Donald Trump on his work on the peace plan and says it's a hugely emotional day for all people impacted in the region.
Well, it is very moving days, and it's extraordinarily moving, and this is a day of immense relief for so many people in Israel and in Australia. It's also a day of loss and grief for those for whom there is no one returning. So, we are just very moved, and we stand with the hostages and their families. We've been calling for hostages to be released from day one, and it is moving, I'm sure, to all of us around the world to see these images of people returning home.
And what about the thousands of Palestinians being released from Israeli jails?
Look, this is such an important part of the peace plan, and that is why this was such a big and important achievement by the Trump administration, by President Trump personally, a peace plan with the exchange of hostages and prisoners, and of course the ceasefire, which has been so important to the people of Gaza. This is a singular achievement by President Trump. Only the President of the United States could bring this about, and as I said on Friday, he deserves enormous congratulations and it is an enormous achievement. We haven't seen this sort of progress in the Middle East for some time, and he's brought this conflict to a pause and hopefully to an end, and has a pathway to peace that he's been so critical in articulating. So it's a great achievement by the US President.
Couldn't he have brought it to a pause or an end a lot earlier and saved a lot of lives?
Look, we all wish that this day had been sooner.
Apologies for that. We seem to have lost that interview with the Foreign Minister Penny Wong, who I was talking to as the US President landed in Tel Aviv. And I'll just mention once again that we're expecting that he is going to address the Knesset, Israel's parliament, shortly, and we'll bring you that live here on the news channel. We've actually got our correspondent Barbara Miller at the Knesset right now. Barb, what can you tell us?
Trump is in the building. It's my understanding he hasn't quite started speaking yet. I think Joe will see him congratulate himself, and we heard the foreign minister also congratulate him there. Many ordinary Israelis also say they owe a debt of gratitude to Donald Trump for bringing this hostage deal to conclusion. All 20 remaining living hostages now in Israeli territory. And we heard on the plane over he was in a buoyant mood, saying the war is over and that he thinks the ceasefire will hold. So I think Donald Trump is really trying on his brief visit here to counter the skeptics who say that the next stages of this plan are impossible. He wants them to believe that this is a time for peace and prosperity in the region. And he's talked, Joe, about an expansion of that signature policy in the region of his first term, the Abraham Accords, the idea that you normalise relations between Israel and the Arab world. He even suggests, you're not quite sure how serious that was, that, Iran could be part of the Abraham Accords. Now, this is a message that the far-right factions of the governing coalition here don't want to hear. I haven't been able to check this, but my understanding was that perhaps some of them wouldn't turn up to the Knesset to hear Donald Trump speak. And from here, it's on to Egypt and this idea at an international meeting that the next stages of this ambitious plan for Gaza will really be cemented. The White House calling this a peace ceremony due to take place in Egypt.
And Barb, just before I let you go, I'll just pick you up on something you said there, which is some breaking news, and that is that all 20 former hostages are now in Israel. Can you just take us through what you know about that?
So my latest information was we had the 7 who were initially released. That was near Gaza City. They are already at Re'im, and the next 13. And the situation is fluid, let me say that, but my current understanding is that those 13 have crossed into Israeli territory and will soon be at Re'im. That's this military base where they are being taken to reunite with family members and to undergo some level of initial assessment. Awaiting them there is a handwritten note from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah saying, "We have been waiting for you, we embrace you." There's also essentially a goodie bag there, but most importantly the families are there to greet them. Anyone deemed to be in need of urgent medical care will be taken pretty quickly to one of several hospitals in the Tel Aviv area, standing by ready to receive them. No firm timings yet on when we might expect the first release of the remains of up to 28 hostages no longer alive, and at what point Israel would give the go-ahead for almost 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees standing by, essentially waiting to be released as part of this deal.
Okay, Barbara Miller reporting there from Jerusalem. And all 1,966 Palestinian prisoners slated for release have reportedly boarded buses, according to officials involved in the prisoner release operation. Khaled Kuzma is the General Director of Defence for Children International Palestine. They'll be part of the prisoners' care once returned, and he joins us now from Ramallah. Khaled Kuzma, welcome. And I might just preface this by saying we're expecting the US President Donald Trump to address the Knesset shortly, and we might have to interrupt that to go to that. But if we do, we'll definitely get back to you after that. What's this moment like for you, knowing that so many of these Palestinians are about to be freed?
First of all, I'm happy that we reached this point to put end to the Israeli genocide on Gaza, to stop the killing, and now to release the hostages, and also to release the hostages, the Palestinian hostages, because after the 7th of October, more than 10,000 Palestinians be arrested and held under what called, the majority held under what called administrative detention. So those also can be considered as hostages, including more than almost 400 Palestinian children are in detention. I didn't see any of the Palestinian children are released, while the 40% of the children are held under administrative detention. This is the time to talk about peace and to act for peace. To act for peace is not related to a speech here or there. We are looking forward to hear from the President Biden what he's going to say in the parliament, the Israeli parliament, and also to go back to the UN resolutions, to the international law, to manage the Palestinian people, to exercise their right to self-determination as other nations in the world. This is the time to put end to all the atrocities and to go for peace forever.
So how young are some of the children that Israel has detained, and how long have they been in detention?
Some of the children held for months. Months means under 1 year, and some are more than. But also what worried me that those who are in prison, they've been denied family visits, denied lawyer visits. They left in starvation and under torture and treatment. One of the children, Walid Khalid, he was 17 years old. After 6 months of his arrest, he was died because of no medical care and because of the torture and starvation. So this is what happened with the Palestinian children, and now we are looking to see all the Palestinian children are free like the hostages.
And so it's about 1,966 being released today. How many more are there in Israeli detention who you say should be freed?
I believe that since we are talking about peace, all the Palestinian prisoners should be released, including children and women. But keep them in prison, this will keep the conflict on, and maybe we'll be back again to where we are now. And in order to put end, as he is promising, as President Trump promised, this is the time to put into all this conflict according to the UN resolutions, not according to the vision of individuals, according to the UN resolutions, to the international law, and that will keep two states, keep the two-state solution alive, and give each people to live in peace side by side.
What role will your organisation take in caring for these children who are returning home today?
Now, first of all, they need to be received medical and psychosocial support after the atrocities that they lived in. And of course, they need the medical treatment because already they have been living in a hard situation, and with many disease are inside the prisons. And of course, to return them back to the school, because this is the big lose that the prisoners, the children, are losing. And also to take care of the civilians, including children in Gaza, to ensure that they are going to exercise their rights according to the Child Rights Convention, right to health, right to food, right to education, and all these rights, they've been denied since more than 714 days.
You're in the West Bank in Ramallah. What is the reality of life for you there now?
People are so happy to see to reach this point, but we are looking for it as the first step and looking forward to have a clear vision to end this occupation, to end the discrimination life that we are living, and to let us enjoy our rights to self-determination as a Palestinian, to stop the Israeli aggression, to stop the Israeli attacks to our communities. Now we are living in small cantons. Each Palestinian city is surrounded by gates, and the Israeli army are controlling all these gates, open it when they want, close it as they want. We are like in different prisons inside the West Bank. So this is the time, I believe, this is the time to stop all these atrocities.
So taking that into account, how concerned are you that the West Bank is not mentioned in Donald Trump's 20-point plan?
This is very disappointed, and this is why I'm talking about a clear proposal according to the UN resolutions, which is especially when we talk about the right to self-determination for the Palestinian people, and to the UN resolutions 181 and 194 regarding the refugees, and also the establishing of the Palestinian state according to the UN resolution.
Okay, Khaled Kuzma, thanks for talking to us from Ramallah.
Thank you very much.
If you're just joining us, just mentioning once again the breaking news this evening, all 20 living Israeli hostages have been handed over to Israeli forces as part of the first phase of the Gaza peace deal. After more than 2 years in captivity, the hostages were picked up by the Red Cross from a location in northern Gaza, or several spots through Gaza, taking them over the border into Israel. These are photos of some of the 7 hostages released in the first part of the exchange. These are the first images that we're seeing. So this is video of the moment hostage Einav Zanguka speaks to a family member for the first time since his release. And this is the family of Nimrod Cohen celebrating after seeing his face on a video call. 20 hostages are believed to be still alive, while the remains of others, well, we know they're alive now. They've been handed. These hostages have been handed over. The remains, we're still waiting to hear about the remains of 28 other hostages. US President Donald Trump has arrived in Israel, signing the 20-point peace plan. Mr. Trump will meet with some hostages. He is about to address Israel's parliament. It's unclear if he's going to meet hostages. He's then flying on to Egypt, where he's meeting other world leaders. This is this big summit to discuss his 20-point plan. So in Israel, buses carrying Palestinian prisoners have been seen leaving Ketziot prison. 1,700 prisoners detained during the war and 250 serving long-term sentences will be freed, or are being freed, as part of the first phase of the peace deal. And just a reminder that we're standing by to hear live from US President Donald Trump in Israel. So that's a shot from inside the Israeli parliament. President Trump arrived in Tel Aviv around an hour ago. He's going to address the Parliament shortly. It was due to start half an hour ago, but we'll bring you that live as soon as it begins. And Adam Rose is a human rights lawyer representing the families of hostages with British links. He says one of them, Avinatan Orr, appears to be on the list of the second group of hostages being released. And he'd only just found out about this when I spoke to him a short time ago. And so he was in this second group of hostages being released. So that was really heartening news for him and the family that he's been representing. Here's Adam Rose.
I've been in touch with his mother this morning, and obviously she's incredibly excited to be seeing him. But I think until he's out and until we know he's with the Red Cross and then with the Israeli army and then with her, we've got to just sort of try and stay calm and cautious. But everything is looking good.
And we've got an image of Avinatan up now, right now. What can you tell the people of Australia about him?
He's a 32-year-old. He was out at the Nova Music Festival when he was taken hostage. Your viewers might remember his girlfriend, Noa Argamani, who was taken separately on the back of a motorbike. She was freed by the Israeli army. She was one of the few hostages who was found by the Israeli army and brought back to Israel. I've seen a photo of Noa Argamani and Avinatan's mother, Ditsa Orr, together at the Re'im base waiting for Avinatan to come back. So it's a miracle if he comes back and when he comes back. Quite incredible.
Yeah, what can you tell us about your contact with the family over the last couple of years and how they've been able to get through this?
I think they are, like all of the families, remarkable people. They have shown incredible fortitude. They have stayed calm. They've stayed sort of on the course, on the message throughout. They have been regular visitors to the United Kingdom, where they've met with prime ministers, with foreign secretaries. They've met with Israeli leaders. They've met with American leaders. They've been to Qatar to meet the leadership there as well. They're just a very normal family who've been thrown into extraordinary circumstances, and I'm just very, very excited for them.
Yeah. And what was their strategy going into those meetings with representatives from different countries?
Well, always, and I think this has been the case with all the families we've represented, but I think across all the families of all the hostages, their aim has been to keep the plight of the hostages first and foremost in the minds of politicians. They've all been promised at various times by politicians that the hostages are their prime concern, the first and foremost, top of the agenda, all that kind of language. But to actually create that personal connection with political leaders has been paramount. So it doesn't really matter what one's politics are, whether you agree. Let's take Donald Trump as an example. It really doesn't matter whether you agree with him politically or not on anything, but making sure that he stays on task, and making sure that Netanyahu stays on task, or Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak before him stay on task, and make sure that the names of the hostages are raised at every possible moment. That's been their task, and the families have stuck with it incredibly strongly, incredibly well, and they've all stayed together. So we've been representing 7 British families, 10 hostages in total. Sadly, not all have made it, and indeed, as well as Avinatan Orr, who we're expecting to be released at any moment now. We also have Yossi Sharabi, who we know was killed, and we know Yossi Sharabi was killed in captivity because Noa Argamani, who by sheer coincidence is the girlfriend of Avinatan Orr, was with him when he was killed. So we know that Yossi is dead, and we're expecting his body to be handed over this afternoon, and he can then be buried back home.
Yeah, and so what's that like for you, dealing with the joy of one family today and the devastation of another?
It's dreadful, and yes, you've got a picture up there of Yossi Sharabi and his brother Eli Sharabi, and Eli came out earlier this year and he's been in Australia. His book Hostage has been released in the English in the past few days. Yossi has been, as we know, he's been dead for sort of 18 months or so now, 20 months. And it's very difficult for the families. They see the elation of other families where the live hostage is coming out and they know they're waiting for a body that they can bury. But they share the joy. They absolutely share the joy of the families who have a live hostage coming out. The families have all been incredibly strong with each other, magnanimous when there's been joy to be had, and joining in the tears and the sorrow of families where there hasn't been joy to be had. But I think the Sharabi family are one of the incredibly strong families that we have been working with. They have lost so much. They have lost their homes. Eli Sharabi lost his wife and his 2 daughters. They were murdered on the 7th of October. In early January 2024, we heard that Yossi had been killed. Eli found out on the day of his release that Yossi had been killed, and then found out shortly, once he was back in Israeli hands, that his wife and daughters had been killed. So an incredibly strong family, and they will get on with their lives and rebuild their lives. But it's both a day of great joy and a great day of great sadness in relation to Yossi and of the other 27 hostages whose bodies are either being returned today or still need to be located and returned. Incredibly difficult day, of course, for them, but they will all be joyful as well to see 20 living hostages released.
And Adam, I think you've been with us long enough to have heard much of the Donald Trump media conference, or the impromptu media conference on Air Force One that we ran a little earlier, and he was talking about how great Qatar had been. And I noticed you mentioned just before that the family members actually were lobbying some representatives from Qatar. So how does that make you feel about the possible contribution that they made through their efforts over this incredibly difficult time to get countries like that on side?
I think one of the things that we have done throughout this with the families is to try lots of things. You never know what's going to work and what's not going to work. And amongst the trying lots of things, it was meeting senior politicians. It was making sure that within a week or two of Eli Sharabi's release, he went to see Donald Trump in the White House and came to London to see Keir Starmer at number 10 Downing Street, but also families going to Qatar, meeting senior negotiators from Qatar in London and in Doha. And you never know what's going to work, you never know what's useful, you never know what's valuable, but trying lots of things and hoping that one of those things cuts through, that keeping it personal, making it clear that this is my son, this is my brother, this is my father, all the time making sure that people understood that this is incredibly important, that they take it personally, that they feel personally invested, and politicians have got on and listened and done what they need to do, and we are where we are today, which is hopefully 13 more hostages coming out alive, and hopefully of the bodies, as many of those bodies as possible being returned today. And then we've just got to hope that these families can move forward with their lives and rebuild and start afresh. I think a number of them have talked about life before the 7th of October and life after their release. And I think it's just upon us all, everyone around the world, to make sure that those who've come out can get on with proper lives, can make the most of the rest of their lives, because what they've been through has been hell.
And Adam, personally, how do you feel at this moment after the work you've done with these people and the personal connections you've made?
Well, it's the day we've been waiting for, the day that we can say we no longer need to spend hours every day working for these families, that we know that they can get on with their lives and they can get on with just being normal again, and we can get back to our normal day jobs. But we're there for the families. We were at a meeting yesterday evening with one of the brother-in-law of Eli Sharabi, Steve Brisley, and we're friends now. We're friends with these people. We've gone through the past 2 years with them, and we just look forward to keeping in touch with them and seeing them prosper.
Adam Rose there, a lawyer in the UK who's been working with the relatives of British hostages who'd been held. And the breaking news that we've had just in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so is that that second group of hostages is now in the care of the Red Cross. And so all 20 Israeli hostages are either back in Israel or on their way with the Red Cross into Israeli territory. And we've also heard that the nearly 2,000 Palestinian detainees or prisoners in Israeli jails have been are on their way as well, or are on buses. And we're waiting for the US President Donald Trump to address the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. It was due to start about 40 minutes ago. We've seen pictures of him arriving at the Knesset. He's signed a document, but he hasn't got up to speak just yet. We're planning to bring you that live when he does get up to make that address. In the meantime, Jared Monshine has been with us over the last couple of hours through these momentous events, and he joins us once again from the US Studies Centre. Jared, g'day. So how was Donald Trump able to achieve what he has with getting Benjamin Netanyahu over the line on agreeing to a ceasefire where Joe Biden might not have been able to?
Yeah, there's, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of U.S. presidents have been frustrated with the longest-serving Israeli prime minister of all time, both Democrats and Republicans. But I think what we saw with this deal is a Republican president in the Trump administration that is widely seen as more pro-Israel than almost any other U.S. administration in many years. And what you can't do is outflank them. Similar to the way that Richard Nixon was the one who had to go to China because he was the most fiercely anti-communist, I think Donald Trump was able to get Benjamin Netanyahu to the negotiating table when he didn't want to go to the negotiating table. We shouldn't forget that. And he was able to do that because ultimately Donald Trump could say, look, I'm the most pro-Israel president you're going to have for a long time. The polling, not only around the world, but even in America is going against you. You're not going to get a better deal than I am. And at the same time, no one is going to outflank Donald Trump and say, you're not being pro-Israel enough. So that is why I think Donald Trump was uniquely able to get this deal. He was able to put more pressure on Israel than I think Joe Biden or any other Democratic administration would have been able to.
But couldn't any US president just say, we're not going to continue supplying you with arms and support, and that would prevent Israel going down the path?
And prior presidents have, and Joe Biden did on certain items, not all of them. No. And I think ultimately, though, Joe Biden, though, was also very cognizant of domestic politics and being seen as weak on Israel. And so you don't have that sort of avenue with Donald Trump. You can't get more pro-Israel than Donald Trump, regardless of what he's been saying, which we mentioned before. He wanted Israel to end this war even before he got into office. He is still widely seen as the most pro-Israel president, and he could go to Benjamin Netanyahu and say, look, I have a great deal, take it or leave it, and no one's going to give you a better deal than this.
Okay, and we're just about to hear from him more when he addresses the Israeli Parliament. We're expecting that at any moment. So we'll just leave Jared Monshine there for the moment. So all of the 20 remaining living Israeli hostages are now back in Israel or on their way with the Red Cross. Adi Rotem is a retired Israeli intelligence officer who served as part of Israel's negotiating team until late last year. Melissa Clark from the afternoon briefing program spoke to him from Tel Aviv a little earlier.
Adi Rotem, thank you very much for joining me on the program.
Thank you very much. Good morning from Israel, and thank you, Melissa, for having me on your program. It's an honor to join you today.
How are you feeling today? It seems this initial phase is, at least so far, unfolding as planned. There must be a fair degree of relief in that.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's an enormous day. It is without a doubt a deeply emotional moment, you know, of course, for their families, the hostages themselves for sure, but also, I got to say, for the entire Israeli society. We had been through, and as you probably know, 2 painful years. So we can finally see ourselves like a bit of breathing, going back to breathe, and a bit of light at the end of this tunnel, which, by the way, literally this time it's a literally tunnel. And I got to tell you, Melissa, but at the same time, we celebrate with a great caution because we understand that the release of the hostages must be followed by further steps that will eventually bring this war to an end. This is what the society in Israel really hope, and we were eager to get to this day So I hope it's starting something new now.
As well as the Israeli hostages coming home, there's going to be 250 Palestinian prisoners being released, along with 1,700 Gazans who were detained during the war. What do we know about the Palestinian prisoners? Do we have any more information about the identities of the people being released?
Yeah, of course. We have the full list of the prisoners that got released. Unfortunately, we had to release prisoners, even though some of them did really, really terrible things throughout the years, which killed a lot of Israelis. Most of them, about 80% of the prisoners that got released, the heavy ones, they are Hamas prisoners. So we're really afraid of what's going to be the day after. Will they join and want to rebuild Hamas, or they will understand that this is the favor of the two parts of this conflict, that each one of them now rebuild himself and not focusing on further steps for another war. This is what we truly hope.
Yeah, look, when it comes to those further steps, how do things proceed from here with your knowledge of how these negotiations take place? How does the process move beyond this initial point where there could be agreement on releasing of hostages, Israeli troops pulling back a bit? How do you proceed with the much more difficult questions of things like disarmament?
This is a great point, because I think disarmament is not a single event. The way I see it, it's a process. So it won't begin, or end with just weapons themselves. It requires serious leadership on the other side and a genuine will for a change. We got to understand that demilitarization is essential if Gaza is ever want to have a real chance to rebuild and prosper, instead of returning to violence again and again, and another war. We hope, of course, to avoid it.
But is a partial disarmament possible? Because so far Hamas has never entertained the idea of entirely giving up the idea of armed resistance. Is a partial disarmament something that's a possible compromise position?
It's going to be challenging. What you're saying is truly right. As you said, Hamas, it's like something very in their deep core, in the DNA of Islamic resistance organization. So they will have to have compromises if they want to see a better future. This is what we hope that we're going to gain, throughout this process. And this ceasefire, we know that it's very fragile. We got to work really hard in order to maintain it. Of course, not by ourselves, with the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, everyone that were involved. And of course, with the Americans, that they did something enormous. President Trump, I think he had a really huge achievement by getting this proposal and this agreement between those two sides.
Do you think this initial stage is a victory for Benjamin Netanyahu?
In some way, I think, because it's a good deal. Also, by the way, for the two sides, it's a good deal. It's ending the war with good terms. So it allows him to still, say that he remained the points that are crucial for the defense of the Israeli state. At the same time, he brought back all the hostages. Now we hope to finish until the last one of the bodies, even from this part of the deal. So in one way, he can present it as kind of victory. Of course, there will be people from the right wing that will tell him, no, we still have Hamas. We didn't finish the last one of them. But I say, I'm realistic in this conflict. We won't reach to the last Hamas member. So we got to face reality as well.
Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu will continue to be pressured by Donald Trump to continue on this pathway? Or does managing to succeed in bringing hostages home, does that give Benjamin Netanyahu more capital to act unilaterally however he wants following this point?
I think at least it can get him, to a very relaxing position, let's put it this way, since he finished with the hostages, which was crucial for the Israeli society, for sure. At the same time, I think the President Trump is eager to achieve the next step. It's not just something written on the paper without meaning. That's why we're going to see the summit now in Sharm el-Sheikh with President Trump, a lot of leaders from Europe, a lot of leaders from Arab and Muslim countries, in order to discuss the next phase for the consistent, I don't want to say peace, but at least, ceasefire that will last more and more until maybe, as I said, rebuilding Gaza and prosperity for the whole area.
Look, I really appreciate your insights on this. Thank you so much for taking me through them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Have a good day.
Okay, now I'll just repeat once again that we're waiting for the US President Donald Trump to address the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. As soon as that begins, we'll go there live to Jerusalem. In the meantime, the Israeli Defence Force has issued a statement saying 13 returning hostages have just met with IDF forces in the Gaza Strip and are now making their way into Israeli territory. So we'd heard before that they were with the Red Cross, but now they've been handed over to the IDF. So those hostages are currently being accompanied by IDF forces on their return to Israel, where they will undergo an initial medical assessment. The commanders and soldiers of the IDF salute and embrace the returning hostages as they make their way home to the state of Israel. This statement goes on to say the IDF spokesperson's unit asks the public to act responsibly and with sensitivity, to respect the privacy of the returning hostages and to rely solely on official information. And we just might go through some of the first group of hostages that were released, so you can put a face and a name to some of these people who have spent the last 2 years held in tunnels below Gaza. So they were all males who were the last living hostages, and they are aged between about 20 and 48. The first of them we'll go to is Matan Angrest. He's a 22-year-old. He was 21-year-old army soldier. He was on duty on the 7th of October. He was taken from his tank during a battle with Hamas fighters near the Gaza border. That's according to Ron Krivoy, another hostage who was taken from the Nova Festival and released in 23. The two were held together for some of the time in Gaza, with Ron detailing instances of torture. Matan's mother, Anat Angrest, has been a vocal activist for the release of hostages. The second will go to the twins. This is Gali Berman and his twin brother Ziv Berman. So they're 27-year-old and they were abducted from Kfar Azar. That's one of the kibbutz communities near the Gaza border on October 7 with their friend Emily Damari. She was released in January of this year and said, according to the New York Times, said after her release that Gali had run to her house on the morning of the attack because she was afraid of being alone. And she also said the twins were separated on their first day in Gaza. The brothers' family said they'd been told by the Israeli military the pair are being held in Gaza. Now we'll go to the next person who is in this group of 7 who were the first to be released, and this is Guy Gilboa Dalal. He appeared alongside his friend Ovstar David in a Hamas video where the pair were being forced to watch other hostages being released. He also appeared in another video in September, but he is one of the 7 who was released today in that first group. Now we'll go to the oldest of the hostages, and this is Omri Miran. He's 48 years old. He was taken from one of the kibbutzes, Kibbutz Nahal Oz, in front of his wife Lishay Miran Lavi and their 2 young children. So Omri Miran is now back on Israeli soil. And then there's Eitan Abraham Moore. He's 25 years old. He was working as a security guard at that Nova Music Festival. And Alon Ohel, the next person, he was 24. If we go to that next image, he was also at the Nova Festival, taken from a roadside bomb shelter after fleeing. The attack left him injured in his eye. He appeared in a Hamas video recently. And so there, just some of the people among that group of 20, so many were taken from that Nova Music Festival. 11 of this final 20 were at that Nova Music Festival. 2 of the 20 were soldiers and several of them were from kibbutzes. And I think we might also have an image of Avinatan Or, who was 32 years old. When I was speaking to Adam Rose, the lawyer, a little earlier, he was representing some of the hostages who had British links. and he had said he just got notification that Avi Natan, who was also at the Nova Music Festival, was in that group of 13 that we've just heard has been released, and have just heard from the IDF that they are in an IDF convoy now on their way back into Israel territory. So yeah, all 20 of those Israeli hostages now back in Israel, or close to. And we do have that image, I think, of Avi Natan, or there. Yeah, he was. You might remember he was at the festival along with his girlfriend Noah, and there was video footage at the time. Disturbing video footage of the time of what happened when she was taken away on a motorcycle and was crying out, and she was rescued from central Gaza by the Israeli military in June of 24 and revealed that they had been separated. He will be reunited with his girlfriend now, Noah Argamani. Just another couple of people who were at that Nova Music Festival where so many people died and many people were taken hostage as well. So yeah, the 20 living Israeli hostages now back on Israeli soil or close to it. That we're still to hear what's the situation is with the bodies of the 28 hostages who were died or were killed. That is part of this process as well, but we haven't heard yet if they are back in Israeli territory. And also nearly 2,000 Palestinian detainees and prisoners. And we were just speaking to a worker in Ramallah in the West Bank, saying so many of them were held without charge, without trial, just detained. So 2,000 of those people, some were prisoners who had been tried, are in the process of being returned or taken to the West Bank and freed, or to other places. Now, I just mentioned once again that we're waiting for US President Donald Trump. It's now almost an hour since he was supposed to start his address to the Knesset. We will bring you that as soon as that begins. Dave Sharma is a Liberal senator and former ambassador to Israel. He says the effects of the past 2 years on the Israeli people have been massive.
The 7th of October marked the largest loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust. But it also marked a dramatic security and intelligence failure for Israel, on a par or worse than that of the Yom Kippur War, which is, 50 years ago now. So this has left a tremendous scar on Israel, and of course, 1,200 people were killed that day, 250 were taken hostage, 100 of those have not survived. I don't think you can overstate how all-consuming this has been for everyone in Israel over the last 2 years. And of course, Palestinian population, especially in Gaza, has felt this conflict very intimately as well. I don't want to understate the massive impact it's had on their lives and the terrible loss of life that's happened there too. Israel lives in a tough neighbourhood. It's had to fight for its survival throughout its modern existence since it was created in 1948. And so there's no naivety about the future. I think they still know that there are many people who wish them ill around the world and amongst their neighbours, and that are fundamentally opposed to the existence of the Jewish state. But they are all, committed to living and fighting and surviving there. And so I think they will take the joy that they can take from today, but they will be pretty, cold-eyed about the future that lies ahead.
Dave Sharma there. And Jared Monshine from the US Studies Centre joins us once again. And Jared, we've been talking over the last couple of hours about this summit in Egypt, which is happening after Donald Trump addresses the Knesset. A lot of hope around that in terms of making this having some lasting effect, because this cycle of violence just continues, and it's been going on for decades. So many world leaders have tried to solve it and failed. So what is happening with that summit in Egypt?
I think what you're seeing is a lot of different countries throughout, not only the Middle East, but the developed world as well, including Europe. We saw the UK Prime Minister has already arrived there. France will be there as well. They're all convening there to find a pathway forward that I think a lot have cautious optimism for, and perhaps the most cautious optimism you could say maybe in decades. The last time there's any sort of pathway forward on any of this would probably be close to the Bush administration in 2008, when in the last days of that administration, of the second term of the George W. Bush administration, they saw maybe there was a pathway forward for Israeli-Palestinian peace. They were not able to do it at the end of the day, and no one has really gotten anywhere close to that since then. And even before then, the last time any sort of progress was made was in the 1990s. What they're looking for with this gathering in Egypt is something lasting. They don't want to overreach. They want some real tangible progress for something that provides for not just peace, but more importantly, stability in the region.
And you've just seen some surprise news in terms of who might be attending.
That's right. There's a chance that Benjamin Netanyahu may be there. There have been some reports that an El Al flight, the Israeli airline, is perhaps getting ready to go to Egypt. We shouldn't forget that Israel and Egypt have had peace for decades now, but the population of Egypt, like much of the Middle East, does not like Israel. As much as the security apparatus of Egypt and Israel talk and coordinate, especially around Gaza, the political liability of being seen to talk to the Israeli government is not a good one throughout Egypt, regardless of just how undemocratic they may or may not be.
And I don't know if you saw those reports about the flight path that Benjamin Netanyahu took when he went to the US. What do you think that indicated, and is it dangerous for Benjamin Netanyahu to travel internationally?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of questions about the International Criminal Court and its indictment of Benjamin Netanyahu and whether him landing or going over certain airspace will be a liability for him. With that said, I think the Middle East is one of the few places where they generally may be more receptive to people with, let's say, checkered pasts when it comes to human rights than others. And I think everyone coming to that summit is really coming together to find a tangible pathway forward and does not want to be delayed by any sort of issues that may come up around the International Criminal Court or human rights. They want the bloodshed that we've seen in this region, not just in the last 2 years, but for decades, is something that everyone agrees is untenable. And perhaps fortunately, it has become so untenable that there is a potential pathway forward.
What does the fact that he might be going now, according to this report, indicate about the possibility of something coming out of that which is lasting? Is it better that he's there than not?
I mean, he is obviously an undeniable stakeholder in this. And so, they say it's better to be at the table than on the table. And you can easily imagine a scenario in which some sort of conclusion is made without him there, and the Netanyahu government just decides to completely ignore it. I think perhaps him at the table is a sign of progress. But again, there's still far too much still left to be decided at this point. More than anything else, what I personally want to see is, what does the international community want to commit to on the ground? You can imagine in the 1980s, the U.S. had hundreds of Marines in Lebanon, and they were attacked by Hezbollah, and hundreds died. And as soon as that happened, the U.S. withdrew altogether from Lebanon. And you can imagine if something similar happens with these international peacekeepers, when the rubber hits the road, when it just takes one attack on international peacekeepers, do those countries then just pull their troops out altogether, or do they actually want to stay the course? There's a lot of details to be decided at this point.
Okay, we'll leave it there for the moment. Jared Monshine. Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage of developments in the Middle East with hostages and detainees being released. Momentous events happening. So after 737 days in captivity, the last living Israeli hostages are being released by Hamas in the biggest step yet towards a lasting peace. Crowds erupted in Tel Aviv as the first of the hostages were freed and brought into Israel. They're now receiving medical checks and being reunited with their families. Buses carrying nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees have been seen leaving Ketziot prison in Israel. We have correspondents across Israel and the West Bank tonight. We start with Matthew Doran in Tel Aviv.
Jubilation in Tel Aviv's Hostage Square, as news broke that the remaining living hostages were headed back to Israel. The mother of Matan Zangalka speaking to her son on a video call as she made her way towards him. The war has ended, she says. You're coming home. Israelis have been waiting 2 years for this moment, watching it unfold in real time. In public spaces and living rooms across the country, The US president touching down in Tel Aviv around the same time that the hostages were released. Donald Trump given the red carpet treatment after telling reporters on the flight over that he's confident the ceasefire will hold.
War is over. The war is over, okay? Do you understand that?
The moment that the US president stepped off his plane, this crowd wanted to express their appreciation. They believe this deal is because of him, but they felt abandoned by their own leadership.
The returned hostages are undergoing initial medical checks before being taken to hospital. They'll each receive a note from the Israeli Prime Minister. On behalf of the entire people of Israel, welcome back. It reads, "We've been waiting for you. We embrace you." The relief being felt in Israel follows desperate scenes in Gaza. Much needed aid is moving into the territory, but there's not yet enough to meet demand.
We aren't coming towards danger just because we want to. We're coming so our children can eat.
We just want to go to our homes, to Gaza City.
Those who've already made it to Gaza City are finding there's little left.
We didn't expect it to be this degree. I mean, not one home in the whole street is standing.
Under this first phase of the plan, Israeli forces still control roughly half of Gaza. The next stages will be discussed at a summit in Egypt, being co-chaired by Donald Trump. There's hope that the possibility of longer-term peace may have just become more achievable. Matthew Doran, ABC News, Tel Aviv.
And nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees are expected to be released shortly. Middle East correspondent Eric Torchek is in the West Bank.
We're standing amongst family, friends, the local media, spectators, all anticipating the arrival of Palestinian prisoners from Israeli military jails. And you can see one behind us. That's the Ofer military prison. Down there you'll see Israeli military jeeps, a high level of security, getting ready to release the buses that are going to bring Palestinian prisoners through that gate and up this road and into Ramallah, the de facto Palestinian capital. So the families that are waiting here, that are eagerly anticipating the release of loved ones they've not had direct contact with for some time in some cases, have been told by the Israeli military not to celebrate. No public celebrations, no comments promoting the factions that these people were members of, or they're going to get raided, they're going to get arrested themselves. So there's a fairly subdued and nervous atmosphere in Ramallah, even though there's a lot of joy about the impending release of these prisoners. And while these people might be preparing, for this happy occasion, they're worried about what comes next. Palestinians in the West Bank know that while there's this high-level conference about to take place later today in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, with countries from around the region, the big players, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and from Europe, the UK, France, the US, they'll be discussing the future of Palestine with minimal Palestinian involvement. The PA, the Palestinian Authority, the government here, was only invited at the last minute, and there's big questions about how much of a say Palestinians are going to have in the future of Palestine.
Eric Torchek reporting there. And we're continuing to cover events live here on the news channel over the coming hours. We've had comprehensive rolling coverage over the last several hours since word came through that the first of the hostages were about to be released. In the past half hour, the IDF has said the last of the living hostages is now back with the IDF. So all the hostages are now either in Israel or on their way into Israel. And this is a live shot you can see there from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where we've been speaking to our reporter Matthew Doran about the jubilation of people standing there with their thoughts, with people thinking, many people hoping that the war is over. We heard Donald Trump say it emphatically on Air Force One when he was speaking, saying the war is over. But there is, we're at the stage where hostages have been released, detainees have been released, but there's still a lot of work to be done yet to ensure that the war is actually over. These are some live shots as well of a Red Cross convoy. We had heard earlier that the IDF actually had the hostages now, so it's not, these are shots coming through, so it's not exactly clear who's in there and where they're headed, because the IDF has said now they've taken the last of the remaining 13 hostages from the Red Cross, and they're in IDF custody. And earlier I spoke with Foreign Minister Penny Wong about the developments with the ceasefire deal and the release of hostages. She's congratulated President Donald Trump on his work in the peace plan and says it's a hugely emotional day for all people impacted in the region.
Well, it is a very moving day, and it's extraordinarily moving, and this is a day of immense relief for so many people in Israel and in Australia. It's also a day of loss and grief for those for whom there is no one returning. So, we are just very moved, and we stand with the hostages and their families. We've been calling for hostages to be released from day one, and it is moving, I'm sure, to all of us around the world to see these images of people returning home.
And what about the thousands of Palestinians being released from Israeli jails?
Look, this is such an important part of the peace plan, and that is why this was such a big and important achievement by the Trump administration, by President Trump personally, a peace plan with the exchange of hostages and prisoners, and of course the ceasefire, which has been so important to the people of Gaza. This is a singular achievement by President Trump. Only the President of the United States could bring this about, and as I said on Friday, he deserves enormous congratulations and enormous. It is an enormous achievement. We haven't seen this sort of progress, in the Middle East for some time, and he's brought this conflict, to a pause and hopefully to an end, and has a pathway to peace that he's been so critical in articulating. So it's a great achievement by the US President.
Couldn't he have brought it to a pause or an end a lot earlier and saved a lot of lives?
Look, we all wish that this day had been sooner. We all wish that this day had been sooner. We all wish that October 7 and the atrocities that occurred on that day had never happened. But building peace is challenging. Building peace takes time and effort, and it is good it's a relief to see these images, and it is a relief to many around the world that we see a ceasefire in Gaza.
We're at point 1, 2 or 3 of this 20-point plan at the moment. What chance do you give this plan of going beyond what we're seeing now and working towards one day, where the plan even mentions the possibility of Palestinian statehood?
Well, that's where we want to end, is to have sustainable peace and security in the Middle East for all the peoples of the region, and that means Israel and a Palestinian state, both able to live in security and peace. That's where we want to arrive. But that will take a lot of work. It will take continued US engagement, or it will take the good faith engagement of all parties. We've seen unprecedented commitments from the Arab League, which has been a key part of assuring this outcome.
And Donald Trump is travelling to this summit in Egypt, this key summit, after addressing the Knesset and talking through his 20-point plan with the leaders, I think it is, from 20 countries around the world. Has Australia got a monitoring presence there, or did Australia seek to be involved in that at all?
I mean, what we need is this plan to be delivered, and ultimately the countries of the region, the parties in the region, will need to hold to the commitments that have been made.
Part of this plan is an international stabilisation force. Would Australia be willing to contribute to such a force?
I think I was asked that question on Friday, and I said we have not been asked, so I wouldn't be getting ahead of myself on that.
But if you're so keen for a resolution of this one, and that's the bottom line, is that everyone wants to see this cycle of violence stop somehow. And if there is this international momentum building, and Australia talks of its importance as a middle power and playing a role, wouldn't it gel that Australia would put up its hand if that was going to happen?
Well, look, We haven't been asked, so I'm not going to get ahead of myself. And what I have said all along is, we want to play our part in contributing momentum to peace. That's how we've sought to approach these matters for a long time.
Yeah. And can you see now a day when there will be a Palestinian state and an Israel state living side by side in peace?
Well, what I do know, and I think the world can see, by looking at not what has happened over decades now, is that the promise that was made by the international community when the State of Israel was established to a Palestinian state, that needs to be delivered for there to be long-term peace and security for the people of the region. So we will keep advocating for two states because we do see that as the only way we can ultimately have peace and security for the peoples of the Middle East.
Okay, Foreign Minister Penny Wong, thanks for talking to us from Canberra.
Great to speak with you.
And I'll just mention once again that we're waiting for the US President Donald Trump to step up and make an address to the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. We might be able to bring that shot up live now. We saw him arrive there a little earlier after the red carpet was well and truly rolled out for him at the airport. And then he arrived at Knesset, signed a document. I think it was related to his 20-point plan. And now we're expecting he's going to address the Knesset at any time soon. And we've got Jared Monshine with us from the US Studies Centre. Jared, just take us through the last time there was a significant prisoner swap, because in relation to this, we've seen 20 living hostages, still to hear about the bodies of the 28 hostages who've died or were killed in captivity, and being released in return for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees.
That's right. So in 2011, over 2,000 Palestinians in Israeli care or in prison in one shape or another were handed over back to the Gaza or to the West Bank, and it was in exchange for a single Israeli soldier, Gilad Shalit, and he was taken in 2006 in a cross-border raid by some less than 10 different militants from Gaza. And his face, similar to the hostages that we see now throughout Israel and how their images have been everywhere, his face was everywhere for half a decade. And it was a really huge source of tension for the Prime Minister. And for half a decade, there was debate, there was about what should be exchanged for him. And altogether, it was over 1,000 Palestinians in 2011 that allowed for his return to Israel. Now, within those over 1,000 Palestinians were some controversial figures, including one man who later came to lead Hamas in Gaza. And so what's interesting is that right now you have about 80% of Israelis who were in favor of a hostages coming home and ending all hostilities. Now, similarly, in 2011, 80% of Israelis wanted Gilad Shalit to come, regardless of how many Palestinians practically were going to be handed over in exchange. So I think we have some interesting parallels between now and 2011. The question is, there's now a lot more attention on who is in that list of nearly 2,000 Palestinians who are being handed over. And there's still a debate, even just a few hours ago, about who will be included and who will not.
And a notable name not on that list was Marwan Barghouti. There was talk of him being a potential future Palestinian leader, but he's not. And I saw reports that Hamas, even up to the very end, was trying to change that list to get different people in, but wasn't able to succeed.
That's right. And he is, they say, that amongst Palestinians, he has support in both the West Bank and Gaza. They say that he is the Mandela of the Palestinian people. With that said, the Israelis have 5 different life sentences that he is serving right now in prison, and have made clear that they do not want him out. With that all said, the Israelis have also signed onto a deal that has called for technocratic pathway forward for governance of Gaza. And the question is, who is going to lead that? And what sort of technocrats are around when so much of Gaza has been decimated? And it's hard to find much support for the two-state solution in Gaza or in Israel these days.
Overseen by a board of peace with Donald Trump at the helm. And the Palestinian authorities also mentioned in that Trump 20-point plan, saying that after the reforms that have been talked about up until now, it would eventually take a leadership role as well. What's the likelihood of do you think of that eventually happening?
I think, at least in Gaza, it seems pretty unlikely. We shouldn't forget when Israel left Gaza for the first time in 2005, and when they withdrew altogether, Hamas basically took out any Fatah or Palestinian Authority forces in the area. Similar to what we're seeing now with Hamas asserting control over Gaza in this power vacuum of Israeli withdrawal. We saw Hamas basically take control over Gaza in 2005. And so I think it's hard to see the Palestinian Authority and Fatah having authority or legitimacy in Gaza. And if you look at public polling amongst Gazans, there's not many entities that are less popular than Hamas right now, but the Palestinian Authority is one of them. And if you actually look at who they prefer to lead out of the question of Hamas or Fatah or the Palestinian Authority, the number one choice is none of the above. So it really is there's not a very clear pathway ahead for Palestinian Authority in Gaza.
Okay, Jared Munshon, we'll leave it there for the moment. And as we continue to wait for Donald Trump to address the Knesset, Tal Schneider is a journalist with the Times of Israel in Tel Aviv. She says this will be remembered as one of the most historic moments in Israel's storied history.
Of course, we were waiting for those hostages for a long time, but it also marks the end of the war. And I think that the fact that you're seeing so many people out there on the streets and in the roads along the border of Gaza waiting for the convoy to move, and you know, people at the airport, people at Jerusalem waiting for Trump, people at the hostage square, which is filled with Israelis who are dancing and cheering. The fact that you're seeing it is not just about the 20 hostages that are emerging alive, but it's also about the end of the war, because the Israeli people have suffered tremendously in those 2 years with rockets coming from all around, you know, the region, you know, from Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, of course, and Gaza. We were bombarded with rockets from Gaza, and you do see a sense of relief with reservists and soldiers coming back home. So it's a really important day.
You say definitively there the end of the war, but isn't that still very much up in the air, because this whole 20-point peace plan is based on Hamas giving up its weapons and promising not to take any part in the future governance of Gaza?
You're absolutely right. There is a lot of problem and gaps between what the American administration is saying, and I think what will Trump say at the parliament, at the Israeli Knesset, what he will say soon, as to what the Israeli government has approved. They did not approve an end to the war, of course, because they, you know, it's contingent upon the disarmament and a new governance in Gaza and making sure that the terrorists are not threatening Israel and the security of the Israeli people anymore. Having said that, I mean, Trump is absolutely turned the page and is completely unwilling to see resumes of the hostilities. So, I mean, let's hope that, I mean, he was so persistent and so powerful and effective in dragging Israeli prime minister into signing this ceasefire, and if it wasn't for the president, for the U.S. president, we would probably won't have this ceasefire right now. So let's just hope that he is going to be persistent and you know, on board with the next phase, and it will have to, you know, sort of micromanage the Israeli government as they're doing in the last, you know, couple of months. I mean, we've seen it. And they sat in the Israeli government meeting when they approved the plan and so on. I mean, you've probably seen the speeches that Kushner and Witkoff gave at the hostages square, you know, completely above the head of the Israeli prime minister. But I suppose today Trump will compliment him and try to make, you know, things right for him. But the Israeli people know the truth. It's about the American administration who ended this war.
Tal, just before we see those images, I wanted just to take you back for a moment. Just how deep was the impact on Israeli society of the October 7 attacks, and what does it feel like now at this moment, the impact on those scars and seeing the release of these final living hostages?
So obviously the effect was, it's 2 years ago, and we were heavily traumatized. Even here where I sit, I mean, we were heavily bombarded for lots of months. And with the kidnapping of 251 people, including babies at the age of 10 months, and the elderly was, I think, 86 years old, a peace activist actually from the border area, a person who all of his life was working to help the people inside Gaza. And he was kidnapped from his home 500 meters from the fence. And this person was murdered in captivity, and his body may be returned even later today. We don't know that yet, but we still have the bodies of about 28 people who were murdered by the terrorists. So obviously, horrific time in Israel. We have never experienced anything like that for such a long time. And it took a toll, like you just mentioned before I came on the program. I heard you talking about, the reputation of this country went, downward very, very fast in the last year. And there is a lot of work to be done here to make things right. And obviously, there is other side to the story. The people inside Gaza have suffered and from the terror organization. And if the world and the international community will put back money into the terror organization, they will keep the control of the Gazan people, and they will not let them have their way. And we all have to make sure that this doesn't, continue. And, it's a very difficult task, because if you want to look into rebuilding of the region, but then the rebuilding efforts will bring back in, materials to build rockets and materials to build tunnels, then what have we done here, right? It has to stop. This terrorist regime has to stop immediately.
Tal Schneider there, a journalist with the Times of Israel. Now, we've just had word that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have actually held a phone call with the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and Benjamin Netanyahu, as our guest Jared Monshine just mentioned, will attend the Gaza summit in Egypt, according to the Egyptian presidency. So, Jared, what do you make of the fact that they've gone ahead with this phone call before he addresses the Knesset?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty huge development. Usually when it comes to negotiations with Israelis and other Arab nations, a lot of the Arab nations do not want to be seen publicly negotiating with Israelis. Israel famously has very close security and intelligence relationships with Egypt, Jordan, Gulf countries, but they do not necessarily want to be seen publicly with them. So this is Sisi, in my view, prioritizing a pathway forward for peace in this region more than the domestic blowback that may occur for him meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel.
Yeah, and how does that bode for the significance of this meeting and the effectiveness of whatever this meeting comes up with?
Right. You can't deny the agency of Israel to affect the outcome of what happens in Gaza next. And so having the Israelis at the table, in my view, allows for more effective diplomacy and negotiations for the pathway forward. The Israelis and the Egyptians, they both border Gaza. And there's been a lot of debate about within Israel about why Egypt has not been blamed for their blockading of the border with Gaza. And so there's a lot of different key partners in this region who, for various domestic political reasons, do not necessarily always want to be seen talking to each other. They will talk quietly, but I think the fact that they are now not only meeting, but meeting publicly, and Sisi has allowed for it to come out that he is agreeing for Netanyahu to come, that is a momentous occasion for peace in this region.
And the fact of the involvement of all the other Arab countries?
That's exactly right. The other Arab countries who apparently it's early days, we don't know the exact details, but apparently they seem to have committed some troops or the presence of some troops in the region. We don't know how many. We don't know what this will look like on the ground. We talked about before how the U.S. is going to have more troops in Israel, not necessarily in Gaza itself. So again, a lot of details to be negotiated. But the fact that these countries are putting skin in the game at this point is a really huge development, because the Palestinian people people have received a considerable amount of aid from the international community over the years. And with that said, they have not necessarily received boots on the ground. They have not necessarily received security from the region. A lot of times, as much as the Arab and Muslim countries have supported the Palestinian people, they have not wanted to have their own troops in the crossfire of a pretty contentious and sensitive issue. This very well may be a pathway to putting more of their troops on the ground, which is unprecedented in many ways.
So you're more optimistic about what might come out, what might emerge from this Egyptian summit?
Yeah, I think there's more cautious optimism from this summit than I've seen in decades. I think the closest parallel to this would perhaps be the 1990s, when you had the Oslo Accords. With that said, we saw what the Oslo Accords ultimately led to, which was the second intifada and unprecedented violence for decades, right? And so I think everyone needs to look at their history and make sure to learn from it, including the lessons of perhaps overreaching for peace instead of finding a pathway for tangible and sustainable stability in the region.
And will Hamas agree to de-weaponize?
Again, that's a really good question in terms of what it looks like on the ground. Who do they de-weaponize to? Who do they pass the baton to? And what does de-weaponize, how do you define that? What does that look like? Does it mean small arms? Does it mean just grenades? What exactly are they going to define as de-weaponizing? That 20-point plan is, like all good diplomacy, is pretty vague because that allows everyone to read into it what they want. And so right now, they have to move beyond the vagaries of that plan to get more tangible pathways forward, and this is where the real hard work starts.
Okay, I think that's the last opportunity we'll have a chat to you, Jared Monsign from the US Studies Centre. So thanks very much for sticking with us over the last several hours and talking us through these really significant events.
My pleasure.
So the Israeli military says the first 3 hostages have left the Raim military base in southern Israel, bound for hospital in Tel Aviv. There is a statement, the returned hostages have now been airlifted to hospitals where they will reunite with their families. In the past few minutes, Eitan Moore, Ziv Berman and Gali Berman were flown by IAF helicopters to the hospital, accompanied by their family members. The returned hostages have undergone an initial medical assessment and are now on their way to the hospitals where they will reunite with the rest of their family members and receive continued medical care. Thanks for sticking with us over the last several hours here on the ABC News Channel with these momentous events happening in the Middle East. Hostages, prisoners and detainees handed over and swapped, optimism rising, even optimism rising about what might come, as you just heard from Jared Monshine, from this summit in Egypt, but that lingering concern over the ongoing, the potential for ongoing violence in the Middle East, but at least for the moment, a glimmer of sunshine. Stick with us here on the ABC News Channel for our continuing coverage of the Middle East.
With ABC News continuing our rolling coverage of those events in the Middle East. Let's bring you up to date with what's happened so far. The Israeli military says all 20 surviving hostages held in Gaza have been handed over to Hamas. They were handed over in 2 groups, first to the Red Cross and then to the Israeli Defence Forces, all part of that peace agreement between Israel and Hamas.
Well, the first images of the returned hostages have been released by the Israeli army. They show several men with wide smiles next to IDF members and Red Cross trucks.
Now, the first group consisted of 7 Israeli hostages who were picked up by the Red Cross from a location in northern Gaza, taking them across the border into IDF custody. The remaining 13 were in the second group, and those hostages have also been handed to the IDF.
In Israel, Palestinian prisoners to be released have boarded buses as part of the exchange. It's understood the first bus has reached Gaza. 1,900 expected to be freed as part of the first phase of the peace deal.
Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has arrived in Israel signing his 20-point peace plan in front of the cameras there. He'll meet with some hostages after addressing Israel's parliament. He'll then fly to Egypt to meet with other world leaders as part of what he describes as a ceremony of peace.
And we are, of course, waiting for Donald Trump to address the Knesset, and we will bring you those pictures as soon as we get them. But first, let's go to Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, Israel now, where our Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran is there. Now, Matthew, hundreds of people have gathered where you are, awaiting the news of the return of the remaining hostages in Gaza.
And Michael, good evening to you. More like thousands of people gathering here at Hostage Square. They have been since well before these hostage handovers began at roughly 8 o'clock this morning, local time, 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. And even though this has now been going on for a number of hours now, there are still thousands of people in the square. We've had to move across the road because we simply can't get enough phone signal to be able to talk to you if we were right in the heart of it there. But many people watching the big screens where they are rebroadcasting vision from both Gaza, from the Israel-Gaza border, and also here in Hostage Square, sharing those updates as they come through from the Israeli military. What we have heard, as you just said, in the last short while, is that the first of those hostages have departed the Reim military base bound for hospitals here in Tel Aviv. We do not know exactly which hospitals these three will be going to. We know that there are 3 hospitals on standby. There is one hospital just a couple of blocks away from where we are here in Hostage Square. And back in January, when some of these ceasefire and hostage release moments were happening, one of those choppers, those military choppers, actually flew directly over the top of Hostage Square to rapturous applause from the crowds. Whether or not that happens in the next short while or so remains to be seen. But certainly a lot of people here wanting to come together for this moment, because it is seen as a moment of great national unity, that after 2 years of people wanting this moment to happen, finally it has come. And for the hostages who've been released in the past, this is giving them something of closure after that experience. Many of them saying that they simply have not been able to fully recover, knowing that there are others who are in an even worse situation than they were when they were freed, for example, back in January and February this year.
So many families waiting to be reunited with their loved ones, Matthew. We just mentioned, as you mentioned, those 3 hostages being flown to hospitals in Israel. Do we know the process? Will all the hostages be, I guess, assessed at the Reim Air Base in the south of Israel and then gradually transferred to hospitals? And do we know when they'll be reunited with their families?
Yeah, so what's happening is once they are brought across the Israel-Gaza border, so the Red Cross picks up the hostages, it drives them to the Israel-Gaza border, it hands them over to the Israel Defense Forces, who then drive them through the Gaza fence into Israeli territory, and then along the main highway, which runs right the stretch of right down the eastern stretch of Gaza from Sderot to the Egyptian border. They drive down that highway a short distance to the Reim military base, which is effectively hugging that Israel-Gaza border, where they receive their initial medical checkups. They're given an opportunity to shower, to change their clothes, and most importantly, they are reunited with some members of their family. We've seen some photos coming through, some vision also coming through of also photos at this stage of some of those reunions happening, including Omri Miran, who has met with his wife and his father. His father, Danny Miran, we spoke to him a couple of days ago here in Hostage Square as this peace deal, the first phase of this peace deal, was announced. Danny Miran was not really willing to get too ahead of himself. He said he felt like he was floating in the sky with this sense of joy that his son would be coming home soon, and now he has been reunited with his son at the Reim military base. We also know that some of the hostages in this second group, this group of 13, have already made contact with their families even before they were handed over to the IDF. They include Matan Zangalka, who spoke to his mother, Einav, who has been one of the most vocal critics of the Netanyahu government during this process, saying that, and making contact with her the first time she has spoken to him in a long, long time. Also, Nimrod Cohen, whose family saw video of him being pulled out of a tank by Hamas on October 7. They had had no update, no indication of his welfare for some 8 months since the last lot of hostages were freed. They have managed to speak to him on the phone as well. Very emotional moment for the Cohen family and their friends. So there really is a sense that this is the beginning of a long recuperation process, and that begins itself at the Reim military base, but only with the immediate family members, a couple, maybe 1 or 2 per family are being taken to Re'im, and then the broader family, those reunions are happening when they get to the hospitals, 3 hospitals here in Tel Aviv.
And Matt, supporters are in Hostages Square where you are right now. We can hear a lot is happening there. We heard cheers throughout the day as news came in that the hostages had been released. Describe for us what the mood is like there right now.
Yeah, it is quite joyous. There is a lot of celebration here, people hugging, people crying, jumping around to the music, dancing, really celebrating this moment. And I think it's safe to say that there is a sort of collective exhale amongst the Israeli public here that this moment has finally come. We do need to point out that there is a lot of praise in this square for Donald Trump, the US president, who is in Israel as we speak. He is in Jerusalem, where he has been visiting the Knesset, the Israeli parliament there. Many people in this square believe that this day has come about because of his intervention, not because of the work or the decisions that have been made by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Here in Hostage Square, this has been the site of many rallies week after week after week. Much criticism levelled at Benjamin Netanyahu for not coming up with a deal quicker than has actually happened. So certainly that is the mood here, one of celebration, but also anxiety as people want to see those hostages come back. The reason people are cheering right now, I can tell you, is that the second helicopter has just taken off from Re'im with another 3 hostages on board. Alon Oel, Guy Gilboa Dalal and Omri Miran, who we were just talking about with his father, Danny. Danny Miran has not shaved his beard since his son was taken hostage, and it is a very long beard now after 2 years in captivity. So those choppers are now on their way also to hospital here in Tel Aviv. It is roughly about a 80, not an 80 kilometre, that's not that much, but it's about an hour's drive away from where we are here in Tel Aviv. I've set a mental blank on the distance, but in terms of flying time, they could be arriving in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so as they make that trip north to Tel Aviv.
Matthew Doran and Hostages Square, thank you so much. And as Matthew mentioned, we are waiting to hear from US President Donald Trump addressing the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. We have seen various people, lots of people in fact, coming into the Knesset, waiting for the President to speak. He was meant to speak some time ago. We also know that, Yvonne, the US President wants to meet at least some of the hostages and some of their families. Whether this is the reason for the delay in the President's speech, we don't quite know.
Indeed, there is a lot of speculation here in the newsroom anyway, but we did hear from him when he was on Air Force One as he arrived. We did get a little snippet of what may be to come, but I guess we're all waiting to hear what he actually will say in the Knesset when he addresses the Israeli Parliament.
Big speech ahead, and of course we'll bring you the President's speech when he does step up at the Knesset. Meanwhile, nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees are expected to be released by Israel in return as part of this peace deal. Our Middle East correspondent Eric Torchek is in the West Bank. Eric, any word yet?
We're standing amongst family, friends, the local media, spectators, all anticipating the arrival of Palestinian prisoners from Israeli military jails. And you can see one behind us. That's the Ofer military prison. Down there you'll see Israeli military jeeps, a high level of security, getting ready to release the buses that are going to bring Palestinian prisoners through that gate and up this road and into Ramallah, the de facto Palestinian capital. So the families that are waiting here, that are eagerly anticipating the release of loved ones they've not had direct contact with for some time in some cases, have been told by the Israeli military not to celebrate. No public celebrations, no comments promoting the factions that these people were members of, or they're going to get raided, they're going to get arrested themselves. So there's a fairly subdued and nervous atmosphere in Ramallah, even though there's a lot of joy about the impending release of these prisoners. And while these people might be preparing, for this happy occasion, they're worried about what comes next. Palestinians in the West Bank know that while there's this high-level conference about to take place later today in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, with countries from around the region, the big players, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and from Europe, the UK, France, the US, they'll be discussing the future of Palestine with minimal Palestinian involvement. The PA, the Palestinian Authority, the government here, was only invited at the last minute, and there's big questions about how much of a say Palestinians are going to have in the future of Palestine.
Well, humanitarian aid organisations have been trying to assist Palestinians with food, medicines and other essential supplies amid 2 years of strikes and blockades. Now, the Norwegian Refugee Council has been working in Gaza since the start of the conflict, and their Middle East spokesperson Ahmed Bayram joins us now from Amman. Can you tell us, humanitarian aid has begun to trickle into the enclave as part of the ceasefire. What have some of the scenes been like for the past few days?
Yes, of course. I mean, we have seen the first glimmer of hope, indeed, with the arrival of the first aid trucks. Of course, that will be a drop in the ocean of needs that we are witnessing on the ground every day. There was huge crowds receiving the aid at the first stop yesterday. Most of it headed into southern Gaza, into Khan Yunis, where some fuel, some cooking gas we are hearing, and of course some food essentials have arrived. Some aid has also made its way into the northern parts, of course, the famine-stricken parts of Gaza City, which have been reduced into rubble and a scene of famine and destruction all these months. So yes, we are hoping that this is the beginning of something, and that something should be a huge drive to bring in hundreds of trucks every day.
On that front, Ahmed, how many trucks of aid are required in Gaza right now, and how long will it take for the initial tranche of aid, food supplies and the rest, medicine to be delivered?
It's going to take a while. I mean, of course, it's all contingent on Israel allowing a sufficient number of trucks. We are hearing about 600 trucks being committed every day. Of course, again, this is what we need. It's important that all crossings open so that aid can gush in from all sides. There are currently 7 potential aid crossings that can open and let aid in, and there are 5 regions around Gaza and Israel that have aid stored. Of course, the needs are huge. So we need the medication, we need the life saving. It's all about saving lives these first few weeks, about reversing a famine that you have reported on. And of course, providing what hospitals mostly need in terms of medical equipment and medication.
And Ahmed, of course, delivery of aid will be an ongoing operation. You know, as long as Gazans don't have a place to live and a means to survive, they will be relying on this aid. Are we talking years here?
Absolutely. Probably, anywhere between 1 year and 10 years. It could take a decade to reverse what we are seeing if the political will is there to rebuild, reconstruct. But what we are saying here is that you're not just rebuilding homes and structures and clinics and schools. You are rebuilding human lives, really. Think of the children who have been orphaned, who have lost their, who have had amputation procedures on them, who have lost everything, even their friends, their schools, their teachers. Human life is not what we know anymore in Gaza. These people have been spending almost 2 years on the beachside, really a place where humans are not meant to live all this time. So it's going to take years. But again, probably a disaster like this will definitely need, the weight of the entire world thrown behind it. And we hope that we receive that support from all sides.
We're showing our viewers as we speak to you, Ahmed, the scenes of devastation across Gaza. How does Gaza rebuild from here? What's required to return places like Gaza City to a city that's livable?
I remember something my colleague told me a few days ago. She was on a balcony and she could see Ashdod port from where she was. That's 20 miles away. Everything separating her from that scene was devastated. It was gone. It was gone in the last, few weeks when the offensive on the Gaza City, Israeli bombardment of the city led to so much more destruction. One of my colleagues lost their homes, lost their home on the last day of bombing. So it's rebuilding people, it's rebuilding their mental well-being, really. I think it can happen, and Gaza has so much potential in its people. People have been resilient all this time, who have lived probably the worst crisis, tragedy, in recent generations. But again, they need the support. And, if estimates are right, we are talking about billions of dollars here, of course, to rebuild. And again, it all comes from diplomacy and it all comes from the politics of it. And we hope that, the international community has reached a place where it's convinced that, humanity comes first and rebuilding human lives, human futures should be a priority.
And as we speak, Ahmed, we've got pictures coming out of Nasser Hospital in Gaza, where we're expecting some of the prisoners to be released, as I understand it. Ahmed, can you tell us what are the priorities, the main needs right now to get people back on their feet?
I think anything that saves lives is a priority right now. So things like, of course, medication, critical medical equipment, food and water. In Gaza today, where the Norwegian Refugee Council provides daily portions of drinking water, the water infrastructure has been decimated. Sewage is overflowing everywhere. People don't have anything to eat. My colleagues speak of people going out and looking for a bag of bread for hours, and even when you can afford it, it's hard to find. So we need to, allow all these quantities of food, 134,000 tons of them, food items, to arrive into Gaza and relieve the population. At the same time, shelter is a big concern right now for us in the humanitarian community, because people are literally living on the street, and winter is around the corner. It was pretty cold this morning. They are, like I said, living by the coast. It's going to be quite cold in a few weeks. So we need temporary shelters for these people. Probably 95% of Gaza is in ruins. There's nothing exists there but rubble and debris, really. And so that is also a priority. But again, funding is important. Support from diplomats of the world are important, and a guarantee that we're not going to go back to the dark, deadly, cycle of violence, destruction, and displacement.
Ahmed Barim, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. We are still waiting for Donald Trump to address the Knesset as we speak. He has arrived in Tel Aviv, and he's expected to address the Israeli parliament. And we're also looking at live pictures out of Khan Yunis in the Nasser hospital, where the prisoner exchange is expected to happen. And we're also expected to see the first pictures of the Israeli hostages arrive home as well.
Yes, lots of what appears to be ambulances, personnel there on the ground, close to 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, in fact 1,966 to be exact, are slated for release. They have boarded buses, that's according to officials involved in the prisoner release operation. Khaled Kuzma is the General Director of Defence for Children International Palestine. They'll be part of the prisoners' care once they are returned. He says that everyone can win with this deal, but says international law must be observed to maintain a lasting peace.
I'm happy that we reached this point to put end to the Israeli genocide on Gaza, to stop the killing, and now to release the hostages, and also to release the hostages, the Palestinian hostages, because after the 7th of October, more than 10,000 Palestinians be arrested and held under what called, the majority held under what called administrative detention. So those also can be considered as hostages, including more than almost 400 Palestinian children are in detention. I didn't see any of the Palestinian children are released, while the 40% of the children are held under administrative detention. This is the time to talk about peace and to act for peace. To act for peace is not related to a speech here or there. We are looking forward to hear from the President Biden what he's going to say in the parliament, the Israeli parliament, and also to go back to the UN resolutions, to the international law, to manage the Palestinian people, to exercise their right to self-determination as other nations in the world. This is the time to put in to all the atrocities and to go for peace forever. Some of the children held for months. Months means under 1 year, and some are other more than. But also, what worried me that those who are in prison, they've been denied family visits, denied lawyer visits. They left in starvation and under torture and treatment. One of the children, Walid Khalid, he was 17 years old. After 6 months of his arrest, he was died because of no medical care and because of the torture and the starvation. So this is what happened with the Palestinian children, and now we are looking to see all the Palestinian children are free like the hostages.
OK, speaking of the Palestinian prisoners, we can bring in now a vision from the West Bank where a busload of Palestinian prisoners has arrived and prisoners are disembarking from that bus. This is all part of what will be a gradual release over the next few hours of close to 2,000 prisoners, 1,700 from Gaza who were kept or captured by the IDF in the first few days and weeks of the war, and another 250 prisoners, many of whom were serving life sentences in Israel itself. Avon prisoners, Palestinian prisoners, will be released in various places, including, of course, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and, of course, back to Gaza as well, the Nasser hospital. We showed our viewers some pictures of the hospital and crews there waiting to receive Palestinian prisoners.
That's right. We have been waiting for these pictures for some time now. We can see crowds of people. We can't quite make out who the prisoners are. We know that close to 2,000 of them in total will be released as part of this exchange in this peace deal that Donald Trump has proudly claimed to have helped broker. And also, as we speak, we're also expecting the release, the return of the hostages to Israel as well.
So joy on both sides here. Lots of Palestinians there happy to see the release of these prisoners. Undoubtedly their family members will be happy to see them again, many of whom had been in jail for some time. It has to be said, a lot of these prisoners who were serving life sentences were locked up for killing Israelis and launching bomb attacks and the like over the years. But the vast majority of the prisoners, 1,700 or so, were caught in Gaza in the first days of the war. So happiness here and, of course, undiluted joy by many Israeli families with the hostages from Gaza now all officially back in Israel.
Well, Dave Sharma is a Liberal senator and former ambassador to Israel. He says the effects of the past 2 years on the Israeli people have been massive.
I would say that they had said throughout this conflict that the war can end if Hamas returns the hostages and relinquishes its authority in Gaza. And Hamas has now signed up to do both of these things as part of the so-called Trump 20-point peace plan. And that was, that's what Israel has been saying all along would be needed to bring this conflict to a close. Look, the 7th of October marked the largest loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust, but it also marked a dramatic security and intelligence failure for Israel, on a par or worse than that of the Yom Kippur War, which is, 50 years ago now. So this has left a tremendous scar on Israel, and of course, 1,200 people were killed that day, 250 were taken hostage, 100 of those have not survived.
Let's take you straight to the Knesset now, where Donald Trump is expected to address the Israeli parliament.
So rapturous. Listen here to some of the sounds. Eagles playing ahead of the US President's speeches here about the front there in the audience too.
נא לשבת.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, היום יום שני, כ"א בתשרי התשפ"ו, 13 באוקטובר 2025, ואני מתכבד לפתוח את הישיבה המיוחדת של הכנסת לכבוד נשיא ארצות הברית של אמריקה, מר דונלד ג'יי טראמפ. חברות וחברי הכנסת, בטרם נתחיל אני מזכיר שישיבה זו היא ישיבה מיוחדת ולכן לא יהיו בה הפרעות. מי שיפריע יוצא מאולם המליאה ולא יורשה לשוב אליה עד תום הישיבה. לא תהיינה אזהרות. בנוסף, ניתן יהיה למחוא כפיים בישיבה זאת
Benjamin Netanyahu and other prominent members of the Israeli cabinet all there to see US President Donald Trump address the Knesset on this historic day. As the jubilant scenes continue outside both in Israel and in Gaza in the West Bank, the return of the 20 Israeli hostages to Israel and the gradual release of close to 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. And there we see Benjamin Netanyahu being lauded there, the Israeli Prime Minister.
And we also see there Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump, and also Ivanka Trump, who are there clearly to support President Donald Trump. It is a really momentous day, Michael. This is been 2 years now that the war has continued on, and it was actually on this day 2 years ago, on October 13th, that Israel actually told the residents of Gaza City to move south. So we knew that that was a process we didn't know that it was going to be 2 years, but it has been a long time now.
Looking at some of the still photographs from the news agencies filtering through in the last hour or so, the traditional Donald Trump hat, the Make America Great Again red cap. Various members of the audience have been seen photographed wearing caps proclaiming Trump the Peace President there in the public gallery of the Knesset. It has to be said the relationship between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu has been a fractious one, and it involved quite a bit of negotiations by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu to get this peace deal happening. Let's take you back now to the Knesset as the applause continues, and we are expecting to hear momentarily from Donald Trump.
Special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led the negotiation team on behalf of Israel. Thank you, Ron. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Two key players, President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner, Lauren. And Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife Ivanka. And thank you guys for everything that you have done to bring about this day. Ambassador of the United States to Israel, my dear friend and my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee. שגריר ישראל בארצות הברית, יחיאל לייטר.
So the acknowledgements are continuing apace. Lots of people being acknowledged there tonight or today in Jerusalem at the Knesset. Donald Trump about to speak. We are expecting him to either meet soon or perhaps already has met, at least with some families of the hostages. He'll deliver this speech to the Israeli parliament and then fly to the Egyptian resort town of Sharm el-Sheikh for what he is describing as a ceremony of peace with more than 20 other world leaders to officially sign this ceasefire deal and talk about the way ahead after this devastating 2 years.
And of course, among the audience there is the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He was in attendance, as well as the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. They were introduced as well. Let's bring in Matt Doran again, who is in Hostages Square. Matt Doran, we're currently about to hear from Donald Trump, who's about to make a speech in the Knesset. How do you think he is being received in Israel right now?
Well, certainly many people are saying that this deal has only happened because of the US president, not because of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that this is Trump's peace deal, Trump's ceasefire and hostage deal, not Benjamin Netanyahu's. Much of the criticism that we have heard in Hostage Square today and for many, many months now, I've lost track of how many times we've been here at rallies over the course of the last couple of months or so, where people have been urging the Netanyahu government to come to a deal, to bring those hostages home. So I think here Donald Trump will certainly be playing to a pretty friendly crowd. We know that a couple of nights ago, when his Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff addressed the crowd along with Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, who's a former special envoy, and his daughter Ivanka Trump, that they were welcomed very, very warmly. And the moment that Steve Witkoff mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu's name, the crowd jeered and booed. Clearly, if he thought that he was going to see a friendly response from the crowd at Hostage Square, he probably hadn't been briefed properly, because this is generally not a pro-Netanyahu sort of crowd. In the last short while, I do want to bring you some breaking news. We have seen the first of those helicopters carrying the first 3 hostages coming over the top of this Hostage Square, landing at one of the hospitals just a few blocks away, and we may well see another helicopter coming in the next short while, because we know the second of those choppers carrying the next 3 hostages is en route to Tel Aviv. We're not sure if it's going to go to the same hospital, but as that chopper circled Hostage Square 3 times, the crowd went absolutely nuts, because of course these are people who've been waiting not only all day but waiting for 2 years for this moment to see these hostages returned, and this is the place that has been named in Tel Aviv in their honour. It's incredibly symbolic to see that happening over the top of Hostage Square in the last short while.
Matthew Doran in Hostages Square, thank you so much. We are waiting for US President Donald Trump to deliver this speech, and we have got some excerpts from the speech already, Yvonne. Donald Trump will tell, this is from the White House, will tell the Knesset, in his words, that Israel has won all that can be won by force of arms. Now it is time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. A very clear, I guess, warning there for Israel, a clear message to Israel to focus as much as it can on the process of peace after all of the scenes of devastation and destruction we've all witnessed over the last 2 years in Gaza.
That's right. We've got live pictures from the Knesset here with Donald Trump about to speak there. And also, we've just heard from Matt Doran that the first of the helicopters carrying the released hostages, he's been seeing helicopters circle Hostages Square and crowds cheering, and they're expecting to have some of those helicopters arrive as Donald Trump addresses the Knesset.
These introductory remarks by, we assume he's a man resembling the Speaker of the Israeli Parliament, continue. Donald Trump, in fact, was meant to deliver these remarks roughly about an hour or so ago, but things are very fluid at the moment. Lots of moving parts in the air and helicopters flying, carrying hostages, Palestinian prisoners being released. We showed our viewers pictures of a busload of Palestinian prisoners being released in the West Bank. We expect more prisoners to be released into Gaza over the course of the next few hours. And importantly, it's a very human day for the families of those prisoners, Israeli prisoners and Palestinian prisoners reuniting with their loved ones over a long period of time.
Of course, they have been waiting a long time for this day, and a long time today as well in Hostages Square. We've seen them gathered there, and they are just waiting for that moment, which hopefully we will be able to bring to you when these hostages return home into the arms of their family and loved ones.
So listen, we'll leave the Knesset there. We'll come straight back, of course, as soon as Donald Trump gets up to talk there. But there is, of course, a renewed sense of hope amongst Palestinians as aid trucks roll into Gaza and hundreds of thousands of people begin the long march home. Journalist and Gaza resident Sharouk Al-Ala is the director of AIM Media, an independent production company co-founded by her husband, who was killed in the war. She says while the number of aid trucks entering the Strip has increased, it falls short of the number promised in the agreements.
What's supposed to enter today is 600 aid trucks, but actually it is not the number that entered Gaza. Some of part of these trucks went for NGOs, for international organizations. Those organizations will be in charge of the fair distribution of the food. You know, in the past, let me say in the past 8 months, almost 8 months, the army blocked the safe access of aid trucks into Gaza, and this actually created the famine here, and also created the shortage of medication, the shortage of cooking gas, fuel for running hospitals, and also the shortage of the that sheltering materials as tents, wood, and related stuff. But now, today, we have seen cooking gas trucks entering Gaza, along with other aid trucks for organizations. This is such a good improvement to see trucks entering safely into the Strip, but the number is not the number that's stated in the agreement. But hopefully, the upcoming days will carry more trucks that are coming, regularly on a daily basis.
Process getting back on track into Gaza, but a lot of the people involved in the process say a lot more trucks need to be entering Gaza to provide the food and medicine that people need there. We are learning as we wait for US President Donald Trump to step up in the Knesset to speak to the Israeli Parliament. This is from the office of Benjamin Netanyahu, confirming that the Israeli Prime Minister will not be attending the peace signing deal in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. That was speculated about for some time, but this official word from his office confirms that Benjamin Netanyahu won't be part of that peace agreement. It's our understanding that the Palestinian Association President Mahmoud Abbas will be there, and of course US President Donald Trump, the Egyptian president, and more than 20 world leaders part of the process, signing off on what we do underline is still, Yvonne, and this is a very, very important point, the first part, the first phase of a ceasefire deal, which is largely involved with the release of the hostages, that aid going through. a lot of challenging work yet to be done in terms of reaching, hopefully, a lasting peace.
That's right. I guess they're hoping for more details on the next couple of phases for this peace deal. That's hoping that this first phase, we need to get through this one first, and that it is carried out successfully. And also important to note, Michael, as you say, who won't be at the meeting in Egypt. I understand Iranian officials as well have confirmed, even though they were invited, they say they won't be taking part. Notable absence. So we'll be asking our guest a bit later on in terms of what to expect at the Egypt talks, which Donald Trump is supposed to be heading to after he makes his speech at the Knesset, which we are still waiting for.
Which we're hoping will happen sometime soon. Yep. There's a long list of people clearly to be acknowledged there at the Knesset in Jerusalem. But of course, when Mr. Trump does speak, we'll take you there to hear his remarks. Aid trucks have been arriving in Gaza, leading to chaotic scenes as Palestinians scramble to reach the supplies. The head of Médecins Sans Frontières in Australia, Simon Ecclesall, describes what the priorities are for helping those in Gaza.
What we expect to see there is what we've seen throughout Gaza, which is functional hospitals in a state of collapse. We expect now that there's hundreds of thousands of people moving back to the north that we will be allowed to restart our activities. Perhaps we might need to look at a field hospital or some other temporary structures to be able to bring that life-saving medical assistance to people. There was a blockade on aid coming into Gaza, and then the Israelis and the Americans put in place a non-UN, non-principled humanitarian foundation to distribute food aid. We are hoping now that the UN will resume its coordination role, and international organisations like MSF will be able to return to planned, well thought through and well delivered relief distributions. Medical aid, but critically food, water, shelter items for the next couple of weeks as the temperatures drop and as the prospect of rain over the winter comes to people who are at the moment without shelter. Yeah, you can't compare the level of need that we see today with what existed prior to this recent war in Gaza. Gaza, by many means, had a very good health, education system, strong infrastructure, and was able to provide for the needs of its people with those trucks coming in every day. What we've seen now is a blank canvas in terms of infrastructure. The north, parts of the centre and the south have been levelled by the fighting. We see none of the 35-plus hospitals in the Gaza Strip fully functional. So what we're going to need to be doing in the coming weeks and months is putting in place measures to stabilise the support, to be able to give people immediate life-saving relief. But as you mentioned, the recovery, the longer-term reconstruction and development that's going to be needed to bring things back to where it was before this conflict is going to take years, and it's going to be very hard indeed to deal with the long-term trauma. If you drew up a list of priorities, people would say food is foremost because there is starvation in Gaza, there has been famine, nutritional supplies for those people who need medical treatment in order to be able to start receiving food in a normal way again. Water is critical, and to get water in Gaza, you need fuel to run water purification. Essentially, you're looking at everything in short supply and everything being needed. There is intermittent power in Gaza, and again, talking back to fuel runs generators, which keeps hospitals running, which keeps electricity and life-supporting services. So it's really hard in this current situation to prioritise, but definitely food, water, shelter, medical supplies are top on everybody's list, and thankfully we're seeing some progress over the weekend in moving those critically needed items in.
Let's hope that aid gets in as quickly as possible. Médecins Sans Frontières, one of many aid organisations and non-government organisations that have been trying to get aid into Gaza over the course of the 2-year war. Just updating you on a bit of a running order of what's going on in the Knesset. We are learning it could be some time before Donald Trump does speak. We are hearing from the Speaker of the Israeli Parliament and have for some time now. He was doing the official introductions. Then the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, will speak, the opposition leader, and then President Trump. So it could be some time before Donald Trump gets up. We'll take you there when he does start speaking. But in the meantime, let's take you back to Hostages Square, where our Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran is. And Matthew, I'm hearing the sounds behind you, just the sounds of sheer jubilation, the sounds of celebrations, the sounds of happiness. have not abated, have they, in the several hours you've been on the ground there?
No, certainly not, Michael. Good evening again to you. We do know that the crowds have thinned out a little bit, but there are still thousands and thousands of people crammed into Hostage Square at the moment. They are listening to music. They are watching coverage on TV networks being broadcast up on the big screens. They're even cheering themselves every time that there are shots of Hostage Square being broadcast on those screens. And this is really a community hub. It has been for 2 years of war. People coming here to gather their thoughts, to rally behind the families of the hostages, both the living and the dead, and to call on their government to act. And I think maybe at this stage it might be worth of us explaining why Hostage Square is where it is. This is basically just a standard public square. Here we go. Here's a chopper, another chopper coming in, or maybe that one might be just taken off from the hospital. So I think that is the chopper that came in before to drop off the first 3 Israeli hostages, because that hospital is just a couple of blocks away that way, so that might now be heading back towards Gaza to pick up more of those hostages. So 3 were inside that one, another 3 are in another chopper, which we understand left shortly after, and there are of course a significant number still to come through. So thank you to the Eagle Eye of Haydar for picking that one out while I was talking. But to give you a sense of why this Hostage Square is where it is, it's normally just a public square outside the Tel Aviv Museum of Art and the Tel Aviv Library, but it's over here. This is the reason why it is so. Actually, here we go. I think we've got another chopper coming in. Here is another chopper coming in over the top of Hostage Square, carrying another 3 hostages. You can hear the announcements being made over the PA system as we speak. It is just ducking behind that building. There it is, going into the nearby hospital. Not doing laps of Hostage Square like we saw with the first.
We appear to have lost Matthew Doran there. We'll try to get him back up. One of the downsides of having so many people in Hostages Square is the cell phone capacity is fairly limited, and that has been a challenge for the last few hours. Fantastic work by Haydar, our camera colleague there, as Matthew acknowledged, getting those choppers. So it's a very much a moving story, and those Israeli hostages being gradually sent to hospital for treatment, not just for physical injuries, but of course, understandably for many, there'll be potentially long-lasting psychological injuries to deal with as well after their experience.
Indeed, and we are also bringing you pictures live from the Knesset. For more, we're joined by former Israeli Ambassador Alon Pincus. Alon, Donald Trump is being praised as a peacemaker. He's declared the end of the war. How much credit should be given to his diplomatic efforts?
Well, time will tell, Yvonne. By the way, the helicopter that you were talking about, I'm actually closer to the hospital than Mr. Duran is, and so it just landed. So no noise, not for me, not for you. Look, you know, there is a tendency, Yvonne, to call every such event an inflection point, a transformative moment, a historic moment. Peace is on around the corner. I'm sorry to be the party pooper here, but none of the above. What we had is a very special, important, emotional day of elation, of hostages coming back. Same thing for the Palestinians with prisoners released. We are far away from any kind of a peace agreement. And even the summit that is scheduled a few hours ahead of us in Sharm el-Sheikh, with major Arab leaders and the president of France and the prime minister of Britain and the president of Indonesia and so on and so forth. Still unclear, by the way, whether or not Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to be going. And it's unclear whether he was even invited, but that there are conflicting reports. Even that ceremony, precedes really the hard part, Yvonne. The hard part begins now in terms of the negotiations. Hamas is not disarmed. Israel did not fully withdraw. There is still to be established, or has yet to be established, an Arab interim provisional force, what is called in the document, the International Stabilization Force. So we're looking at a very precarious period of time in which the most important thing is whether or not the ceasefire holds. Calling Trump a peacemaker, it placates, it goes to the heart of people's feelings. that had it not been for Trump, the hostages would not be back. If it were up to Mr. Netanyahu, the war would be going on and we wouldn't have this day of jubilation. But to call it peace, what can I say? I'm sorry to be a pessimist, but it is what it is.
Elon, Michael Rowland here. So you're clearly pessimistic about the peace process. One of the important parts of, I guess, stage 2, phase 2, is for Hamas to disarm. Yes. To whom we don't know, potentially some Arab states, and those Hamas fighters who disarm, according to the 20-point peace deal, will be granted amnesty. Realistically, do you see that happening?
No. And, you know, it's not even about being a pessimist. I'm a realist here, really, not as a cliche. Hamas did not disarm. According to the agreement, they were supposed to disarm parallel to Israeli withdrawal and the hostage release. But as you pointed out, Michael, correctly, who's going to collect the weapons? It's not like they're going to the post office or to a Starbucks and you know, handing in their weapons. And it's not just Hamas, it's the Islamic Jihad, which is a splinter organization, and criminal gangs, for that matter, are roving around Gaza. If that doesn't happen, then this entire deal is not only intractable, but unimplementable. I'm sorry for these heavy words. And so, you know, it's not being a pessimist. I'm actually an optimist. But several things need to happen before I let optimism get over me. There needs to be a change of government in Israel, meaning an election, and that puts everything in a hiatus and lull. And there needs to be a continued engagement and commitment by President Trump, which beyond today, we'll have to wait and see if it exists.
Tell us a bit more about that. You're saying that under Trump's plan, it won't be viable, it won't be implementable under the same Israeli government. So what changes do you think need to happen?
Well, here's the thing, Yvonne. There is a right-wing, an extreme right-wing prime minister who has an extreme right-wing, even more to the extreme than he is, coalition partners. If he proceeds with this plan, he basically acknowledges the role of the Palestinian Authority, which controls the West Bank, in terms of extending governance to the Gaza Strip. He won't let that happen. He can't. It also acknowledges the idea, even if it's a futuristic idea of a Palestinian state. He can't accept that. If he proceeds, Yvonne, he has no coalition. Now, he may be welcoming this change, and, you know, each, him and the extreme right-wing coalition partners, each catering to their own constituencies. They're saying we stood by our principles. He's saying I needed to change course because that was the reality and that was what was required. Fine. But that puts everything on hold for 3-4 months because, you know, an election campaign, nothing happens. Major decisions are not being made. And so I just don't see this happening at this point. Particularly, I go back to a point I made just earlier, particularly if Hamas is not disarmed. And from all signs that I see, they're not going to be disarmed.
We saw those pictures of Steve Witkoff, Trump's Middle East envoy, speaking to a rally in Israel over the weekend. You undoubtedly saw them as well. And when he mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu's name, there was a loud chorus of boos. Yeah. You mentioned there the possibility of an election coming up if Benjamin Netanyahu presented himself to the Israeli people to be re-elected as Prime Minister. How do you reckon he'd go?
Very bad. But this is pure political speculation, Michael. I mean, first of all, with Steve Witkoff, I mean, there are two possibilities here. Either he didn't read the room correctly because he should have known that the mention of Netanyahu's name would elicit boos. And secondly, he may have done it on purpose. I don't know. This is a psychological issue, and I'm not an expert on that. But if you look at consistent polls, 70% want Netanyahu out. Polls are not an election, granted. But people are now going to demand from Netanyahu answers for three things. His responsibility and accountability for the events of the calamitous and catastrophic event of October 7, 2023. Number two, the prosecution of the war and the prolonging what is seen what looks like to many Israelis as an unnecessary protraction of the war at the expense of the hostages, who at the last moment were saved, according to Israeli public opinion, by President Trump. So he has his day of reckoning, not to mention other domestic issues that burden him, and a criminal trial that he's undergoing for corruption and other charges on 3 indictments. So if he calls for an election, he will probably lose, according to polls. But this is me guesstimating. He hasn't called for an election yet.
Meanwhile, Alon, we're expecting the leaders to travel to Egypt to sign a document ending the war in the Gaza Strip. What does that mean? What will it entail?
Well, first of all, Yvonne, and we just alluded to that, if Netanyahu is not there, what is the point of the president of France and the president of Indonesia and the prime minister of Italy and Trump signing? It's like ending the World War II without the U.S., without the Soviet Union, without Britain. And so without Mr. Netanyahu's and I still don't know. There are conflicting reports, as I said, whether or not he's going or not, whether he was invited or not, whether he wants to go or not. I don't know. If he does go and does sign that document, that means that the war is over. There's no going back. If the war is over, then in all likelihood, he's going to have major political problems inside his coalition.
Alon Pincus, thank you so much for your analysis. Let's hear now from the man himself, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, is addressing the Knesset. Let's listen in.
Thank you for standing up to the lies against Israel in the United Nations. Thank you for recognizing in your 2020 peace plan our rights in Judea and Samaria, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. Thank you for brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Avraham, Eskemei Avraham. Thank you for withdrawing from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Thank you for supporting Operation Rising Lion and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer. Boy, is that, you got to hear this. This is the most fitting name ever named for a military operation, because a little after midnight, you really hammered them.
Oh, yeah.
My friends, this is only a partial list, but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace. We've done it before. We've done it before in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, today the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into our towns and kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 Americans, men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. My friends, Mr. President, Donald, these monsters take babies as hostages. In response to this barbaric attack on October 7th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our people, to defeat our enemies, and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the front lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamas and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Dev, Khania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory, the price of these victories, has been heavy. Nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the inconsolable grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The state of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamas terrorists and weapons. 2 of Ari's comrades were killed in this action and 10 were injured. Ari was presumed dead, but made a miraculous recovery despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua. You are the spirit of David. You are the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa of Kibbutz Netiv HaAsara is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Kohen and Shai, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life, but I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't see this film except once. Yet Sabine, their mother, has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause." This is what she's doing once again in Los Angeles. Sabine, you can hear me now, so I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, you embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You too are the spirit of Israel, and we all salute you. Mr. President, you asked me on our many conversations during the 12-day war with Iran, you asked me, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are strong. Israelis are a nation of lions with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers, and the people give strength to me and to my colleagues. The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we formed the State of Israel and the Army of Israel, we pledged never again would be defenseless against our enemies. And that resolute strength not only assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures peace. We have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy as the remaining hostages come home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears of bottomless sorrow and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. It has been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamas, and the international community put diplomatic pressure on them. This enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of dozens more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza immediately, they said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers would be back on the border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything. Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, we secured a second hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages. And despite all the criticism, all the naysayers, we were right. Hamas caved in. And 2 weeks ago, you succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world, you brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort. And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of American presidents. I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly, so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump. With our military pressure and President Trump's global leadership, we achieved this historic moment. It's a moment of indescribable joy as our nation embraces our sons who are coming home. Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, a perspective on life and on death. And in this book, we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself. And Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I want you to get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving a path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד, ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא ביום המרגש הזה, שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. May God bless you and your family, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Benjamin Netanyahu there addressing the Knesset in Jerusalem, and to great applause, the Israeli Prime Minister said Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the State of Israel has ever had. You recall the moment 2 years ago on October the 7th when Israel came under attack, and he brought attention to some of the families affected by those atrocities. He also spoke about what a momentous day this is as the hostages are coming home, largely thanks to Donald Trump, with the indispensable help of Donald Trump. And he talked about his unmatched global leadership. And Michael, he nominated Donald Trump, the first non-Israeli to be recipient of the Israel Award. He really had a lot of praise for him.
Yes, the praise was lavished, absolutely lavished on Donald Trump by the Israeli Prime Minister. My friend Donald, as he called him, describing Donald Trump as showing unmatched global leadership. We can hear now from Donald Trump. No, we're going to hear first from the Israeli opposition leader, and then we'll hear from Donald Trump himself. But Benjamin Netanyahu leaving no one in any doubt about his thoughts towards Donald Trump. We'll come back to the Knesset in just a moment when Donald Trump does speak. But meanwhile, there is still a lot going on. The release of the Israeli hostages, all Israel's hostages are now back in Israel. Palestinian prisoners in the process of being released. A lot going on as we go to air. Thank you very much for your company. Tahani Mustafa is a visiting fellow with the Middle East and North Africa program at the European Council on Foreign Relations. She joins us now. Good evening to you.
Hi.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning to you in your part of the world. A lot of questions about what happens next. We hope the guns stay silent. If that is the case, as part of the peace plan, Hamas will have to disarm. They'll have no role at all in the governance of the Gaza Strip. There's this so-called Board of Peace that Donald Trump wants to set up. He will chair at the very start. It'll possibly involve the likes of former British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Eventually, the Palestinian Authority may get control. Where do you see the future governance of the Gaza Strip heading, assuming, as we all hope, those guns do stay silent?
I think there's still a lot in the way of Trump's 20-point plan that remains very much sort of undecided. There are many things that still need to be very much ironed out between the parties involved. We do have the very basics of the contours of what the plan could potentially look like, which also borrows somewhat heavily from the plan that Tony Blair himself had put forward. for a day after in Gaza. We've certainly, I think two of the main issues where we're now dealing with when it comes to the longer term, when it comes to the 20-point plan, is really what the future of Gaza is going to look like, whether Israel will actually accept any kind of governing entity, which has been adamant on not doing so for the last 2 years, simply because it doesn't want an entity in Gaza that could ever threaten Israel's security again, as well as the sticking point of Hamas's disarmament. And that's not something that the group itself have completely ruled out. They have not said that that is a red line. However, they have come up with a couple of proposals along that line. One is either decommissioning, similar to the Irish experience, or complete disarmament, which the group themselves had announced back in May 2024, and that was something that had been reported by international news outlets like CNN. But that has to come with guarantees that Israel will act as a good faith partner in any kind of peace process, and that process has to lead to Palestinian sovereignty. Again, guarantees that the group have not had either from Israel or its US ally.
Looking ahead, how confident are you that there will be, stable Palestinian governance of the Gaza Strip, and how confident are you on the same front that Israel will be comfortable? For instance, if the Palestinian Authority does end up running the Gaza Strip as part of the peace plan, they have to undergo various reforms, including governance reforms, but assuming that happens somewhere down the track, the Palestinian Authority takes control. Do you see that as workable? Do you see Israel working with the Palestinian Authority?
Unfortunately, things don't look very optimistic on that front, and I think that could be, a potential deal breaker here. It's not for a lack of technocratic solutions. There are plenty of workable solutions here, but there's just absolutely no political will from any of the parties involved. When you're talking about Israel, they've already consistently said for the last 2 years that they will not accept the reinstatement of the PA. They haven't made any sort of indication that they would be flexible should the PA reform. They simply don't want the PA there. And Israel has used the pretext of the fact that the PA has been unsuccessful in terms of clamping down on armed resistance in the West Bank, the fact that the PA has not been able to govern effectively in the West Bank. What's more, the PA itself, Mahmoud Abbas himself, has no incentivization here to implement any of the reforms that are effectively conditioning the PA's return to Gaza. There's been absolutely no will for him to do so for the last 2 years. There's no pressure on him to do so, either from Israel's allies or the PA's patrons to do so. There's been no economic or political incentivizations. So that really does leave us in a bit of a deadlock here. I don't think the issue is really Hamas. Hamas themselves have already signed numerous agreements with Palestinian factions stating that they will not take any kind of governance role in the day after. They will not frontline any of their own people. That really compromises the international community. No contact policy with the movement. These conditions have been guaranteed by regional mediators like Egypt. So I think really when we're looking at the more sort of contentious issues here and the absence of political will, we should really be looking at Israel and the PA and Israel's Western allies.
So Tahani, looking forward to the meeting in Egypt, which is expected to happen when Donald Trump makes his way there. Tell us, what will the leaders be discussing? Are you hopeful that they can come up with some sort of plan that will address those issues that you've just been talking about?
I think it's very unlikely that they're going to come out with a workable solution if they haven't been able to do so for the last 2 years. And even now around these ceasefire talks, it's very unlikely we can assume that a summit like this will suddenly miraculously be able to deal with a lot of those sticking points, especially because some of the more key stakeholders here that will determine governance on the ground are not present in the room. The PA doesn't represent the majority of Palestinians. Anything Mahmoud Abbas now says is not really going to have much traction. The PA has proven not to be so much a preemptive force, but rather a reactionary force. So, for the sake of simply having Palestinian representation there, you have Mahmoud Abbas. Worse yet, you've got regional states as well as the US that are going to be using this as a PR exercise to demonstrate Israeli good faith, really sort of preventing any serious accountability here, not just for Hamas's side, but also for Israel, for Israeli actions on the ground, which will do nothing to further any sort of potential peace process that much of this 20-point plan is meant to lead to. And worse yet, I think regional states themselves really don't have much incentivization here other than just the absolute immediate need for stability to prevent not just domestic uproar at home, but also Israel's destabilizing actions across the region. When we're talking about Lebanon, Syria, Netanyahu claiming that he has a messianic vision, to expand the borders of Israel to Saudi Arabia, derailing normalization deals, violating the sovereignty of Qatar. So I think, for regional states, there is an immediate interest here, which is just to try and get some calm and stability and quiet. But there's no way that something like this is going to be able to iron out far more substantive issues that really are deeply political rather than technocratic.
Tahani, what has been overshadowed during this horrible 2 years of war in Gaza has been the continued expansion of those illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank. We have far-right ministers like Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, talking openly about how they want the Israeli government to annex the West Bank, or at least large parts of it in full, to kill any prospect of a Palestinian state. Donald Trump has been insistent in the last few weeks there'll be no Israeli annexation of the West Bank. Do we fear, based on your work, you've done a lot of work there, that this could become the next big flashpoint?
Absolutely. And I think now that, we have the announcement of this ceasefire deal, what we've often found is that with announcements like this, that we've always seen a corresponding uptick in the West Bank, whether that's been through settlement expansions, settler violence, Israeli security force raids, or ministers like Smotrich making good on their promises, that they will turn certain localities within the West Bank into mini Gazas. They themselves were very adamant on claiming that 2025 is going to be the year that you see Israel exert full sovereignty. It may not come with a huge announcement, which is what I think a lot of these sort of public posturing maneuvers from Trump, the UAE and others that have claimed that annexation is a red line really indicate. But what you are seeing is the creeping kind of annexation, where Israel is doing it through a number of different measures, things like institutional, legal, structural changes. So a lot of this is going very much under the radar. That's not to say that these states are not aware of it, but beyond public posturing, they've really done nothing to put any substantive pressure to rein Israel's capacity in here. And that's really what is needed in order to prevent the complete, dissolution of any potential for a Palestinian state.
Tahani Mustafa from the European Council on Foreign Relations, really appreciate your insights today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as we wait for Donald Trump to address Israel's parliament, we are currently hearing from the opposition leader Yair Lapid. We can bring you up to date on what's happened so far today. Lots of moving events. The Israeli military says all 20 surviving hostages held in Gaza have been handed over by Hamas. We've seen those images of helicopters carrying returned hostages flying over Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, as the hostages on board have been taken for medical attention at various hospitals.
Well, the first of the hostages have begun reuniting with their families for the first time in over 2 years. Omri Miran is among the 20 hostages released today. He met his family at the initial reception point. Twins Gali and Ziv Berman were both held separately by Hamas. That's according to hostages previously released.
Some fantastic images there. Now, the first group of returned hostages consisted of 7 Israeli hostages who were picked up by the Red Cross from a location in northern Gaza, taking them across the border officially into IDF custody. The remaining 13 were in the second group, and those hostages have also, in the last few hours, been handed over to the IDF.
Meanwhile, busloads of Palestinians have begun arriving in the West Bank after being released from prison by Israel. More than 1,900 are expected to be freed as part of the first phase of the peace deal. US
President Donald Trump is in Israel. We have seen him in the Knesset. We're waiting to hear his official address. Earlier, he signed his 20-point peace plan. He'll speak to the parliament shortly. He'll then fly to Egypt to meet with other world leaders. In fact, at least 20 of them, Yvonne. It's going to be a very big gathering to officially sign off on the first phase of this ceasefire deal. Well, the Israeli Prime Minister's office has confirmed that Benjamin Netanyahu will not be attending the summit in Egypt today. Earlier, US President Donald Trump had invited him to participate in the conference at Sharm el-Sheikh. His office said the Prime Minister thanked President Trump for his invitation, but said that he would not be able to participate due to the proximity of the holiday. The Egyptian president earlier said Netanyahu would be participating in the summit to, in his words, consolidate the agreement to end the war in Gaza after not being invited initially. Now, humanitarian aid organisations have been trying to assist Palestinians with food, with medicines and other essential supplies amid 2 years of strikes and crippling blockades. Norwegian Refugee Council spokesman Ahmed Bayram says it's going to take several years for Gazans to fully recover.
We have seen the first glimmer of hope, indeed, with the arrival of the first aid trucks. Of course, that will be a drop in the ocean of needs that we are witnessing on the ground every day. There was huge crowds receiving the aid at the first stop yesterday. Most of it headed into southern Gaza, into Khan Yunis, where some fuel, some cooking gas we are hearing, and of course some food essentials have arrived. Some aid has also made its way into the northern parts, of course, the famine-stricken parts of Gaza City, which have been reduced into rubble and a scene of famine and destruction all these months. So yes, we are hoping that this is the beginning of something, and that something should be a huge drive to bring in hundreds of trucks every day.
On that front, Ahmed, how many trucks of aid are required in Gaza right now, and how long will it take for the initial tranche of aid, food supplies and the rest, medicine to be delivered?
It's going to take a while. I mean, of course, it's all contingent on Israel allowing a sufficient number of trucks. We are hearing about 600 trucks being committed every day. Of course, again, this is what we need. It's important that all crossings open so that aid can gush in from all sides. There are currently 7 potential aid crossings that can open and let aid in, and there are 5 regions around Gaza and Israel that have aid stored. Of course, the needs are huge. So we need the medication, we need the life saving. It's all about saving lives these first few weeks, about reversing a famine that you have reported on. And of course, providing what hospitals mostly need in terms of medical equipment and medication.
The aid process will take some time, clearly, to get back on track. Let's take you back now to the Israeli Knesset. US President Donald Trump about to address lawmakers there. We heard earlier from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. Let's hear now from Donald Trump.
Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death, and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect, and I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, "You're just wasting your time." But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that loved your country, and frankly, people that loved the region. They loved the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. It would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת הזה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient.
Go,
So back to Steve. He's... But I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame. Should have never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, it's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later, he was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were, the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve. Very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords because people that, right? Avraham. It's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know, the Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place, because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. That's right. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick. Because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? I just said the hostage. First time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars. And it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war. But if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength. And that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous, it's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed, and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. Thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces and Operation Rising Lion, guys, central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did last June. The United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 52 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth. Think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy, what a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It was quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down. He said with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, BB, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is you hit them from the west, you hit them from the north, you hit them from the south, you hit them above, you hit them below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. It should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base, and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known, but he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody. And but we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I say, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir. They looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. And it was my honor to help. But it isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got hit from one side, from the other. And you know, it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them. And I think that's big. Would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think? Because I think they want to. I think they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up. And start, they're not doing this. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah, long aimed at Israel's throat, has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors. And you're very much in favor of that, I know. And good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all. The most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think, no, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, he's a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, Sarah. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron. So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world, although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse. But I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there. But we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate, to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the 4 nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace, you have people that really like Israel. I'll tell you what, and they like Israel a lot more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. You've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world. Or I would say to Bibi, it's now time. And he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place. And I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny, you look at a map even of just, not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible. But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to Bibi, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3-4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won, and now let's enjoy our lives and let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. We're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme, to exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst, and I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much, and after tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace, okay? How about that? Is that a beautiful name? Like a board of peace. The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair, and I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that, but you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right, and we have unbelievable power and wealth, because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things. and they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment that they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get to rebuild Gaza. And I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward, and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi. And you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work. And they want to see it be safe. And they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money like most people could never even conceive. But for these countries, it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have. Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? Or, I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left, and they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit. And some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends, and that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threaten all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands. And that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. You're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense. But it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those 4 countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond anybody's wildest dream. So instead of building fortresses to keep enemies at bay, the nations of this region should be building infrastructure to weave your commerce closer together, because you've got to compete with the big world out there in commerce now. It's a different kind of competition. Instead of making weapons and missiles, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine, industry, and frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. It's a lot of intelligence they're going to have to be thrown off to pay back these sums of money that they're doing. But that's really the hot one. And I might say that the United States, a year ago, was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. In fact, if you go back a year ago, before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was a time that we became really hot. But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they would, nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise you. He didn't speak. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, it could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama and then Joe Biden. There was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal. He worked so hard. But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their
Michael Rowland and myself, Yvonne Yong, will leave you here, but do keep it right here on the News Channel for more with Michael Tetlow. We'll have the latest on the Israeli hostages being reunited with their families home in Israel. We do have fresh images
and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness.
Good evening, welcome to the ABC News Channel. I'm Michael Tetlow. We'll continue now with our live coverage of President Donald Trump's speech to the Israeli Parliament.
And as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. They're good people. I know a lot of Iranians in the United States. They're good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel is strong, and it will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had. And they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it, baby. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I could think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank, $60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it. And they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in with the... But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. We don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on. By the way, that was not in the speech, as you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it just seems to make so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that? All right, enough controversy for the day, right? It's actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, you know, I mean, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win. Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering, but I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. That is why it's a true honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that a much brighter future for this entire region is truly within our grasp. For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a home to Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. Adorned, it's the first time I've seen that word in a while. Adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, people of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges of this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. It has not been. It's been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And you know, if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation, and he still writes hope into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why even after 3,000 years of pain and conflict, the people of Israel have never given up from the threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of success and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great and blessed future for all of us. From the very first day that modern Israel was founded, we have stood together through thick and thin of setbacks, and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. We have built industries together. We have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together, and we have waged war together. And perhaps most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home. So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. And I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.